Regis's mansion. The man turned sternly to his son Thor. He informed him that a decision had been made that the great empire of Dolgaria would send him to another country as a hostage. The boy was very surprised by this. He was shocked by every word his father said. He did not want to believe what he heard. The man ignored the boy's question and said that the cart had already arrived, and for him it was a completely insignificant sacrifice. He didn't care what his son thought about all this. He turned around and concluded that it was all for the glory of the great Regis family. Toru realizes that this was the first thing he heard from his biological father in 3 years. The guy didn't like this. He suddenly asked why he should go to another country, especially as a prisoner. He really didn't understand anything. His father's gaze darkened, and the man snapped back that it would be better if his son died. Thor's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears that his own father could say such a thing about his son. He didn't want to believe it. He thought he must have misheard. At least he hoped so. Laughter was heard somewhere behind me. The boy wondered why. After all, he had severed all ties with the Duke's family. At the age of 13, he was able to find a job and leave home. He lived as a commoner and had no intention of returning to the Duke's house. 3 years passed since then, and right while he was working, the Duke's soldiers burst in on him and dragged him home without any explanation. Father rudely shouted that he had already said this once. Their family did not need those who did not have fighting skills. Thor left his father's words unanswered. He silently lowered his gaze, realizing that no one needed him here. The man turned sharply to the captain of the guard and the Duke, and the men took a step forward. He ordered that the boy's misdeed be reported. The captain placed his hand on his heart and prepared to carry out the order. The man began the story. When Thor Regis was 10 years old, he passed the skill test at the temple, and no combat skill was revealed. This is unacceptable for the eldest son of the Duke family. The guy clenched his fists, anger boiling in his blood from resentment and disgust at this whole situation. The butler continued the story, saying that when Thor was 12 years old, the second skill test was conducted, a magical skill was revealed, but it has nothing to do with the attack. This is unacceptable for an aristocrat. The crowd behind them suddenly began to whisper, saying that this was unacceptable for nobles, that the guy needed to be removed from the country as soon as possible, and that he definitely couldn't stay here. Thor's father closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking about something. The man said that too much hope was placed on the boy when he was born. Their family had possessed powerful fighting techniques since ancient times, and his son was supposed to one day lead this empire. And abruptly he turned to his son again. But Thor closed his eyes and lowered his head. He shouted that despite all this, he didn't have a single combat skill, and he definitely couldn't use attack magic. The eldest son, whose grandfather was a holy sword, turned into this. With a furious look, he asked the boy if he understood what it was like for the parents of this child. Toru lowered his head, realizing that this was the fate of someone who had no fighting skills. Thanks to its military power, the Dolgaria Empire was able to greatly expand its territory. His Highness the First Emperor was also, at first, an ordinary brave warrior who fought for their empire. Especially the aristocrats, who always had more powerful skills, so aristocrats without combat skills are looked down upon. Thor's gaze darkened. He admitted that he had no fighting skills, but he did have the alchemy skill. This only made his father even more angry. The guy put his hand to his chest and shouted that his alchemy skill allowed him to repair and restore items. He was currently in charge of items in a government agency. In the future, he would be able to create items himself. The boy tried to justify himself by saying that he was saving money to open his own workshop, but his father only became more angry. He shouted at the boy to shut up and added that the whole thing was just ridiculous. The boy's enthusiasm died down. He dropped his hands, opened his eyes wide, and looked at his father in shock. The man said that in their empire there is a holy sword and a holy shield created by heroes when there are two strongest items, and sharply asked, "Is the guy really going to create a new one?" And ordered not to make him laugh. He abruptly smashed the table and concluded that Thor would be sent as a hostage, and that all this was not discussed. The guy understands that no one here is going to listen to him. He wants to try to gather at least some information, and said that he understands that the decision is final, but still asked what his father meant by a minor sacrifice. The man clenched his jaw. He reported that the guy had gone to rather dangerous lands. Thor didn't immediately understand what his father was talking about. The man said that their empire had sent hostages many times, but none of them had ever returned alive. With his eyes wide open, The boy slowly realized that this was the land of the Demon King. The man replied that insight was the guy's only virtue. He abruptly abandoned his thought, saying that if the guy had really been insightful, he would have committed suicide long ago. Thor didn't care what he thought of him. This guy was really going to send him to the demons. The guy replied that he didn't know that the Empire was doing cultural exchange with the demons. The man tensed up. He replied that demons are spoken of as bloodthirsty creatures and they must somehow coexist with them. So for the last few years, they have been appeasing them. The captain of the royal guard said that demons are real animals, they are happy to kill people, thereby proving their superiority. Toru realized why his words weren't reaching them. They really did want him dead. The man responded sharply that the conversation was over and ordered the guy to disappear. He suddenly walked up to the guy and roughly hit him in the stomach with all his strength, so hard that the guy was lifted off the ground. Toru choked, coughing loudly. While he was clutching his stomach, the man ordered him to be taken away while Thor began his thought. Raising his head sharply, he shouted that he hated Duke Bark-Regis. The man turned around with a dark look and said that Thor was already dead, and dead people cannot talk. That's how he was expelled from his home country. The carriage slowly carried a single passenger, who sat with his head down, occasionally looking out the window. Once upon a time, the Demon Kingdom was at war with humanity. Several hundred years ago, a war for territory broke out between demons and humans, and the powerful army of the Demon King invaded the southern domains. At that time, people summoned a hero from another world. The Demon King and his army were strong, but the hero was no match for them. It was a fierce battle. But the people managed to gain the upper hand and drive out the Demon King. After this, a strict boundary was drawn between the demons and the human world. The lands to the south became known as the human world, and what stretched beyond the forest to the north became known as the Demon Kingdom. After the border was created, no serious conflicts arose. However, it is said that demons hate humans because of their exile to the north. Nothing is known about the Demon Kingdom yet. Thor would like to look out the window, but it is boarded up, making it impossible to see anything from the outside. The guy sighs heavily and lowers his head onto his hand. Security, about 20 guards. Besides them, there are several cavalrymen. Even if he tries to escape, he will be caught immediately. Thor realizes that this is exactly the reason why he didn't want to get involved with the Duke's family at all. He almost succeeded in breaking all ties with him. He passed the state exams, signing his mother's surname. The guy was hired, where he was responsible for paperwork and servicing some artifacts. In the Empire, a civil servant, someone who couldn't even become an adventurer, had a low salary, and workers from other departments laughed at him. Still, Thor was pleased. Having struck the iron with the tool, a soft light formed around his hand. The guy examined what he had created. As a result, there was a huge one lying on the table. After all, these are all the amazing abilities of an alchemist, which the guy could easily use. By the way, the maintenance of that magic sword is not finished yet. If only he could, he would return it to its perfect state, but now that will not happen. The words that he was already dead were buzzing in the boy's head again. His jaws clenched from resentment and anger at his father. In an instant, the guy took out 3 silver spoons. These are the spoons he stole, taking advantage of the soldier's inattention. Thor decided to activate his alchemy skill. A soft light enveloped his entire body. The spoons instantly became soft and pliable, like plasticine, only made of silver. Thor looked closely at his hands and began to carefully shape the 3 spoons into a completely different shape. A small silver knife appeared in his hands, which the boy was able to create from spoons, thanks to his skills. This is his skill, alchemy. With it, he can transform various materials, such as metal, and create new items. He still has a lot of room for improvement. Thor is determined to master the skill of alchemy. And then, one day, open your own workshop and call it Alchemist Thor. So he definitely can't die here. One of the soldiers abruptly announced that they would soon be approaching the border, which meant that they would all have to be on their guard. Thor nervously hid his knife, which he had recently created. Suddenly the door opened and the soldiers turned to the guy. They reported that they had arrived at the right place. Thor walked out to meet a huge crowd of 20 soldiers who had been watching him the entire way. Taking a few steps forward, the boy was able to step out of the circle of soldiers and look ahead. In front of him was the road that leads to the Empire and ends here, and with it the territory of people ends. Black Forest, the guy thinks that this is the border between the world of people and demons. Thor turned to the soldiers and asked what their next plan was. Who would be the lucky one to lead him to the demons, or would they meet them themselves? Or were the soldiers going to stand rooted to the spot? Suddenly, one of the soldiers gave the order to release a signal arrow. Another soldier accepted the order and pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew deep into the forest, disappearing into the dark foliage. From the darkness of the forest, a small female figure slowly emerged. The soldiers loudly warned that demons were approaching. Thor looked straight ahead with wide eyes, not believing what he was seeing in front of him. The bull-headed demon appeared right in front of the boy's face, revealing his huge, threatening figure. The demon in the form of Gera was standing next to a pretty girl. Judging by her appearance, she was also a demon. She smiled, but it was definitely not a kind smile. Next to her stood 3 demons with huge figures and bulls, who threatened to attack at any moment. Thor's eyes widened, completely not believing what he was seeing in front of him. Such a dangerous picture in the form of several demons frightened him greatly. Thor sees something like this for the first time. In front of him stood minotaurs, and it seems an elf. The soldiers grabbed their weapons, preparing to attack. The guy thought for a moment and took a sharp step forward. The men behind him tensed up and tried to stop the guy. Thor wanted to make a good impression. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he introduced himself as a man who came from the Dolgaria Empire. Bowing slightly, the guy introduced himself as Thor Regus. He plans to wait for a moment and escape. He needs to lull the demon's vigilance. The elf girl smiled, curtsied, and introduced herself as Mabel Refrain. An elf, she welcomed the boy to the land of the Demon Lord. By the order of the Demon Lord, she came to escort him. The demons behind her also placed their hand on the boy's shoulder and bowed in greeting. Thor was surprised that she was so polite. It didn't seem like she was treating him like a hostage or a victim. The soldiers behind him loudly asked if the guy had gone crazy. It was very dangerous to get so close to the demons without a weapon. Thor replied that they were greeted politely and that the soldiers, on the contrary, should respond in kind, to which the man swore and said that the guy did not understand anything. He explained that with the help of their spells, elves are capable of burning 10 people in one attack, and minotaurs have such strength that they can easily take the brains out of a person. The other soldiers supported him, saying that it was very dangerous to approach them and that Thor was not in his right mind if he thought that they were not dangerous and that one should always be on guard. The guy called their gathering, saying that it suited them better. All this time, they carried him on a leash like cattle and did not even try to say anything. The demons and those showed more politeness. Thor turned to the girl and said that his escort was behaving very impolitely and apologized for their behavior. This greatly shocked the girl in front of him. The guy introduced himself as the son of Duke Regus, and by order of His Highness the Emperor, he had to disturb these lands with his arrival. He knows practically nothing about the demon state and apologizes. The girl remained silent, unable to find words, but her gaze darkened. The guy tensed up, afraid he had said something wrong. Mabel took a few steps forward to be next to the guy. The girl suddenly smiled brightly and said that this was the first time she had heard such a polite greeting from someone from the Empire. She hoped that he would like it. She was very pleased to meet Mr. Messenger. Thor replied that he was also very glad to meet you. He decided to leave the escape for later, and now to do reconnaissance. The soldier behind asked to sign the papers about the transfer of the messenger. Thor was surprised by this treatment. Realizing that no one would directly call him a victim, he handed the papers to the girl's hand for her to sign. With a bright smile, Mabel announced that the messenger's transmission had been successfully completed. She added that from here, the road back will go through the forest, and in some places the road can be very difficult. So they brought them assistants who could carry the soldiers' weight, if necessary. The men became very tense when they saw the minotaurs so close. The soldiers suddenly ran away, shouting loudly that they were violating the non-aggression pact. They screamed about how they needed to run away immediately, while Thor looked at these fearless heroes with disgust. He turned around and sighed very heavily at the whole situation. Mabel turned sharply to the messenger, drawing his attention to herself. She noticed that the guy was not afraid of them at all. It was the first time she saw such a brave man who was not afraid even of the demons themselves. Thor lowered his head and said that he would not call it courage. His mind was filled with thoughts that only he knew. He smiled and said that a non-aggression pact had been concluded between humans and demons, and showing fear without an obvious reason would be at the very least impolite. That's how it all happened. Now, he walks through the forest, accompanied by minotaurs. One of the demons extended his hand to the young master with the idea of helping him up. They kindly help him where it is difficult to go alone, the Minotaur smiling affectionately as he helped the guy up. Mabel said that if the guy suddenly gets tired, he should immediately report it. Compared to the Imperial soldiers, it was like heaven and earth. Thor smiled and replied that he was fine, and there was no need to worry about him. It's difficult to move around this area, but surprisingly, he doesn't feel tired at all. As soon as they entered the demon territory, his health improved significantly. For some reason, he feels a strange magical energy. He had never felt anything like this on the territory of the Empire. This energy overwhelmed him. Suddenly, the voice in Thor's head began to report numerous achievements. The alchemy skill was replaced by the high alchemy skill. Now the new skills were fully awakened. The guy put his hand to his head and wondered what that was all about. He gave the command to show skills, and a small screen appeared in front of him. Looking at his abilities, he noticed that he now had the high alchemy skill. All of his abilities had improved to almost the maximum level, and the following skills were also available to him: preparation of materials, creation of materials using one's own magical power, synthesis and creation of new materials available. Adding attributes. Thor can add any attributes to the materials he creates. The number of attributes that can be added depends on the material. Evaluation of the attribute. Material and properties of the object. The information obtained during the evaluation is recorded in the skill. New alchemy has evolved, and now the guy can create materials using only his mana. She wondered if such a skill really exists. He understands that if it is stated in the description, then it is indeed possible. It is even too convenient. He can only assume that due to his lack of combat skills, all his abilities went into alchemy. Mabel tensed up. She turned to the guy and asked if everything was okay with him and reminded him that if he felt bad, he should definitely let her know. She explained that the magical power in the lands of humans and demons was very different, so his health could deteriorate sharply. Toru frowned, emphasizing the words about magical energy. He asked the girl if he understood correctly that in the lands of demons, the main element is darkness. Mabel answered that it was so. The girl clarified that light prevails on the lands of the Empire. Thor explained that on the lands of the Empire it works the same way, only with the elements earth and fire. Fire represents the power to fight invaders and earth indestructibility. Suddenly the guy regained consciousness. Now he realized that his skill had awakened because it had been infused with the element of darkness in the demon lands. In the lands of people, the element of light prevails over darkness, but here, on the contrary, darkness dominates over light. Before this, Thor was in the imperial capital and could not accumulate the element of darkness in sufficient quantities. And to awaken the highest alchemy, it was necessary to swallow all 6 basic elements. Having stepped onto the land of demons, he swallowed a large amount of dark energy. The couple, informing them that the road ahead was becoming tense and politely asking them to be careful. The girl thanked them for their work. Suddenly the girl's leg twisted. Thor noticed this, became scared, and tried to catch the girl before she fell face down on the ground. Some kind of pendant suddenly flew off her neck, but the girl's face expressed fear. She was very afraid of the possible loss of something dear to her. The pendant flew to the ground. The girl looked at him with fear. Afraid of losing him, Toru looked at her in much the same way, not knowing what to do now. Suddenly, one of the minotaurs carefully brought the pendant back in his palms and politely offered it to her. Mabel said that she most likely got caught on some branch and almost lost it. Picking up the pendant, she said that it was okay since it was quite old, but the minotaur tried to apologize, saying that they should have been more careful. She looked at the pendant, glad that she had not lost it, that she could hold it in her hands. Mabel smiled and said that she was fine, and the guys shouldn't worry about her while she looked at her pendant. Thor saw sadness on the girl's face. He offered his help in fixing it. He said that he had been doing this for a long time and it would not be difficult for him to at least try. The girl was surprised by such a proposal from the guy and asked if he was really a craftsman. In the Empire, he could not even be called an alchemist. The only work he did was fixing items using his skill. He didn't have his own chemical workshop, so he couldn't take orders, however. Thor stopped flying in the clouds and answered negatively, adding that he was an alchemist. He always dreamed of presenting himself that way, and now, a very good opportunity presented itself. He introduced himself as the alchemist Thor Regis, and asked if Mabel would give him something to fix her chain. The Minotaurs, with the girl as a partner, looked at the guy in shock. The girl asked if she could really just trust this to a guest. She doubted, but she decided to trust him. Mabel carefully handed him the pendant, telling him that it had been passed down in her family for generations, a keepsake from her mother, and she believed that if there was a way to fix it, she would be very happy about it. Toru clenched his fist with the pendant and promised to do his best. He sat down on a rock nearby to try to fix it. Opening his eyes, he uses his new high alchemy skill. He used a new assessment skill. The guy saw that it was a pendant blessed by the spirits of water. It was made of a water magic stone. Thor understood everything. The chain was worn out, that's why it broke, and some parts were completely gone and it didn't have enough links. He thought that it would be enough to simply add the water attribute and use the activation skill. Metals were born from the element of earth. This statement is true for any metal. With the help of preparing materials, he will be able to create metal using magical power. You need to imagine mana pouring out, and then seem to mix it. And then the repairs will be completed, the chain of cattle will be like new. The Minotaurs looked at this with wide eyes and asked Mistress Mabel if this was even possible. They still couldn't figure out how it all happened. The girl herself was surprised by the guy's abilities, realizing that he was able to create metal from literally nothing. The Minotaurs are very surprised. The guy realizes that he himself was actually very surprised. He didn't think that the preparation of materials really creates materials only from mana. He wondered if this was the ultimate alchemy. Keeping his face down, he walked over to Mabel, handing her her already repaired pendant, warning her that this was the first service, so there might be some flaws. He wanted to inspect it again later. The girl hesitantly took her thing back, surprised by the guy's abilities. This surprised her greatly, and she could not find what to say. Thor began to get annoyed by this silence, and he carefully called the girl by name to draw her attention to himself. Mabel addressed him in response, at first as Mr. Messenger, but changed her mind and called him by his name. She suddenly pressed the pendant to her chest and with a bright smile on her face thanked the guy, saying that her mother's pendant was now as good as new. Thor wondered how new it was. He had just fixed a broken part of the chain. But without thinking about it, he replied that there was no need to thank him for that. Mabel started to babble that the guy was probably a very famous alchemist. The Minotaurs started to say that they were also very grateful to the guy because he fixed it so easily. Even the gnomes are not capable of such a thing. They understand that a very unusual person has arrived to them, and Thor himself could not yet come up with an answer. This is the first time he has received such gratitude for using his skill. In the Empire, his skill was considered useless and ridiculed. His own father considered him a worthless person and wanted him dead. Now he understood. This is how alchemists feel in the world outside the Empire. Fixing something that is very dear to someone, harming from a happy smile, it is. This makes Thor happy too. Maybe that's why the alchemist he read about in the history books continued to hone his skill. He heard that before the Age of Heroes, creating items like magic swords and shields was a common thing for alchemists to do. Perhaps the alchemists created more and more new objects in an attempt to eliminate the mistakes of the previous ones. Mabel politely asked the boy to address her by her first name. Thor smiled and said that he was then looking forward to the girl showing him everything here, to which Mabel winked and called the guy an alchemist. And so began his new life as the alchemist Thor. The carriage with the passenger moved slowly forward. Thor looked out the window, amazed at what the demon lands actually looked like. And out the window there are endless plains, and in the distance there was a wide river with ships sailing along it. There were newts on the ships, all doing their own thing, trying to help the ship sail further. Looking out the window, the guy looked at the new monsters. They all looked unique and different from each other, but it was all very interesting, so Thor looked at everyone with wild interest. He emphasized that there are many ordinary people here. In the Empire, these lands are called the Domains of Chaos. They say that as soon as you set foot on these lands, you will be devoured by monsters, and also that demons kidnap people, but in reality, everything is different. Everyone lives a completely normal life, and the atmosphere here is much more peaceful than in the Empire. Mabel explained that in order to compensate for the lack of labor, every resident does their best, the reason being that the lands of the Demon Lord are sparsely populated. Thor said that this was a very commendable zeal. The girl added that very soon the guy would also be able to work here and asked if the guy had figured out what he would do. Thor was surprised and asked if he would really work too. The girl quickly answered positively. This is very strange for him, because he was supposed to be sent here as a hostage. The guy said abruptly that he had heard about people being sent here and asked Mabel where they all went. The girl thought seriously to give the correct answer. She replied that, as far as she could remember, the last time they sent a person was 50 years ago when she was not yet born. She only heard rumors. She says that it seems that the previous person who arrived went home almost immediately. The guy was surprised that he just up and went home. Mabel explained that he simply didn't find anything to do there. She added that it was very dangerous to go through this forest alone, so they really wanted to see him off. But in the end, that man secretly went home. Thor lowered his head, understanding the whole situation. Now everything fell into place for him. In the lands of the demon lords, they believe that guests and messengers are coming to them, and therefore they are treated with respect. In the Empire, everything is different. They send people as hostages and victims. That's why they try to escape. They fled and ignored the order. Therefore, they did not return to the Empire. As a result, they were considered missing. Mabel suddenly became sad and asked the guy if he could stay here. Thor didn't immediately understand the question and asked again. The girl took his hand in hers and said that in the lands of the Demon Lord, there were no alchemists as talented as him. She asked him very much for help, and in return promised to do everything possible to make the guy's life here as comfortable as possible. Thor was immediately surprised by such a request, but after a few seconds, a kind smile lit up his face. He thought and replied that he had come here as a sign of friendship between their countries. In fact, he was planning to escape too. He was going to come up with an escape plan as soon as he arrived at the castle, but now there was no point in it, because no one was restricting his freedom here. Besides, Mabel, the elf who gave him the opportunity to call himself an alchemist, thanks to her he finally understood what it was like to be appreciated by someone. The guy does not want to betray her hopes placed on him. With determination, Thor replied that as long as he was in this city, he would do everything possible for the prosperity of this country. The girl instantly became cheerful and smiled brightly. She began to thank the guy profusely. Mabel explained that in about an hour they would be at the castle. Upon arrival there, the guy would have an audience with the Demon Lord and politely asked him to prepare for it. Thor thought about the Demon Lord. A powerful demon rules these lands, and in order to stay here to live, the guy must certainly gain his favor. Mabel and the Minotaurs were very friendly with Thor back then. He is very curious about what this demon king is like. Arriving at the huge Gothic-style castle, they went into the throne room, where the Lord of all demons was present. They knelt down in front of the huge throne on which the Lord himself sat. The boy was very afraid. Mabel tried to support him by smiling at him. Thor tried to breathe deeply to calm his heart. One of the demons looked at them strangely. Suddenly, one of the monsters loudly announced the arrival of the Lord of Evergard. Thor sharply raised his head with wild interest to look at him. The majestic figure took a step into the hall. A loud bass voice echoed throughout the room, asking if this was the same guest from the Empire. Sitting on the throne, he introduced himself as the Demon Lord Rukum Everhard. Looking at the guy, he asked if this was the same Thor Regus from the Dolgaria Empire. Thor raised his head and also loudly answered yes. The Lord decided to speak directly and asked what the boy could do. He thought that if the Empire chose him, then surely the guy had some knowledge or skills. They looked into each other's eyes. Only in Thor's eyes, one could read fear of the ruler himself. He did not know what to expect from him. The boy answered hesitantly that he had some alchemy skills. Before coming here, he always thought, if he is treated as a guest and not as a hostage, then we need to try to come to terms and mutual understanding. And perhaps then he would finally be able to take up alchemy, if the Demon Lord liked it. The Lord thought about it, realizing that this was a very interesting and rare ability that could definitely be useful to them. Chancellor Kelv stepped forward sharply, saying that they had no such craft, adding that the Empire was a frightening country, since they had so many alchemists. Thor understands that everything is not really like that, because alchemists are considered the most useless in the Empire. The Lord spoke up, addressing the guy. He said that he would prepare a personal workplace for the guy, which he would be able to use as he wished from then on. Thor couldn't believe his ears and asked again, would they really allow him to practice alchemy? The bishop answered positively and asked if the boy had any wishes for the future. Thor opened his eyes wide, not believing his ears. Such kindness towards him, after his own father's childish treatment, warmed his soul so much that he did not immediately believe that he was hearing the ruler correctly. The guy bowed his head and said that it would be very convenient for him if his workplace was located as close to the workshop as possible. The bishop answered positively and asked if there was anything else. Thor began to think that alchemy required some education. He just couldn't believe it. That someone accepted him so easily. The Lord responded to the request that the guy make a list of the necessary things so that they could prepare it all. The Demon King began his speech that Thor would be able to use his alchemical abilities to their full potential and create whatever he saw fit. If something interested them, they would buy it and ask. Thor bowed his head, saying that he agreed, but he had just one question. The Lord became interested and said that the boy could safely ask. The guy replied that he appreciated his kindness, but did not understand why they were willing to do so much for him. He understands that he is a stranger to their land, and one who left the empire, and he asks why he is so kind to a stranger. He thought for a long time, but still could not understand why he would treat an alchemist that way. The Lord was silent for a while, thinking about his answer. He replied that all this was to learn something new from people. Thor was surprised by this wording. The Lord began his story that once upon a time, the demons of Yuli were defeated by people because they possessed the most extensive knowledge. On their side were heroes summoned from many worlds. Surely the guy already knows this. It happened several hundred years ago, during the era of wars between humans and demons. At that time, to confront the demons, people summoned heroes from another world. The heroes had powerful skills and fought bravely for the sake of humanity. They strived to be the strongest on the battlefield, and for this they willingly fought demons alone in order to increase their levels. As a result, their thirst for power was passed on to the people of this world. The idea of power, that's all, became a heroic legacy for their empire. In the final battle, the heroes defeated the Demon Lord. The demons were banished to the northern lands, and the world became what it is today. Having fulfilled their duty, the heroes returned to their home world. Now heroes are no longer called upon. However, their things and knowledge remain to this day. Thor clarified that this was about 200 years ago. The Lord replied that no matter how many years have passed, the demons were defeated by humans. They must learn a lesson from this. That is why they want to learn something from humans. He added that demons no longer want to fight with humans, but they must continue to learn from humans. The man covered his face with his hand and said that they had suffered too many losses in the war, and they could not allow the victims to go to waste. This really does sound like a demon lord's policy. The Lord continued, saying that it was for this very reason that they were inviting people from the empire, in order for their country to one day be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the empire. That's why they need the help of someone like Thor. The guy realized that the Demon Lord was the king of this country, and he recognized Thor's skills as an alchemist. He was just fired up. Here, he would be able to freely create whatever he wanted, which means he simply has to try. With the highest alchemy, he will be able to create many amazing things for the people. The guy said that, first of all, he would like to show what his alchemy is capable of. He just accepts it as a tribute of respect for the warm hospitality. The Lord had no choice but to agree. Kelv interrupted the Lord and said that the boy was most likely very tired after a long journey, but the man agreed, realizing that the butler was most likely right. The Lord says that it has been a very long journey and suggests that the boy first have a good rest, to which Thor bows politely in gratitude. With these words, their audience ended. The monsters continued to stand in the room as the Overlord towered over them. Abruptly, he said that now, sitting on the throne, the Lord announced that the reason all the demons had gathered here was none other than the arrival of a new guest, Thor Regus. Before him stood 3 of the leaders of each race, the commander of the Minotaurs, the commander of the Assault Squad, the Lizards, and the commander of the Magical Squad of the Elves. The Lord understands that most likely everyone already knows, but still repeats, just in case, that touching and accepting any harm to Thor is absolutely forbidden. All the demons knelt down, showing that they were to carry out the order as required. The king continued his speech, saying that no one should forget about the pride of the people, and orders them to treat Thor Regus with respect, and asks them to try to learn as much as possible from their conversations with him. The leader of the Elven squad bowed a little lower. Hiding his gaze, he apologized for the fact that they dared to cause doubts in their master. Putting his hand to his chest, his face took on a kind tone. He said that no one planned to harm the guy but still asked what they could learn from the guest from the capital. The lizard commander seemed to understand what the man was about to do and abruptly tried to stop him, saying that he shouldn't say or do anything like that. The leader silently watched the scene in front of him, not understanding what was happening at all and what would happen next, until the elf himself smiled sarcastically. The man raised his head, saying that they should remind the guest of the powerful demon lords, and first offered to show him the army of the Ifrits, to make him understand how terrible demons can be. The lord left this unanswered. Suddenly, something really scared the elf, and he opened his eyes wide. The lord asked again, to show how terrible demons can be, and said that it makes sense to take advantage of the opportunity and show the guest from the empire all the power, and said that this is a very good proposal. The elf suddenly lit up and believed his words. She began to say that he was very glad that the lord approved of him. The lord looked at him sternly, as if waiting for the right moment to kill, and abruptly interrupted, saying that everything was fine but just. Standing up abruptly, he said loudly and sternly that he heard in the man's words a contemptuous attitude towards the empire. He believed that the elf had forgotten that their country began to prosper only because their ancestors were afraid of people. The lord reminded that there are many more people, and that people also have weapons that are much more powerful than them, and he asked to take a close look at the current empire. The lord's voice became louder. He asked the elf why. Knowing all this, he continues to ask himself the question, what else can one learn from the empire? The man suddenly dropped his head to the floor. He was in a panic and loudly apologizing. The lord raised his hand and began to speak that Thor Regus. He is their guest, and he is an alchemist who decided to work for the good of their country. He allowed them and Kelv to evaluate his products and distribute them. Thanks to this, they will be able to learn more about the culture of the empire. Kelv closed his eyes, saying that the order had surely reached the ears of everyone living in their country, and there was no need to worry. But he reminded that despite everything, Thor is still from the empire, and it is worth remaining vigilant no matter what. The lord replied that it would be as Kelv wished and turned to Mabel. He ordered the girl to look after Thor Regus and support him. The girl bowed and replied that she would do so with pleasure. Kelv asked the girl sharply if Thor had really fixed her pendant. With a soft smile on her face, she looked at the decoration on her neck and answered positively. The lord remained silent, watching this dialogue. He asked the girl if her pendant was made of magic silver. Mabel replied that His Highness was absolutely right. The man asked if Thor Regus had really repaired it without having any of the necessary materials with him, to which the girl replied that everything was exactly like that, and also added that she saw everything with her own eyes. Kelv replied that the only way to check whether this was true or not was to see what the guy would do. He placed his hand on her pendant and used the appraisal skill. The guy closed his eyes and thought seriously. Kelv opened his eyes abruptly. Something had surprised and frightened him greatly. He also addressed the girl abruptly, which frightened her greatly. She did not expect that she would be addressed so abruptly. The guy clarified that this pendant belonged to her mother, to which Mabel replied that it had been passed down in their family for many generations in a row, but during this time it had already completely used up its power. Kelv explained that this was all because the stone inside the clone was broken, but Thor was able to fix it. The girl's eyes widened at this information. She definitely didn't expect to hear this. All the demons nearby were also shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. Kelv raised his hand into the air. It glowed with a soft magical light. He admitted that Thor Regus was able to repair the pendant with the water spirit stone and added that none of the demon lord's craftsmen could do it. Mabel's eyes widened, saying she couldn't believe what he was saying. She really didn't believe what she had just heard. The guy replied that it was all completely true, and he could draw two conclusions from it. The first is that there are alchemists in the world who can repair a magical item in the blink of an eye. The second is that there are many alchemists of this level in the empire, since they are willing to send one to another country. The ruler clenched his jaw and said that it was all obvious, because her empire would simply make people happy if there weren't enough of them in the empire. Kelv suggested that with such actions, the empire wanted to show its strength. Because if the country was full of alchemists like Thor, then the resistance of the demons was pointless. All the high-ranking ones widened their eyes at the realization that the humans might be too strong and no one could defeat them. Kelv thought hard. He wondered if the Empire had actually been too stupid to appreciate Thor's abilities. The Lord interrupted him, saying that this definitely couldn't be happening, because the Empire couldn't help but know about the guy's abilities. Kelv put his hand to his chest and apologized for his stupid thoughts. He added that, as always, they would be vigilant towards the guy. The gentleman replied that he relied on him in this matter. He added sharply that a comfortable room should be prepared for Thor, as well as a workshop for his work. Mabel walked slowly down the corridor, thinking about something of her own. She realizes that she has stayed too long at the meeting, and is worried that Toru is feeling very uncomfortable in his new place. The girl entered the room, apologizing to the guy for her delay, and said that she would show him the new team he would be living in. Thor smiled brightly, holding some kind of vase in his hands. He thanked the girl for her kindness. Mabel asked him if he was interested in something, since his face looked exactly like that. The guy smiled brighter, and replied that he was interested in absolutely everything. He wanted to look at and touch absolutely everything. The guy started shaking his head, pointing at almost everything in the room, saying that he was very interested in how and by whom it was all done. He was eager to study everything here. Mabel realized that she was worrying for nothing. She told Thor that they would have plenty of time to discuss all this. And now she offers to show him his new room. Suddenly, someone entered their room. The couple turned around at the sound of footsteps. Lizards entered the room. They said that they had come on the orders of His Excellency and escorted the couple into the room. Mabel became very tense. Although they don't have weapons with them, the lizards can easily kill Thor with their claws. The girl understands that even if they are afraid of the guy, they shouldn't do that. The guy himself took a step closer, smiled and thanked the demons for being ready to see them off. The girl, looking at this, again realized that she'd been worrying in vain. Suddenly, a frightening realization came to Thor. He turned sharply to the girl. Saying that he actually didn't know a lot of things, Mabel asked what happened. Thor clarified that this was the first time he had encountered these monsters, and was a little surprised. The girl was very surprised. It was the first time she heard that someone called the lizards correctly. For her, it was very surprising. They are usually called two-legged lizards, or nasty reptiles. The girl answered that lizards are very strong, and also have very powerful protection, and it is not surprising that they look very unusual to a person. Thor replied that he was not talking about that at all, because it must be very difficult for the lizards to change clothes, because the fabric clings strongly to the scales. Mabel was surprised. The boy understands that it is his duty, as an alchemist, to design clothes for them that will be very comfortable for them to wear. The girl and the lizards were very surprised by such zeal from the guy. Mabel came closer and asked if the boy really thought about such things too. Thor smiled and replied that of course he was thinking about it. With a bright smile on his face, he said that he would really like to learn as much as possible about representatives of different races. Mabel became more and more amazed by the boy and his eagerness to help everyone he saw. The Demon Lord's lands contain a variety of inhabitants, from demons to humans, and they all likely have their own problems that they face on a daily basis. Clenching her fist, Thor said that by solving all these problems, he would be able to gain unimaginable experience and hone his skills. He promises that one day he will definitely create something that can change the world for the better. The girl opened her eyes wide. For the first time, there stood before her a person who was ready to help absolutely everyone. Thor added that he was very grateful to His Highness for allowing the boy to stay here and work as an alchemist. He wanted to explore everything and thank the Lord. Mabel looked at him and his burning eyes, realizing that he was definitely telling the truth. It becomes clear just by looking into his shining eyes. For him, races and countries do not matter. He truly loves alchemy and is seriously going to help others. The girl realizes that Thor is actually an amazing person. She answered positively, realizing that it was useless to stop him. The girl bowed and promised yes, that in Mabel's name, Refrain would help him in every way she could. Thor bowed back and replied that he felt the same way. He hoped that they could become friends. Mabel wonders if this is possible, that she will help the man who will break the course of history. A crowd of people pounced on the girl, asking what kind of elf she was, if she couldn't even use magic. Someone answered that it was because of the human blood in her. Could she even be called an elf? Young Mabel slowly looked down as she continued to be insulted and called disgusting. They started shouting louder, screaming for the girl to go away because she was useless. Young Mabel tried to stop them, asking them not to throw her out. The girl suddenly jumped out of bed, begging them not to touch her and not to throw her out. Breathing heavily, Mabel realizes that it was just a dream about long-forgotten times that just can't let go of her. Tears flowed from her eyes. She remembered all this with pain in her heart. It was hard for her then. She asks herself if she will ever be able to overcome this. The memories bring a lot of pain, although less when it all actually happened. Slowly getting out of bed, something suddenly caught her attention. She carefully touched her legs, gently running her hands over them. She became sad, realizing that her feet were again as cold as 2 pieces of ice. Raising her tear-stained gaze, the girl dreamed that along with her childhood trauma, her sensitivity to cold would also disappear. All of this was very difficult for her. Looking at the warm leggings, she was very embarrassed to wear them in front of Thor, but now there was not much choice, because it would be better for her if she wore them. 2 pairs of warm gaiters lay neatly on a nightstand nearby. Thor entered the room he needed and was very surprised by the treasures inside. A huge number of different chests and more expensive treasures. All this brought the guy into great delight. He looked around the room with bright eyes, realizing that it was all just magnificent. This is the warehouse of the Demon Lord's castle. The entire floor here is covered with countless interesting things. Before the guy could get closer to the things to take a closer look, his eye immediately caught on a dented armored shield. Sharply raising his hands in the air, the guy began to rejoice like a child. He shouted that the Demon Lord's castle was the best, because there was a whole mountain of treasures here. He dropped his hands abruptly, looked at them, and slapped himself across the cheeks with all his might. The Demon Lord didn't give him this room out of the goodness of his heart. He expects the boy to be able to create something useful. If he can't live up to expectations, he can be returned to the Empire. And to prevent this from happening, he will create things that will please the Demon Lord and will be very useful for the people. With clenched fists, he thought about the future, but suddenly, his face lit up with some strange happiness filling him from within. Thor started running around, wondering what he should do now. Maybe something for the house? He was already itching to start cursing and creating something unusual. There are all sorts of things in the warehouse. Many of them can be useful as materials. The guy came across some book. He thought about how he had never seen such symbols before. Most likely, no one could understand the meaning, so they just left it here. Both the letters and the pictures are executed very finely. No technology in this world is capable of this. Thor thought hard that most likely this book came here from another world and could have been left here by the heroes. The guy swallowed hard. He never thought that there could be such unusual things in the castle, but a book is useless in the hands of someone who cannot understand a word of it. Suddenly, the guy was able to understand them and read the cover of the book. Thor was surprised, and after reading the title, the product catalog, he was surprised that he was able to read it at all. He thought about it and wondered if it was all because of the evaluation skill. This skill is able to calculate the properties of objects, which is probably why the guy was able to read what was written here. With the help of this catalog, it was possible to purchase unique goods, and they are delivered from all over Japan. Japan can be the native place where the heroes themselves came from. He carefully turned the page, and what he saw there shocked him. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the page of the book. Health devices, it seems to be a restorative item from the world of heroes. You can relieve eye fatigue and relieve shoulder pain, improve my sleep. Thor was very surprised. What he saw shocked him. He could not believe his eyes. He wondered if the heroes really used this. Vision-enhancing glasses. Always improve vision 20 times in 2 minutes. Oxygen capsule of rapid recovery. In just 2 hours you can recover, as in 10 hours of sleep. Thor was no longer surprised by the strength of heroes with such things. The boy wondered if he could create something similar. He decided to try his high alchemy skill. Suddenly, Mabel appeared behind him and addressed Thor while carrying a tray of tea. The girl quickly apologized for scaring the guy. She just wanted to bring tea. But Thor didn't react to her in any way. She added that the guy was very focused. She asked if Thor found anything interesting. Thor responded by showing the book to the girl and asking if she could read something from it. Mabel thought about it and looked at the book. She replied that she was very sorry, but she couldn't understand a single word from there. The guy replied that he thought so. Mabel said that the Lord ordered such things to be taken to the warehouse because they might come in handy someday, and it was worth preserving them. The girl's gaze suddenly darkened. She said that this was the logic of someone who didn't want to clean up. Mabel quickly smiled and decided to leave these thoughts behind. She asked if the guy wanted a cup of tea, to which Thor was not going to refuse. Suddenly, his gaze caught on the girl's fluffy leggings. The girl noticed his gaze. She raised her leg and asked if the guy was interested in what it was and why. The girl said it was because of her sensitivity to cold. The doctor told her it was because of problems with her magical internal flow. Thor was surprised. He had never heard of a magical flow and asked the girl again. Mabel explained that although elves are good at magic, she cannot use spells because the flow of magical power in her body is disrupted. So one day, the elves threw her out. The girl smiled and said that fortunately she was good at housekeeping and cooking, so the Lord noticed her and took her in. Thor became sad, holding a handkerchief to his face. He felt very sorry for the girl, because according to him, she poured a lot of things. Mabel herself got scared and said that she said too much. The girl came closer and said that it was okay, because now she didn't care about the lack of magic, especially now she was glad that her grandmother was human. Thor looked sharply at Mabel and asked if that was why she had come to meet him. The girl answered positively and said that she really wanted to know what people are like, so she is glad that the first person she met here was Thor. She is happy because her grandmother belonged to such a wonderful race. Thor blushed slightly and thanked the girl for her kindness. And yet, the lands of demons are amazing. It turns out that they used to accept people from other countries just as easily. And Mabel even got a job at the castle, being their stream. The guy smiled, remembering something. He asked if the girl didn't mind, could she help the guy with alchemy. In front of Thor lay 2 shields, almost completely broken. The book he found contained a restorative device for people with poor circulation, made in the form of a small, semi-closed container. The name, foot bath, is what is said in the description of the device and its operating principle. Vibration and a strong flow of water warming your feet helps to get rid of cold feet and improve blood circulation throughout the body. Thor thought about it. He understood that this was expected from the world of heroes. It sounded convincing. The guy realized that he would need the magical stones of fire and wind. Use old shields from this warehouse as materials. Fire shield absorbs enemy attacks and then releases a pillar of flame. Cannot be used. The internal magic mechanism is completely out of order. Windshield reflects enemy arrows with a powerful stream of air. Cannot be used. The internal magic mechanism is completely out of order. Thor put out his hand. It glowed with magical light. The guy wondered if he would be able to remove the magical mechanisms from them if he softened the shields with the skill. Placing his hands above his shields, he used the high alchemy skill, activation. The shield turned into a soft piece of plasticine, from which Thor was able to easily extract a small magical mechanism. He planned to make the mechanism's body from the base of the shield. Mabel suddenly ran into the room. She loudly called out to the guy and shouted that she had managed to find a beautiful bowl. The girl was very surprised when she saw the shield, which had become completely soft. It would now be impossible to hide from enemies behind it. The girl loudly asked what had happened to it. The guy, with a smile on his face, replied that it was the result of his alchemy skill, and thanked the girl for the cup she brought. Mabel touched the shield, which became very soft. She admired the guy's abilities, that he was able to do such a thing. Now that he has everything he needs, Thor wants to try to recreate an item from another world. He used the high alchemy skill, activation, restoring item from the hero world, foot bath. He used the creation skill based on the image that appeared. The guy starts preparing the necessary materials. He tries to imagine it. He imagines how power flows from the magic stones and smoothly dissolves in the water. He can't create an item exactly like the one in the hero world. The description is too short, but using the magical power of the stone, he can create an item with similar properties. A powerful stream of water that will warm your feet and improve blood circulation, stimulating acupuncture points to improve energy flow and improve the health of the body. The windstone will create a stream, the firestone will heat the water. The system notified that the image was confirmed, and the creation of the item became possible. The item was successfully created, and a really small foot bath appeared that could warm the feet and improve blood circulation. Thor smiled, realizing that he had succeeded. Since the guy created this item with his own hands, he can look at all its characteristics, which is what he decided to do to check the functionality of the bathtub. Statistics confirmed all the guy's words that the windstone will create streams of water and bubbles, and the firestone will heat the water. The stones need to be replaced. Because they are consumables, the service life is 25 years. The guy with shining eyes ran up to Mabel and proudly announced that this item could help her get rid of her sensitivity to cold, and added that it was called a foot bath. The girl was surprised. Thor answered positively and said that everything was ready. Mabel was very surprised, because not even 10 minutes had passed since she came and asked, "Are all alchemies really so amazing?" The boy thought, remembering that he himself was a hindrance to the Regus family, so he would never be able to visit the alchemy workshop. He answered the girl that he himself had never met other alchemists, and his father. Thor remembered his father telling him not to get cocky, because there were plenty of people with the same skill as the boy, that's what he said. The guy thought for a moment and said that most likely many could do this. Mabel was very surprised by the word many. Her head was spinning with the realization that many alchemists in the Empire had the same amazing abilities. She did not believe what she heard about the Empire. Toru replied that there was nothing surprising about it, since he simply copied something from the hero world, but the girl was still shocked since he was able to create it in less than 10 minutes. Toru didn't answer, he simply took the tub and handed it to the girl, saying that he did it personally for her. Mabel's eyes widened, and she asked again, was she really going to get an item from the hero world? The guy happily replied that he would teach her how to use it and asked her to show him where their bathhouse was, to which the girl hesitantly replied that she would do everything now. Coming closer to the water, Thor happily said that he would now explain how the new footbath worked. Kelv, with a stern expression on his face, asked the boy to do so. The guy was confused and asked why the Chancellor was here too, to which the demon replied that he wanted to see the work of the item the guy had created. Thor thought about it, but decided to put these thoughts together, because he created the item so that many would use it, and therefore extra spectators would definitely not interfere with them. The guy started to explain how the bath works. He started by saying that you first need to fill the tank with water, which he did successfully. Then, you need to wait for some time for the water to absorb the energy of the firestone. He explained that when steam appears, then everything is ready. Thor then asked Mabel to put her feet in the warm, heated bath. The girl hesitantly agreed. She carefully removed her leggings, freeing her cold feet. Moving closer to the tub, she looked at the water, not sure if it would work, but still hoping that it could help her. Gathering her strength, she lowered her feet into the hot water. The two guys were watching to see what the girl would feel and what she would tell about her feelings. Mabel was surprised at how warm she felt. Thor asked the girl to try to activate the air stone, which was in front of her. The guy explained that this was necessary to turn on the activation mechanism, to which the girl nodded and magical light gathered around her hand. The mechanism began to release a huge amount of bubbles. The girl's NRGR completely heated up, starting to sweat heavily. Suddenly the girl squealed loudly from incomprehensible feelings. Something in this footbath frightened her greatly. Mabel leaned over and explained that the flow of water was hitting her sensitive areas. According to her, it was as if a huge number of sparks were running throughout her body. Kelv tried to ask the guy what it was. Thor replied that it was the result of the air stone. Sweat slowly began to break out on Mabel's body. She explained that she was experiencing an amazing feeling, as the warmth pleasantly spread throughout her body, giving pleasant sensations. The girl closed her eyes from the feelings inside her. She clenched her fists sharply, saying that more. She couldn't take it anymore. She leaned her hands behind her back, experiencing a pleasant feeling of pleasure. Mabel felt like she was in heaven. She leaned her head back, enjoying the warmth of her feet. There are big changes happening in Mabel's body right now. Like a hot spring in the middle of the bitter cold, like a spring in the middle of the desert, just like the book said, the footbath drove away all the cold. Kelv was afraid for the girl and, coming closer, asked if everything was okay with her. Mabel replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. She added that she felt the magic inside her body starting to move. Kelv was surprised by such a statement and asked again about magic. He did not expect that the girl would feel magic. He turned to the guy, saying that he understood what object the guy from the hero world created. Thor answered positively and asked, "Is something really wrong?" Kelv replied that he also had some knowledge from the world of heroes. According to his information, there are no records of the heroes using any magical healing items. The guy thinks that behind the magic are the most ordinary relaxation items. Thor replied there was nothing to be done. Because it was an object from the world of heroes, Kelv was surprised and asked again, was there really nothing to be done? The guy asked to think about it again, and he explained his doubts that in the world where such people came from, these were simple objects for relieving fatigue. Kelv was surprised and asked if the guy really thought so, to which the guy replied that most likely it was. The man fell to the floor and said that he couldn't understand it, because no doctor in the country could beat Mabel from this ailment, but Thor was able to do it in the blink of an eye with this healing item. Thor can understand his movements, since they just saw with their own eyes the result of the work of an object from the world of heroes, and wondered how advanced the technology was in their world. While Thor was in doubt, realizing that he was still very far from the world of heroes, while Mabel was getting real pleasure from the footbath, Mabel said that she could no longer stand the pleasant sensation of the bath. It was too pleasant for her. Kelv came closer and asked how the girl felt. The girl got out of the bath and said that she felt good, as if her body had become much lighter. She also felt how magic was circulating in her. Thor suggested using a spell. Maybe she would succeed at least a little. To which the girl's eyes widened. She understood that there was no guarantee that she would be able to cope at all and use at least some spell. Ever since then, she always gave up without even trying. Looking at Thor, she clenched her fists, thinking about something. The guy's face looked confident. Mabel was infected with his determination and put her hands forward, saying, "In the name of darkness and wind," and tried to call upon the coal-black wind. Suddenly, several black streams of air appeared out of nowhere and headed towards Kelv, trying to attack him. The streams destroyed everything they could reach, leaving behind only debris. Mabel silently looked ahead. She certainly didn't expect this from herself. She didn't think that magic would appear so easily, that she would be able to use her powers so easily. Both guys were very surprised. Looking at the girl in complete shock, they themselves did not fully understand what had just happened. Mabel looked at her hands, wondering if she was able to use magic. A magical aura slowly appeared around her. Thor came closer. He was seriously scared and asked if the girl was okay. He was really scared for her. Slowly, tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She said that everyone said that she was no good for anything since she couldn't use magic. Mabel suddenly ran closer and hugged the guy tightly, loudly shouting words of gratitude, tears flowing down her cheeks. Now she was the happiest on earth. She shared that she was always afraid of not being able to use magic. In her home village, everyone said that she was the most useless elf if she couldn't use magic, but now she can be really useful. She can help people with her magic. She called Thor her benefactor. Thor tried to mumble something in response. He saw the girl pressed him too tightly. Kelv asked if she had strangled him by accident. Mabel quickly apologized and let the guy go. Thor replied that it was okay and thanked her. The girl was surprised and asked why. The guy replied that the girl shouldn't worry about it and clarified that it wasn't just magical circulation, but also her sensitivity to cold should also be cured, and he told the girl about it. To which she replied that now her feet were warm, she was not cold at all. For her, this was very surprising. Nobody expected anything else from the world of heroes, and yet the guy is very happy that he was able to create such an object that could please others. Thor concluded that the girl could take the bath for herself, but Kelv interrupted him and said that this bath would be under the complete control of His Highness. The guy turned to the demon and was very surprised by such a statement. He said that he was trying for Mabel's sake to cure her illness, and Kelv replied that this was true, but he explained that if Mabel needed help, she could use it whenever she needed it, but they couldn't leave an item that could restore magical power unattended for someone who had never used it, because if it fell into the wrong hands, it could upset the balance of power in the land of the Demon Lord. Thor realized that he couldn't do anything and would have to agree. If he started an argument with the Chancellor, Mabel could get into trouble. He understood that perfectly well. The man replied that they would set a decent price for the item. He asked if payment in gold coins would be acceptable. He explained that this was the currency used in the demon lands. Thor was surprised and did not immediately understand what they were talking about. The Chancellor also did not understand the guy's reaction. Suddenly the guy realized the word payment. The guy shouted loudly that he simply created the item for himself and could not believe that I would pay him for it. The man opened his eyes and did not understand the guy's reaction, because for him it was normal to pay for such inventions. Thor cleared his throat and apologized for his behavior. Although he received payment in the Empire when he used his skills, it was a pittance. In addition, he could not choose how to use the skill. For the most part, he simply performed maintenance on the items that were brought to him for work. But here everything is different. He can create things of his own choice and receive not only gratitude for it, but also a reward. So, putting his hand to his chest, Thor said that he had one request: to pay him with magic stones instead of gold coins. The Chancellor was surprised by such a statement from the guy. Folding his arms across his chest, the man reminded that depending on the stone's abilities, magical stones could become very dangerous weapons. Thor replied that he would leave a request for the stones he needed for his work. Thor explained that he would create items for use in the Demon Land. In exchange, he asked the Overlord to provide him with magical stones for his expenses, and asked what the Chancellor thought about it. The man left his explanation unanswered. Then he slowly turned to the guy in front of him. His eye lit up with an evil light. He asked if he really didn't mind that his items would be used by non-humans. The guy was surprised and asked why he should be against it. Whatever object is created, it will have no meaning. If no one uses it, then the object will have no meaning. He explained his desire that everyone who could would use his inventions, so that they would express their opinion, so that he could improve in his, and then he would be able to surpass the technology of the hero world, which he stated with determination in his eyes and confidence in his voice. Mabel sighed. I was happy for the guy, and the man next to me was silent. After a minute of silence, he said that I would talk to the Lord about this. In the huge throne room, a loud cry of incomprehension of the whole situation rang out. The Lord asked loudly, was it possible that the item that was created, thanks to the magical power of Thor Regis, Mabel's illness was cured? Kelv bowed and replied that it was so, because he had seen it all with his own eyes. Sitting on the throne, the demon lord could not believe what he heard. Doctors from all over the demon lands tried to cure her, while the alchemist was able to do it in less than a day. Kelv replied that it was most likely all due to the 2 magic stones in the device, and it turned out that 2 types of magic worked in it. The Lord gritted his teeth at the name of the invention, and repeated that if he was not mistaken, the firestone heats the water, and the airstone makes bubbles that pass through all the necessary points. Kelv confirmed his thoughts and said that, in other words, in water these 2 elements mix. The Lord shouted that this was all nonsense, and that such a thing could not happen at all. He could not believe his ears. Kelv explained that he had no other guesses. Besides, Mabel's predominant skill is water, so the man thinks that she would be the last to learn magic through water. In this way, the heat created by the fire element was able to spread throughout the body via the air element, thereby curing the cold sensitivity while improving the circulation of the magical flow. The Lord realized that Thor was able to think through everything down to the smallest detail. This really scared all the demons. Kelv shared his guess that the guy was one of the top 5 alchemists in the Empire. The Lord noticed that, on the other hand, he was simply copying an item from the world of heroes. The boy nodded to his master and said that it was so, but in no legend from the world of heroes was there information about an invention that could cure such diseases. Basically, it says that the heroes used restoration magic and enhancement magic for these purposes. Kelv abruptly hid behind one of the columns, fearing his master's wrath. He added, saying that there is no information about an object that is capable of perfectly establishing the circulation of magic, while it looks like the most ordinary container with water and bubbles. The bishop agreed, saying that he too no longer understood anything. Abruptly, the man decided to abandon these thoughts, and ordered that the invention be given to Mabel. Kelv asked if his master was sure, to which the overlord replied that he valued Mabel as a subordinate, and saw no reason to do otherwise. The guy noticed that the girl had become very close to Thor. He noted that it was completely unusual for her to open her heart to someone else. The Lord was surprised by this phrase. It really shocked him. Kelv said that after her exile due to Mabel's inability to use magic, she had a very hard time connecting with people, but Thor was a big exception. The bishop remained silent at this explanation. The guy continued, saying that in connection with all this, he had one guess. He asked why Mabel didn't marry him, because she was probably doing it, and that way he would have a reason to stay in the demon lands. While the king remained silent, Kelv continued, saying that if it still didn't work out, then it would be possible to offer her a political marriage. Suddenly, the Lord shouted loudly that this would definitely not happen. Kelv was tense. He was scared because of his master's reaction, because he reacted too aggressively. The Lord continued to shout that Mabel was his dear subordinate. He had known her since she was a small child, even though they lived in the so-called world, but demons would never bend to people. Kelv tried to calm the gentleman down, as he was now too angry, to which the latter replied that it was too late. He stood up from his throne, raising his menacing figure. He shouted that he was going to personally check what the alchemist Thor Regis was like. Duke Regar's mansion. The man says that he is very glad that he was able to get rid of Thor Regis. The butler poured the drink into the glass and agreed with his master's thought and said that the guy had probably already been torn apart by demons. Taking the glass, the man only laughed lightly. Raising his glass and smiling a sinister smile, he said that this was a most fitting end for a man like Thor. The soldier abruptly entered the room and turned to the butler, informing him that the royal court had requested the sword that they had left for repairs. The man was surprised. He did not understand at all that they would accept such an order. The soldier reminded that they had to repair the magic sword from the time of the heroes, so that Her Highness could use it. The butler remembered that such a request had indeed been made. He remembered that he had made a request for repairs, and replied that he would check it. The loud question that went around town was, couldn't they fix it? The man handed over the sword, confirming his words, and explained that they sent it to the Alchemist Association, but they were refused. The butler waved a piece of paper in the face of the man behind the counter, and said that it had been reported as 80% complete, to which the man hesitated in answering. He added that in fact their employee was repairing the sword, which surprised Dvoretsky greatly. The man behind the counter explained that their budget has been cut year after year, so they try to fulfill orders themselves whenever possible. The butler exhaled and asked them to call this employee. The man smiled and said that the man had already been fired. Dvoretsky was very surprised and asked how it was possible that such an employee could be taken and fired. The man behind the counter waved his hands, saying that they didn't mean to fire him at all, to which Dvoretsky sent him away and asked what kind of man he was anyway. He was told that this man was Thor Kanan. The man added that it was his mother's surname. Now, after returning to the Duke's house, he should have a different surname, Regus. He added that he was a very valuable employee. Continuing his story, he shared that Thor checked the orders that came to them one by one and used them to repair those that needed alchemy. The butler was surprised. The man behind the counter apologized and added that it was the Duke's own request, and they were ordered to keep quiet about this, to hide the name and area of activity of Thor Regus, so that various rumors would not spread, so they could not keep records of his work. The butler clenched his jaw in anger and understanding of the whole situation. The man behind the counter was suddenly surprised and asked if he had returned home. Why didn't the Duke ask him for help? To which the butler loudly replied that he shouldn't dare tell the nobility what to do. The man continued to shout that the sword would be repaired at the best alchemy workshop, and the man behind the counter could forget about its existence and ordered that the name of Thor Regus not be mentioned again. The next day, a cry was heard in the alchemy workshop asking, how come they can't fix it? The man put the sword in front of him, apologized, and said that it was not their area of expertise, to which the butler only became more angry, saying that this was the largest workshop and they could not repair just any sword. The craftsman replied that repairing a magic sword was a very difficult task. The man moved his finger to the right spot and noticed the cracks that were there before, but the blade was still damaged, but it was a magic sword, so they couldn't just give it to the blacksmith. He explained that when repairing metal, it was necessary to add elements of fire and earth, and the butler nodded uncertainly. The craftsman continued, saying that this is why they need the skill of alchemy to bring the metal used in the work in accordance with the original. The butler asked, since he understands all this, then why doesn't he fix it? The man behind the counter replied that they didn't have any such alchemists in the empire, which greatly surprised the butler. The craftsman explained that they existed during the time of heroes, but over time the alchemists began to lose their status and their numbers dwindled. In their youth, he and his comrades often talked about how, if they did not continue their craft, the techniques that had been preserved would be lost to future generations. The man stopped abruptly. He thought that if there was someone who had practically fixed it, then why didn't they just ask him to finish the job? The butler left the question unanswered, not knowing what to do now. The craftsman said that the work of someone who repaired the sword at the highest level, the sword should have split in the middle, but he does not see any traces. The cracks are filled so that it is indistinguishable from the main material. The man leaned forward sharply, begging to be introduced to the master who worked on this sword. He would like to learn a lot from him, to which the butler only became indignant. He cannot introduce the craftsman to him because he disappeared in the lands of the demon lord. The butler was indignant and ordered to simply fix it, because it was just a sword and it needed to be made to look like new. The craftsman doubted and asked if they really didn't need a complete overhaul, to which he received a negative answer. The man tried to save the sword, saying that if the wrong materials were used, the sword's strength would be greatly reduced. The butler hit the table with all his might. He said that all this was unimportant for the sword, which would only be used as a ceremonial one. He asked sharply, had he really decided to refuse the Duke himself? To which the man could only sigh heavily. He agreed to accept the order, but asked that the man indicate in the application that they only take care of the appearance of the sword and not the repair. The butler asked again, did he need to sign the request? The craftsman smiled and answered positively, explaining that this was all to remove responsibility for the quality of the repair. The butler could only agree. Demon Lord's castle. Mabel held out a spoonful of food and asked Thor to open his mouth so he could eat a piece. The guy was very surprised by such attention and blushed slightly. The girl explained that the guy had fixed her pendant and helped her get her magic back, so she wanted to thank him somehow. Thor gave in to her request and ate from her hands. His cheeks were red, but he calmly chewed the food that Mabel gave him. The guy looked at the girl seriously and asked if he thought he could ask the Lord to give him another room for him. Mabel thought for a moment and replied that it would probably work, but it would take time, since they didn't have any free rooms at the moment. Most likely, the Demon Lord thought that he would make this warehouse his workshop, but there are many valuable things here. In alchemy, it is often necessary to use fire and chemicals, so there is a chance of damaging books from another world. And so, the guy thinks that it would be better if he had a separate room for a workshop. Thor smiled sharply and asked the girl to give him a tour of the castle, and they would leave the topic of the room for later. Mabel happily stood up and quickly agreed. The girl bowed and said that she would not spare her life to fulfill any wish of the guy. The guy tensed up and asked to do without all this. The plate from which Thor ate was already empty. Mabel grabbed the plate and said with a happy face that it was time for her to clean up the place and promised to bring tea. She quickly ran away, humming something under her breath. Thor looked down, thinking about his workshop. He dreamed of an object that could create a workshop anywhere. Having opened the book, the guy decided to look in the storage section. Suddenly, Thor remembered that the heroes had a skill that allowed them to store things in another dimension. He tried to remember the name, but could not cope with this task. You could put as many things as you wanted there and take them out at any time, and you could also sort the items in any convenient way. For example, 99 potions. Thor realized that this was the lost technology of the heroes. If he can create a storage box like this, maybe then they can even understand how the hero skill works. The guy understands what to try. As he leafs through the book, he hopes that it will definitely contain what he needs. He seemed to have accomplished his task and skimmed the text. Compact on the outside, spacious on the inside. You can store anything you want, sort items in an instant, and take them out just by thinking about it. Here is the compact White Rabbit storage room. Thor was surprised he found exactly what he found, the same capabilities as the hero skill, called compact storage. Height 2 meters, width 3 meters, depth 4 meters, made of metal, equipped with a large sliding door. The guy did not like that only the external view is shown here. He turned the page to find more details about this magical closet. The guy found a note that the storage room could hold up to 1,000 rabbits, and that it would exceed all expectations and be spacious, like another dimension. Thor took the words about another dimension literally and wondered if this really happened. Did other dimensions really exist? The heroes used a bag or sack, but to get items directly from another dimension, this storage room is a next-generation item. Thor was intrigued by the talk about rabbits and wondered if this was talking about horned rabbits. They were the first ones the heroes tamed when they came into this world. The guy was very surprised that this storage room could hold as many as 1,000 rabbits. He begins to doubt that he will be able to create something so powerful. Clenching his fist, which glowed with a soft light from the magic, he realized that he had to at least try. Having activated the supreme alchemy, he prepared to try. He was not sure, but it was really worth trying. While looking at the items the guy needed to create the storage room, the system reported that the guy lacked the element of darkness and would not be able to create the storage room until he found enough materials. Thor grabbed his head, realizing that he lacked the energy of darkness, but the creation of the object itself was possible. The amount of darkness he can use is still small because until recently he lived in an empire where there is virtually no dark energy and light prevails. Thor folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, knowing that this would be hard for him. Suddenly, the Demon Lord's foot appeared in the room, approaching the guy threateningly. Thor stood, looking ahead and wondering where he could find someone with the required amount of dark energy. Behind him, someone with a really strong aura was slowly approaching. Dark energy was oozing out from this person. Suddenly, the system notified that the absorption was complete and the necessary item could be created. The guy was surprised. He did not expect that dark energy would suddenly appear in his possession. Behind me, someone asked for forgiveness in a heavy bass voice. The Demon Lord came closer and asked Thor Regus if he was interrupting, because he had a very serious conversation with the guy. The protagonist sits down on one knee. The Demon Lord tells him that he does not need to bow because he did not come on an official visit. He felt it even during the audience. The Demon Lord always holds himself with dignity. His mask and Roma are magical items. The alchemist's instinct tells the hero that these are very powerful artifacts. The Lord begins to speak. The man wants to express his gratitude to the protagonist for the fact that Mabel can now use magic. He has known her since she was a little girl, and she is very dear to him. The Lord is grateful to the hero for being able to relieve her of her worries. Thor is happy and says that there is nothing wrong with that. The guy thinks that Mabel has always been there and helped him, so if he managed to create something useful for her with the help of alchemy, then he is already happy. The man tells him that he is strange after all. The guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. The Lord says that all the previous emissaries of the Empire were so scared that they couldn't even speak, and they immediately ran back, but he is completely calm. He always wondered if he was up to something suspicious. The guy is surprised that he noticed it. The Lord is surprised that he was right, and suddenly Thor shows him a book. The guy shouts that he is actually thinking about creating it. He wants to create a storage room that won't break even under the weight of 1,000 rabbits. He asks the Lord for permission to do so because he needs more space to work. The Lord is surprised by this and says that he is indeed strange. He asks permission to ask something. Thor agrees. The man asks him if it is true that he will be able to create an object that will surpass the technology of the hero world. Thor answers positively. The man asks if he is in his right mind. The heroes come from a world that is much more advanced than them. The hero says that they have a catalog of items from the world of heroes. It shows many magical items. The Lord is surprised. The guy says that he knows that the heroes are far superior to them in knowledge, but that is why he wants to continue creating objects of their world, and then perhaps they will be able to comprehend all the technologies. Thor says that this will definitely happen, and he will improve his alchemy skills. After that, he will open his own workshop and hang up an alchemy shop sign. He will collect all possible materials there to create amazing things. The guy wants the items he creates to be usable. He will also be able to hear their opinion and improve alchemy further. The Lord nails him. The guy thinks to himself that he forgot himself and said too much. As soon as the topic of alchemy comes up, he immediately loses his cool. The Lord grins. He laughs loudly and says he likes it. It's the first time the men hear that a messenger from the Empire is trying to benefit the demons. He calls the hero interesting. The Demon Lord gives Thor permission. He is surprised. The man says that, looking at his passion, zeal, he has only one choice. The Lord believes that his aspiration should be accepted. The protagonist cries with happiness. The man remembers that Thor mentioned creating a compact storage room and allows him to do so. The guy asks him if he allows him to use it. He gives his consent. The guy puts the object on the table and says that he has already prepared some materials. The Lord is surprised that he is going to do it right now. Thor is indignant because the Lord himself gave him permission. He had prepared the materials for this item in advance. He had softened and crumpled several metal shields into lumps. Let it be made of metal. The catalog states the dimensions are 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep. But he doesn't need such a large storage room. The elements of darkness required for creation have accumulated enough. The main character folds his hands into tin and says that we can begin. The Demon Lord calls Mabel. He asks her if he is serious about creating an item right now. The girl explains that he is the kind of person who, once he gets excited about something, can't be stopped. The man says he can't understand what's going on in this alchemist's head at all. She says the one who can understand them. The girl remembers that recently, when she showed him the room, he said he would create comfortable clothes for the lizards. The Lord is surprised that a human can do something for them. The girl thinks that he is able to see the essence of things, free from prejudice. He thinks about the difficulties that the inhabitants of the demon land face. Mabel puts her hand on her chest and, with all the seriousness that is characteristic of her, says that the Lord must believe in Thor. The Lord, slightly raising his eyebrows, is a little surprised. He wonders what exactly she meant and what meaning she put into her words. The main character thinks that the size is too big, and he will make all sides 1.2 meters. He has to imagine it. The guy puts his hands in front of him. He will make the body of the storage room from the prepared iron scrolls. He will pour the element of darkness inside to create a storage space, and using the element of wind, he will fill it with air. The materials are determined. He begins to create. The protagonist, lost in his thoughts, imagines the weight, texture, color, smell, and hardness of the object. He tries to feel every detail, paying attention to how it all interacts. The protagonist activates his unique higher chemistry skill and creates a compact storage room with his gift, imagining how it will make his daily tasks easier. In the end, he gets a compact storage room in the style of another world. Its rarity is 5 stars out of a possible 6, and its service life is 100 years. The protagonist thinks that the creation is completed, but only up to the object from the world of heroes. It clearly falls short. The pantry from the catalog is much more voluminous and capacious, and has a keyhole from the drain for rainwater. He could not think the object through well enough. Thor says that he is indeed still very far from their level. However, mistakes are also important, because he strives to surpass the world of heroes. The guy says that the creation is complete. The girl calls him a good boy. The Lord can't believe that he just went and created an object right here. He says that there is not enough space to store materials. Thor explains to his friends that everything is thought out, and they ask the Demon Lord if he has ever heard of the bag, an item that the heroes used. In fact, anything can fit into this infinite space. The Lord answers his question positively and says that this object had an infinite volume. The guy explains that this thing has a similar principle. However, it is the first time he has created something like this, so it turned out a little worse than expected. The Lord asks if the guy is joking. The man asks the protagonist if it is common for alchemists to be able to create subspace. The protagonist thinks about it. The guy says he's not sure about that and thinks that there was little element of darkness in the Empire, so the answer to the Lord's question must be negative. He couldn't have created this item with just his magic power either. The guy tells them to leave the conversation about the Empire and first ask if he can check the item space. The protagonist confidently says that they are going on an unforgettable journey. The girl smiles slightly at the Demon Lord and adds with a playful glint in her eyes that they will soon return to their native land. They are surprised that it is very spacious inside. The girl is amazed at how such a small box can be so spacious inside. They go forward. Mabel shouts to the hero that even if he runs, the edge is still not getting closer. She notes that even in the castle's treasury, there is nothing like that. The guy says that because it is a copy of an item from the world of heroes. Their technology is really amazing. The girl also looks at the miracle around her in amazement. He calls out to her. The girl asks him if he has decided to learn their technique to surpass them someday. The guy says that it is still a long way off. The storage box has an unlimited capacity. But his compact storage room has a capacity limit. In other words, his space is not unlimited. His technique is still far inferior to the world of heroes. Still, he says that by improving this technique, they might be able to create a bag or backpack with spatial storage later. If they succeed, he asks the girl to test this item in action. Tam instantly blushes and is surprised by this. Mabel says that she is just a servant and she cannot accept such a legendary item. The guy denies it and says that the girl always helps him. The Lord asks if everything is okay. The girl blushes very much from the fact that the main character appreciates her and says that Thor simply cannot imagine how he surprises her, but she is incredibly happy about it. The Demon Lord is disturbed and shouts at them, asking why they are not answering and if everything is okay with them. The girl and the boy also answer him that everything is okay. The ruler asks them if he can enter the storage room. They are surprised that he also wants to check the operation of the object. The man explains that as a ruler, he wants to make sure that the object is safe. He goes inside and is surprised by its size. He didn't think it would be so spacious and is really amazed by it. The praise of the Lord is a huge part for the guy. The man says that it is quite light here. The system informs him that a rare SS rank item has been found. Automatic saving. The protagonist is very surprised by this. The Lord also reacts the same way. There is a cloak of concealment, that is, an increase in protection from all elements, and a mask of concealment, that is, an increase in damage from all elements. Suddenly, the Demon Lord's clothes appear nearby. The protagonist looks at the figure that appears, amazed. In the middle, instead of an adult man, there turns out to be a young, beautiful girl with horns. The protagonist realizes that this is the true form of the Demon Lord. He freezes in shock. This is not what the guy expected to see. The Demon Lord screams loudly, "How can this be understood?" and blushes from surrender in front of his subordinates. She herself is amazed by this. The embarrassed girl, modestly folding her arms across her chest, quietly says that she has understood the situation overall. With a slight expression of irritation on her face, she adds that the main character has been forgiven. Meanwhile, the guy is sitting on his knees, looking very guilty. It was his fault that her mask and robes were removed. He completely forgot that this item automatically collects items. This storage room automatically detects and collects rare items. That is why, when the Demon Lord Rukia entered, her mask and robe were automatically removed. That is why the girl showed the protagonist her true nature and appearance. After that, there was a real commotion. Rukia, sitting in the corner, covered her face with both hands, as if trying to hide from the whole world. Her cheeks were burning bright red from embarrassment and shame, and it seemed like she could sink into the ground from the awkwardness of what was happening. Mabel was rushing around her in a panic, barely containing her emotions. She was rushing from corner to corner, not knowing how to help her friend, and her words were slurred in her haste, emphasizing her anxiety. The protagonist continued to apologize along the way, trying to explain what happened, until they both calmed down. Thor bows deeply down and says that he is very sorry. In the end, the Demon Lord Rukia generously forgave him. The girl says that she understands that he did not do it on purpose, so she can forgive him. In the forest, the girls, however, are still very red from embarrassment. Mabel knew about the true form of the Lord. Also in the know were the Kelv, Ruki's personal maids and her family. No one else knows the truth. The girl explains that the Lord of Demons cannot rule the country with such an appearance. Therefore, on the advice of the Kelva, she took on a more appropriate appearance using magical items. The maid says that the Lord is worthy of her title, and her height is not a hindrance, and perhaps she will grow even more in the future. The girl tells her that she does not need to be consoled and closes her eyes with some irritation. Rukia says that she wants to hear the opinion of someone who came here from outside and points her hand at the protagonist. She places her hand on his chest and asks him for his opinion on the Demon Lord's true form. The protagonist looks at his mistress with tension. Mabel watches the situation with tension and looks at her mistress. The guy starts to speak. The main character tells her, with enthusiasm in his eyes, that it is as if he sees a divine image. Rukia looks at him in amazement. Thor says that seeing Her Majesty the Demon Lord has changed his mind about many things. He always thought that magical things were the most beautiful things there are. The girl says that he doesn't respond very well, and asks if it is possible to say that about a person who wears a mask and pretends to be someone he is not. The protagonist looks at her in shock and says he is sorry. He kneels down again and tells her that he also didn't tell her a lot of things. The girl is shocked. Thor explains to them that he is not actually a guest or an emissary of the Empire. The Empire sent him here as a hostage, and this was the condition for sparing his life. Rukia and Mabel stare at him with wide eyes and shock. The boy says that in his father's eyes he is a disgrace and a nuisance to the entire duchy. That's why he told him to go and die, not to tarnish the name of the family with his existence. The protagonist recalls his past. They have the main forces. If he is not a fighter, does not possess the magic of destruction, then he is useless. The art of alchemy for the Imperials is a child's play and is not respected everywhere. Rukia is shocked by this and tries to say something. She doesn't understand how this is possible. The guy says that he considers himself lucky to have fallen into the Demon Lord's domain. Here, he can finally work as an alchemist. With his shoulders straightened, he was able to know the happiness of creating objects and can create what he likes. Mabel asks him if the rumors that he was sent to the land of the Mad King as a hostage and a live Dani are true. The guy answers positively. The girl takes his hand and says that she is unable to understand it. The maid says that it would be better to make everyone think that he is an envoy from the Empire, and then he could use the name of the Empire to dictate his terms here as an Imperial. The evil protagonist smiles and says that they can keep it a secret. The girl looks at him in amazement and awkwardly opens her eyes. The guy seriously says that if it becomes known that he is a harvest sent to the land of the Demon Lord, they will be treated differently here. Relations with the Empire may deteriorate. In exchange, he will keep the secret of the Demon Lord. Both girls are shocked by his words. He thinks they understand everything. He will keep the secret to His Highness, so he silently asks them to keep his secret. He assumes that under such equal circumstances, they will be able to trust him. This girl is insecure and hides her true essence behind a mask and robe. He ponders the true essence of the Demon Lord. Then she remembers what he was like when he served in the Empire. It seemed to him that they were similar. Suddenly the girl starts laughing. Rukia calls him stupid. and says that he is revealing his secret, revealing her secret, and demands mutual silence. She laughs until she cries, unable to contain her joy, and asks him with genuine interest what he is actually doing at this funny moment. Her smile is shining, and her laughter sounds so infectious. He says she likes to laugh. The girl says it's bad that he found out her secret, but she's glad that she'll have dirt on him now too, since he suggested it himself. The Demon Lord has no choice but to believe the protagonist. He asks her in shock if she believes him. The girl asks if she should do this, and explains that she believes him because he believed her, and they exchanged secrets. If she is wrong about him, then it means she is unworthy of being a Demon Lord. The guy blushes and thinks that she is a great ruler. Rukia asks him to stop and blushes a little. The girl thinks that such things should not be said. She informs him that he is an honored guest from the Empire and her personal alchemist, and she wants everyone in the castle to make sure he is treated gently. Mabel puts the phone on her chest and says that she will fulfill her mistress's order. The protagonist blushes from the Demon Lord's hospitality. The girl turns around and repeats that her identity is their secret, and only they should know about it. She looks very playful and smiles at him. Thor agrees. In this compact closet, they were able to reveal who they were to each other. It was like his personal sanctuary from the outside world, and a great place to relax. Suddenly, the maid claps her hands, echoing joyfully throughout the room. She exclaims that everything is fine, and a bright smile appears on her face, reflecting a genuine atmosphere of happiness. The girl says they should have a tea party, and reminds them that they can talk about anything here without fear of being overheard. They could use this place in the future. The Lord says it sounds fun. The guy agrees and says that he wants to thank them for their kindness. The girl asks what he means and says that he just wants to have fun. Mabel agrees and says that she just wants everyone to relax over delicious tea. He realizes that they can use this place for tea. The girls thank him for it. Their palms touch. The tea party is here. This is all part of a story that has not yet been told, but which has already begun to have a profound effect on the Demon Lord, and was subsequently called the greatest tea party in the Demon Lord's castle. In a large dark hall immersed in darkness, the Lord of Demons sat majestically on the throne. His figure was shrouded in a haze of mystery, and his eyes glowed with an ominous fire. A subordinate stood before him, listening to his words, full of power and might. The Lord apologizes for visiting at such a late hour, and says that there is something urgent that he would like to tell his subordinate. The man asks if this concerns Thor. The Lord answers positively, and says that he watched him create new objects, although he knows little about them. The Lord asks not to interrupt, to listen further. The man changes and says that the Chancellor of the Demon Lord has not stopped expressing excitement at the slightest thing. He says that Tora has made another wonderful healing item and asks if it helped this time. The man continues to guess and suggests that he made jewelry for Mabel. The Overlord says that he made a storage space for the items. The man is surprised by this. He says that heroes use things like this to store items with a lot of space inside. He is surprised that the main character was able to create the same object with infinite volume inside, as if he himself had materialized a miracle. Surprise shines in his eyes, and he cannot contain his emotions. Rukia, noticing his extraordinary reaction, politely asks him not to shout, so as not to disturb the atmosphere. The man, pressing his hand to his heart, says with delight that this is amazing, realizing that he has witnessed a real miracle. Well, as they say, it seems to him that he is getting more and more worried. The man explains that only heroes used to have one like this. Rukia is surprised that he also knows about these storage bags. The man explains something about a skill that allows you to store items in another space. This is also one of the reasons why heroes were so strong and could deliver items from small bags. It was a terrible threat to the demons of those years. They saw a man with a small bag and attacked him as an easy target. And a moment later, a huge sword took out the cake. Heroes have only one bag, a proverb that can often be heard in the lands of the Demon Lord. The assistant says that initially, only heroes of another world had this ability. The girl says that she knows about it, and if every person had it, then they would have been destroyed. He presses his hands together and thinks about the storage box Thor came up with. The man shouts that this is very serious, and that it is necessary to prevent the monopolization of this subject by Thor. The Demon Lord says that everything will be fine. Kelv asks her why she thinks so. The girl explains that he said he would make another one for her and Mabel. The man is amazed by this and asks her again what the protagonist will do. He says that the storage box is a concept of rare things, and it will be broken in the world. The Lord asks him to be calmer. He apologizes and says that he is completely confused by all this. The girl says that he shouldn't have been so shocked. Thor asked her to tell him something. The girl explains to her assistant that he told her something and that he wants to be useful. He wants to be useful as the Demon Lord's personal alchemist, and the guy promised to be on their side, so he wants to try to create all the favorable conditions for him. The man asks the Lord if he trusts him. He answers positively. Kelv says that he also thinks he deserves trust because he just gave them a foot bath. The Lord agrees with them. He says that he is like this, and that is why he has no equal. She asks him to make sure that he does not need anything and does not get into trouble. Kelv agrees. Rukia asks him if something is bothering him. The man asks the Lord if anything else happened today, since she is in an extremely unusually good mood. The girl says that everything is fine and they just had a nice conversation. Kelv is asked if there was something more. The girl answers positively to his question. She explains that they just talked and learned a lot about each other's position. She remembers how they held hands when she was in her girl form. After a while, the main character and his assistant move the table. Suddenly, Mabel giggles. He asks for peace what happened. The girl says that she thought about what happened and says that it was very exciting because she was raised as a successor of her childhood. The predecessor of the current Demon Lord was very strong and strict. He could fight dozens of opponents at once, so she wanted to be his equal. The guy says it looks like his home. His dad had to train him to try to get fighting skills. He was ruthless. The protagonist thought that he could even kill him, so he left the Duke's house. The guy asks her if the Demon Lord is strong. The girl answers positively with absolute confidence. Mabel claims that no man can defeat her in a magical duel. The guy asks if there is any point in hiding his face then. The girl explains that some people judge by appearance and will consider the girl weak. She says that there are many such people. However, there are also many strong comrades in the Lord's castle. They recall Mr. Racing, the Flame General. They are known as a martial arts sect in the Demon Castle that feeds on the blood of the fire giant. He is just under 2 meters tall, and his hair is red like flames when he breathes out fire. The boy thinks to himself about what he would like to see, but he is afraid. He says that in the old days, when the Demon King entrusted the flame giant with the hair of the Flame Mountain, the boy asks if it was during the war with the heroes. The 7-day great battle thundered, Raisenga. Then the fire giant could, who defended the castle. That is why his powers are respected. Thora is embarrassed and says it's best not to approach him. Mabel explains that times have changed, and he's actually very kind. The girl smiles and believes that everything will be fine. She says that they are going to walk around castles and suggests doing it tomorrow. The main character likes her idea. He tells the girl that she is very good. She brushes him off out of embarrassment. After some time, night falls. The protagonist thanks the assistant for everything. Suddenly, the girl becomes more serious and addresses him by name. Mabel asks him to address her without unnecessary formalities. The protagonist says that he is very much obliged to her and does not want to disrespect her. The girl puts her finger to the yurt and says that she needs signs of respect. She is just a servant who has been assigned to take care of their new guest. With his status, he is much more important than her. The girl asks him to address her simply by her first name. Thor agrees and promises that from now on, he will address her as she wishes. I was going down on one knee in front of him and asking him to stay here forever. She holds his hand. A slight blush appears on the girl's cheeks, and she explains her actions by saying that she wants to stay with him forever. The protagonist blushes very much and cries out in surprise. The girl abruptly moves away and wishes him good night. Thor is left standing alone in the hallway. He puts his hand to his heart and thinks to himself that it was a difficult day, and he still can't get over it. However, the main character smiles. It's been a few days since he arrived and everything went well. He found a book from another world and made magic items. The protagonist looks out the window at the huge moon and realizes that he is happy that he came to the land of the Demon Lord. Perhaps he will be able to fulfill his wishes and live a long life here. Suddenly his face becomes sad, and he thinks that they are going to return to the Empire. He wants to make this place a real paradise for an alchemist. Thor will try for the sake of the Demon Lord and Mabel, and for all who accepted him. A huge moon looks down on him from the sky. While Thor was visiting the Demon King's territory in the Dulgarian Empire, not everything went smoothly. The action is transferred to the mansion, or rather to a huge banquet hall beautifully decorated with a bromine chandelier and sparkling with cleanliness. In the Imperial Hall, the Blaine clan was enjoying a party. Many different aristocrats and nobles were relaxing in a huge beautiful hall, chatting with each other and greeting each other. Suddenly one of them turns back. Everyone turns their attention to the Duke of Barca Rigas. They notice that he looks amazing, as expected of a nobleman of the first rank. One of the women says she is sure that things are not easy for him now. He is silent. The nobles say that the Duke did everything for the prosperity of the empire, but his son let him down. The noble says that he gave him over as a prisoner to the Mad King. All the aristocrats are amazed by his devotion to the empire and look at him with admiration. The honor of their empire is such aristocrats as he. Everyone applauds him. The man lowers his head and thinks to himself that this is exactly what he wanted, and everything is just like that. He smiles creepily and thinks that this is praise for the Duke. He looks at them like dirty bugs. The man asks him if it is not easy for him to be the center of attention. Now that the shameful vacation is gone, the Duke's fame will grow. Suddenly they turn to him and say something to his son, but the Duke interrupts the aristocrat and turns in his direction irritably. The Duke yells at him not to mention him and says he went to the land of the Demon Lord and died there, serving the empire. The man yells at him for spoiling his fun and orders him to go get something to drink. An announcement is made that His Highness has arrived. One of the nobles in the crowd remarks that her eyes are the blue of the sky. Another agrees with him and says that the princess is here, the bearer of the sacred sword of heroes, and a member of the dynasty's chamber. This is Her Imperial Highness Princess Lyanna, the third princess of the empire. A beautiful girl in a smart dress with a strict appearance appears before the public. One of the women notes that she is not only strong, but also beautiful. Others say that the magic of light that she wields is so powerful that it is akin to the divine. The Duke looks up and with a grin on his face says that this is the majestic Lyanna. He rises to his head and says that the princess is as beautiful as ever. Suddenly the girl turns to the servants with all severity and says that there are people here who do not deserve to be here. She demands to get rid of him. The Duke looks at the princess of the empire in amazement and opens his mouth in surprise. The guards immediately take him by the arms. The man does not understand anything at all and asks why the princess is doing this. The guards tell him that he must leave the hall. The man does not understand why they do not listen to him. They ask to let him go and he breaks away. The Duke turns to His Highness and asks why she is driving him away. After all, he did nothing wrong. The third princess of the Lyanna Empire says that he put her and her people at risk and still dares to express outrage. The Duke does not understand what she is talking about and asks what risk he could expose the empire to. The girl reminds him that she instructed him to restore the magic sword. He remembers that he received such a request. The girl explains that she was told that the restoration was complete and she received her magic sword, but when she used it, the sword could not withstand her magic and the blade shattered. The man, shocked, opens his mouth. Lyanna asks him not to even talk to her because the magic escaped from the blade and she almost lost her life. She owes her life to her comrades who covered her. The man listens to her story, stunned, unable to utter a word. The other aristocrats, also stunned, froze. Later she learned that the magic sword shattered into pieces because during repairs a piece of metal was simply fused into the place of the chip. This piece of nothing interrupted the flow of magic, and as a result, the blade did not withstand. The Duke looks at his princess in amazement and remains silent. She asks him if he still wants to stay. She says that she knows how hard it is to restore a magical item, and wonders why he didn't just admit that they are able to do it. The Duke is silent. The girl asks him if he doesn't know how dangerous a broken weapon is in battle for its owner. Honor obtained by deceiving people. Fame awaits the Duke, and a very bad one. The man shouts that this can't be, and that it is obvious that the restorers did a lousy job and that he is the one who should be punished. The girl looks at him and then says that she checked this with the workshop responsible for the restoration. They gave her these documents. Since it is difficult to completely restore the magic sword, Duke Rigas instructs the workshop to return it to its original appearance. he takes full responsibility. This was certified by the Duke's seal and signature. Regas opens his mouth in amazement and cannot believe what is happening. Everyone else also exclaims in surprise and cannot recover from their surprise. However, the third princess of the empire continues and says that the master added that the magic sword was half repaired. There was a small defect left, which is probably why it split. The girl says that the part of the sword that remained undamaged was the part that was half repaired. It was the only part that withstood her light magic, and only because of that she did not die. The Duke says he didn't think she planned to use it in battle. The girl says that light magic has become so strong lately that after the ceremony, they were tasked with defeating the Hexenbist. She owes her life to the man who perfectly restored the remaining part of the sword and would like to hire him. Lyanna asks the Duke for his name and where to find him. The Duke says that it seems that one of the wandering masters worked on the ball and he is not connected with them and does not know where he is now. The girl is surprised by this and says that in that case she does not want to see him in front of her. The door slams in the Duke's face. He looks at it in utter despair. The butler comes up behind him and addresses him by his title. Suddenly the man shouts at him very loudly and asks him what he did. Saliva is flying out of his mouth. The man screams that he dared to leave such clear evidence against him. Because of him he was cast into disgrace. The butler says that it was impossible to do otherwise. The man screams that he does not want to see him and deprives him of his job. The Duke's honor has fallen, but there is a way to fix it. The man gets into the carriage and orders the servant to get going. The Duke thinks to himself that he must render some service and show that he is of great use to the Empire. He has a plan that will benefit the Empire. He smiles and thinks to himself that if he can use these stupid demons wisely and not care about people, he will be able to regain his glory and even be able to reach even greater heights than before. The action moves to the land of the Demon Lord. The protagonist appears before his assistant and asks her to show him the castle. The girl cheerfully says that he can count on her and smiles. Thor immediately notices her new hairstyle and looks at the inspired girl. The guy assumes that she likes it. The girl explains to him that his room is on the 3rd floor of the West Wing. The servants' quarters are on the 2nd floor, also in the West Wing, so if he needs them, just let him call. Thor and Mabel have an amazing journey through the castle. They go through the kitchen with the cooks, meet the beautiful maids. The girl shows him the antiques. They both have a great time. In front of them suddenly appears a huge, beautiful, flooded with bright light from the main hall of the palace. The girl says that it connects all parts of the castle and asks the main character not to lag behind her. He agrees with her. Suddenly his eyes find a beautiful, huge statue a little to the side. Thor asks his guide whose statue it is. Explains to him that this is a statue of the first king. The protagonist understands that the first king was a woman and looks at the huge statue with inspiration. I had to explain to him that the first demon king holds a sword made from a stone that fell from the sky. It is said that she used it to fight heroes from another world, and that it is a very rare demon sword. The protagonist secretly asks his girlfriend if this sword is a replica of the real legendary sword. The girl says that she expected him to notice her at first sight. The hero says that he knows this because he does not feel any magic from him. This is all thanks to his alchemy abilities. Mabel says that the sword was broken in a battle with a brave warrior from another world, and now she doesn't know where it is. The hero says that he is very sorry. The maid explains that it is the treasure of the demon tribe, and she would like to show it to him. The protagonist says, with a smile on his face, that if he were in the castle, he would try to restore it. Suddenly, they look at each other in amazement. The girl says that this is the sword of the first demon king, and it is not only about restoring it, but perhaps it can help. The protagonist says that they can't do anything if he's missing. The girl explains that she's sure he's somewhere in the outside world, and the king would be glad to find him. The guy agrees with her. He imagines a sweet Rukia, who is very happy with the new sword. The protagonist will look for it when he has the opportunity, or better yet, forge a sword that will surpass the sword of the first demon lord. He starts listing the options he can do to fulfill his plan and please the demon lord. Mabel asks him if he wants to make a demon sword for his majesty. He answers positively. The girl says that her father has a wonderful idea, and if she can do something, he should let her know it. She gets too close to him. Thor blushes because she is too close and is embarrassed. Suddenly, he sees two guards whispering. One of them says that Mabel is always near Master Thor, and the other one notes that she is very happy next to him. The girl pulls him along and says that she will continue the tour. The guy agrees with her and they both walk on, blushing. Suddenly, someone calls out to them from behind. The man says that the main character is a very weak-looking person. The guy immediately understands who is in front of him. He is huge, more than 2 meters, his red hair dissipates like flame. The main character does not believe his eyes. The protagonist, amazed, opens his genus and his eyes widen in surprise. He realizes that in front of him is the Flame General, Mr. Reisinga. The man is surprised that he knows his name and says that he is indeed the General of Flame, one of the generals of the Dark Lord, and he came to visit from the Empire itself. The man looks very threatening. The boy bows his head to him and says that it is a great honor to see him. He introduces himself as Thor Regis and says that she is with a chemist from Bulgaria who is looking forward to working with him. The man says that he is here more for his daughter and she will be very upset if she does not meet him. The protagonist does not understand what he is talking about and is surprised at this. The Flame General introduces him to his daughter Agnes. The girl in armor says it's very nice to meet you and she's sure he's worthy of his empire, even though he looks weak. The maid looks down at the floor. The man shouts that he will be useful in a fight. The girl tries to stop him. She says that he is not fit for a fight and agrees with the man's words. Here the disappointed one says that if he were a warrior of the Empire, he would give him a chance to fight his daughter. The Flame General is very disappointed that the protagonist is so weak. His daughter thinks that it is impolite. The man hits her on the helmet and tells her to calm down, because there is fire in his veins. The girl grabs the sore spot. Suddenly he becomes serious and asks the guy who is really strong in the Empire. He often goes to the imperial capital and has a territory near the border, so he wants to know the name so he can meet him. Suddenly, the parties call him by name. Mabel tells him that Thor is their guest and an alchemist under the command of the Demon Lord, and it is impolite of him to address him in such a manner. The girl looks very determined and asks him to stop sniffing around here for rumors about the Empire. The man remembers that he is their honored guest and says that he admires the king's desire to learn new things from people. However, he believes that strength and combat power should be learned, since both he and Agnes can only prove themselves in battle. Mabel says that His Majesty wishes for peace in the world. The Flame General says that this is why he cannot fight at full strength. He escalates the situation and covers the protagonist with his shadow. The Flame General asks him what he can do and egg him on. His face turns furious, and he asks the protagonist how he can confront them in the lands of the Demon Lord if he doesn't know how to fight. The guards watch this in surprise. Mabel is shaking with fear. She is very scared. However, the protagonist blocks her and asks the girl to move away. Tur understands that the person in front of him is very strong and can be his with one blow. He doesn't know what to do with me if he doesn't answer him. He can try to avoid answering, but he has already made his decision. When he left the Empire, he swore an oath before the Demon Lord. He is sure that he will live here his whole life with dignity. He will be an alchemist until his last breath. Thor puts his hand on his chest and confidently says that with his skills, he can better improve his daughter's armor. The man asks what he can know about them. The guy suggests the girl to add the attribute of the earth. If the water attribute is too strong, it will evaporate strongly and burst out as steam. If it is too weak, it can be defeated by fire and disappear. In contrast, the earth attributes are stones, iron, which are resistant to heat. The guy says that to withstand the power of the Flame Titan, the armor requires an earth attribute to provide heat resistance, and a second earth attribute to provide durability. Adding 2 earth attributes will make this armor very rare. The protagonist also adds that the current armor seems weakened at the joints, as if it could not withstand the heat. His skills are finely honed, and he can make a new enchantment with a precise balance of elements. The maid and the guards watch what is happening with fear. The general's daughter is also silent. He himself angrily tells him not to meddle in other people's business. He won't let some weakling touch his daughter's armor. The man turns around and says they're leaving. The girl screams at her father that he can't talk to her like that. The girl bows before the main character and runs after him. Everyone watches this, amazed. The guards approach the hero and say they are surprised he has not made a move towards him. Another says he is really frozen there. The girl says it is amazing and admires him. We would blush and say that Mr. Raisenga is one of the 5 strongest men in the castle, and he so boldly, openly opposed him despite the pressure. The protagonist says he doesn't think it was bravery. It was the work that caught his attention. The girl remembers the armor and realizes it was scientific interest. Thor also wanted the general to know his power as a magician. He turns to the girl and offers to continue the tour. She agrees. He is interested in learning more about General Rising and his daughter Agnes. He will ask Mabel about it when they finish the tour. The protagonist could not have imagined that he would enrage General Rising, General Flame. They continue the tour. After a while, they finish the tour, and the girl tells him that the tour of the Demon King's castle is over, and they did a great job. The guy thanks her for this, and says that it helped him a lot. The girl answers him politely and says that she was glad to help. She also thinks that now he will often use the bathhouse. The hero says that she is right, and he likes to relax in warm water, so he will definitely use it more than once. The girl says that they can use it without any problems and raises her finger up to emphasize the importance of her words. She tells him to be careful when she hangs a sign and the bathhouse is occupied. After some time, the main character walks along the corridors. He immediately went to take a bath. He, as the assistant told him, paid attention to whether there was a sign or not. There is no sign, and he assumes that the room is free, so he goes inside. The protagonist says that there is no one in the recreation area, and now he can wash himself in peace. Suddenly, deep in the room, he notices Agnes's folded armor. He realizes that something is very loud and assumes that it is steam hissing. The guy suggests that it could be the process of heating the water by the salamanders, which he learned about on the excursion. The protagonist recalls that if we talk about salamanders, they obey the Ifrits. It is not surprising that Agnes looks in here. The guy understands that since he is going to use the bathhouse, he should at least say hello to her. Suddenly, a girl's voice is heard from the side. He turns around and sees a naked girl with her back to him. One of the animals is biting her curls. She asks her scaled pets not to be naughty and looks kind. The girl smiles at her pet and agrees with them. She tells him to play with them after they boil the water. The daughter of the Flame General points her finger, and heat comes out of it. This is a very sweet girl who is very young. Without armor, she looks much more beautiful. She asks the little dragon for forgiveness and says that she has problems with control. The protagonist realizes that this is Agnes and opens his eyes in amazement. Until this moment, he had not seen her without armor and is surprised by her appearance. Her body is covered in flames, and the guy immediately notices that she is naked. Thor understands that there is no clothing that could withstand the descendant of the Ifrit and the flames of the salamander. When Agnes takes off her armor, she is of course naked. The protagonist understands that it is not too late for him to leave. Suddenly, one of the animals starts to growl and notices something behind the door. The girl turns to face him and looks at him in amazement. One of the dragons suddenly knocks the door with my head, and the main character is forced to retreat. He screams in surprise and prepares to repel the attack. A pocket pantry appears in his hands, and he activates it to collect the raging flames. He succeeds and the flame is sucked in. The guy is happy that it worked. He is grateful to himself for having thought to create one just in case, and the possibilities of a small storage room are no worse. It is enough to absorb the flame. Agnes, shocked, puts her hands to her face and is very embarrassed by what is happening. The girl loudly screams and swears at her pet because he threw a flame at His Majesty's guests. She understands that she needs to call a doctor immediately, but wonders what she will tell her father. Suddenly, a guy's voice comes from the crack, and he says that he is fine. She is surprised by what is happening. Thor says that he had something in stock for such cases, so he is unharmed. The girl is glad about this. The main character says that first of all, could they talk after she gets dressed? She shyly covers her curves with her hands and blushes from embarrassment in front of him. The girl agrees. Agnes bows before him. The girl is now in armor and says that this is their second meeting. She introduces herself to him again. The guy reciprocates her feelings and introduces himself, saying that they are asking her to forgive him for the recent incident. The main character sincerely bows before her and apologizes. Thor explains that he heard that the salamanders are responsible for heating the bath, and he was curious, so he looked in. He assumed that she came to them. He saw her armor in the rest area and did not think that she had nothing under it. The guy apologizes again. The girl denies it and says that at such a time, few people come here, and she sometimes comes to help the salamanders warm up. The girl tells him that it is not his fault, and she just did not expect that anyone would come here. Agnes also remembers that she didn't put up a sign saying that Anya is busy, which is why he had to see something unsightly. The protagonist objects to her and says that it's not unpleasant at all. He shouts that rather she is so beautiful that he even looked at her and thought that if a portrait were painted of her, it would be a divinely attractive picture. He immediately blushes and realizes what he said, apologizes to the girl. She is all red. The guy understands that now she is reliving what happened, and deceiving with apologies can be a bad and dangerous joke, so they need to change the subject. He mentions that those who have the blood of the Ifrit are very cool. He explains his point of view by saying that even such first-class armor cannot withstand her flames. Even if only at the joints, they begin to weaken. In my opinion, it is very cool that she has such powerful blue magic. The girl says that she can't control the flames, and when she gets nervous or excited, the fire spreads from her body, so it exercises in flame control when it comes to help the salamanders. She explains that they have been friends with them since childhood, and that she gets nervous around them, and the girls. She says that she has a hard time. Agnes agrees with him, and says that because of this, she doesn't like her mana very much. Before her fire magic was performed, she could wear clothes she liked, but now everything she wears burns to ashes. Sometimes there is so much flame that it even burns those around her. The protagonist nods and says that he will think about how to solve her problem. The girl is surprised that he would do something with her fire magic. The guy says that he will make every effort for this, and Agnes does not understand why he is trying so hard. The protagonist says that it is because he is an alchemist hired by His Majesty the Demon Lord. Agnes wonders if she will be able to wear clothes again. Taurus sincerely promises her that she will be able to do so. The girl remembers her father and says that he can take it dangerously, and it is better for him to forget. The guy says that at the first meeting, you general asked him if he could do something without knowing how to fight. The guy explains that it means explain what benefit you can bring to the demon domain. He thinks that solving her problem will be the action that will meet the requirements of the Flame General. The protagonist is very determined and looks forward. He smiles, and the girl finally agrees with him. The guy gets up and asks for Agnes. He asks her to trust him to solve her flame problem. Under the armor, the girl cries with hope for the future. She really wants to wear clothes again, and wants to make friends like normal teenagers. Agnes bows before him and sincerely asks him to take care of her problem and solve it. The protagonist is very happy about this and smiles at his new friend. The guy says that he will start developing a magical item right now, and before that he wants her to use a mini version of the storage bag that the heroes use to feed the flame to it. The protagonist says that she took care of it, and he will be able to create another one. It is better to share your impressions after using it. She will need to hold it in her hands, mentally pronouncing the word assembly. The protagonist leaves and the girl thanks him. Where in the room something blood of the Ifrit with age gradually masterfully master the control of flame. That is, before Agnes there were those who faced the same problem. In general, it seems that they completely mastered the flame by the age of 20. And for a girl, this will be at best me in 5. She cannot wear whatever she wants and will be forced to be friends only with salamanders. The protagonist looks down at the floor and bites his lower lip. He is very sad about this. You must not be some temporary measure. A more radical solution is needed. He takes the Book of Treasures from the world of heroes. Cake will not be surprised if there is even an object that pacifies the flame. Mabel appears. The girl says that the door was wide open and asks him why he was in such a hurry. The guy explains that he just had the opportunity to talk to Agnes and is going to create an item for her that will contain the flame. The girl turns to him and says that for her sake he must do this. She sincerely asks him. The protagonist recalls all those moments when the girl mentioned family. The protagonist assumes that the girl is friends with Agnes. Mabel answers positively and says that she served in the Demon Lord's castle since childhood, so they often saw each other. She remembers the past, when you haven't played for a long time, but she stops and says that there is a skilled healer in the castle and even completely removed the burn mark. The guy suggests that Agnes burned her a long time ago. The girl is silent and then says that after that they became distant, and at the same time she became friends with Her Majesty. She has been avoiding people for some time now and has stopped showing herself. It seems that she is tormented by guilt and fear of hurting anyone else. Now the protagonist understands how things are, and the image of a crying girl pops into his head. He understands that he needs to start alchemy right now. He will create a magical item that can suppress the mana of fire. X. Maybe if he succeeds, Mabel and Agnes can be friends again. Suddenly an idea strikes him, and he suggests that he can use something. Health Fastening Pendant. It helps improve the circulation of vital energy in the body and strengthens health. He sees the download that due to energy imbalance, it is necessary to use the pendant. The guy says that the health-improving pendant in which the so-called feng shui was introduced, who says that in a similar world of heroes, the general idea of mana differs from theirs. In their mana is divided into light, darkness, earth, wind, and in your world, apparently, mana is divided into 5 types of wood: fire, earth, metal, water. The girl says that it really is not like that at all. The guy realizes that another difference is that in the hero world, mana attributes can be transformed from each other. This pendant probably moves 5 types of mana in a circle. The wood catches fire and feeds the fire, and the ashes left behind become earth, which, in the process of its transformation, creates metal. At least that's what the guy assumes. The book only gives general information, but that's to be expected. The magical community from another world can't just openly post important data like that. He thinks that even in the hero world, mana conversion is a secret technique. Besides, the lack of knowledge won't be a big problem for them. The guy says that apparently the pattern of divine animals on the pendant makes the process of mana transformation pleasant for the owner. It is written that thanks to this, the little inside the body comes to balance. The girl is embarrassed and says that this is a very suspicious object. She blushes a little. The protagonist agrees with her and says that he thinks he can contain the mana of fire. Thor is going to start creating it right now. The protagonist uses the high alchemy skill and makes a relief item. A clone approximately the size of water should be on a smooth chain so as not to damage the skin, and the most difficult thing is to get the figures of sacred animals out of it. Seiryu must be an azure dragon, Byakko. Here too, everything is clear and the main character understands that this is a tiger, which is both in there and in another world. Suzaku, the most harmful image of a scarlet bird. Genbu and Kirin need to be drawn exactly as they look in the book, and then everything will work. Understanding the appearance is complete. Smelting a health-fortifying pendant using a piece of metal as a material with the addition of an internal mana-type conversion mechanism. The protagonist opens his eyes and wonders if it worked. There are probably no problems with the elements of fire, water, and earth, but there are no elements of wood and metal in their world. Thanks to the acquisition of knowledge about the otherworldly mana, became able to handle the earth, metal, and wood elements in addition to fire and water. It seems that the above alchemy can also work with the wood, earth, and metal elements from the otherworldly mana. Then the hero thinks he has had enough of thinking and just needs to do it. Add the elements of fire, earth, metal, and water to create the health-strengthening pendant. The image of the object must be as precise as possible. The main character forms in his head an exact image of the clone that he saw in the book and that he now wants to create for his new girlfriend. He calls the girl and asks her to make sure that the sacred animals on the pendant are exactly the same as in the book. Mabel lists that the dragon is the same, the tiger is the same, the turtle and the bird are also suitable. The girl shouts that everything is fine with the shaggy beast, and the image is exactly the same as in the book. Then the protagonist uses the implementation of the highest alchemy. He thinks to himself that he must ensure the exact transformation of mana. He finally creates a pendant of improved health. In this case, 2 strong little fire Agnes will be replaced by other types of mana, and never again will I have to cry. Finally, the main character gets a pendant of improved health with a rarity of 6 stars out of 6. The service life of this medallion is more than 100 years. The elements that are present in it are wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The protagonist says that he succeeded. He hopes that this will help to contain the mana of fire. The pendant depicts 5 divine beings, and if you concentrate your mother on it, it will circulate in a circle, which promotes healing. The boy confirms the girl's words. She asks what would happen if statues of these divine animals were built and placed around the demon lord's territory. The protagonist thinks about it. What circulates in these pendants makes people healthier. He thinks about what will happen if he applies this to the entire kingdom. Thor says that we can try it. He says that we need permission from all the dignitaries and His Majesty. The guy notes to himself that this sounds very complicated, as if the pendant was made, and now it needs to be tested to make sure that it will successfully convert mana. Such a pendant can be used by anyone, and it can even be made into standard equipment. A knight in armor with his helmet down walks heavily into the palace hall, and another runs up to him, but without a helmet and with a long fringe. He asks Agnes, who has just entered, worriedly where she has been. The man says that the day after tomorrow they are returning to their territory, and he asked her to prepare. She stutters and asks for forgiveness, addressing him as her father. The girl says that she was looking around. The father says that in that case there is nothing to worry about, and the knight once again asks forgiveness for causing worry. He notes that he does not blame her, and also apologizes for the troubles the girl has to go through. He notes that she cannot control her flames because their ancestors were Ifrits, fire giants. The man explains that expressing strong emotions through fire is one of their instincts, and he cannot teach her to control it. She humbly says that she understands. He tells her that the report for the Demon Lord is ready. Father states that they will now return to their territory and begin developing the mine, and they have now received permission for joint operations with the Empire. The girl adds that this is because the territory under their control is located close to the border, and they must be on good terms with the Empire. The man confirms this and smiles mockingly, saying that he met their guest from the Empire, and that he turned out to be a white-handed nobleman. The girl hesitantly calls her father. He, ignoring his daughter, continues to say that the boy clearly has no fighting skills. He asks how a nobleman can be so frail, since he imagined the aristocrat from the family to be strong enough to compete, and calls him pathetic. The father adds that it is disappointing. The girl does not like the way he speaks about the guy. She asks her father to stop saying such things. The man turns around in surprise. The girl defends Thor Regis and says that he is a good man. The father asks if she has communicated with him. Agnes answers in the affirmative. She says that the guy was worried that she couldn't control her flame and gave her a valuable item, so the girl asks the man to stop speaking badly about him. Agnes is determined. Her father's face becomes serious. He remembers how Thor offered to improve his daughter's armor with his skills, and asked to be allowed to add the attribute of Earth. He turns away and says that they don't need anything from this man. Agnes tries to object, but he again remembers the magical item. The man sadly says that even with it, she can still only wear this armor. The girl still wants to say something, but her father interrupts her, putting his hand on her metal shoulder and saying that she must understand. He explains that he thinks of her more than anything else, and that even the development of the mine is being done for her benefit. She knows about this, and that her father communicated with the border counts of the Empire for her sake. The man says that if the negotiations with the Empire are successful, it will be useful for her, since it will be necessary to destroy the beast lurking in the mine, and she will be able to help by showing her strength and usefulness. Agnes turns to her father with doubt. He claims that the girl's flame will defeat the magical beasts, and this will amaze the people of the Empire. Everyone will talk about her. The man adds with a smile that they will admire her, noting that she is his daughter. Agnes humbly agrees. Deep down, the girl thinks that she could live a much kinder life, but she doesn't know how to achieve this. She recalls that when the fire mana awakened, it went out of control, and Agnes accidentally hurt her dear friend. As a result, the fear of hurting others caused her to distance herself from the people around her. Then the girl thinks that, despite this, Thor spoke to her. The girl reflects on the fact that the guy not only wasn't afraid of her fire, but also offered to help. In her eyes, Thor is an amazing person, and she understands why Mabel is on his side, because good people get along with each other, but she can't be with them. As long as she has that flame inside her, she cannot stand near them. She tells her father that she understands her position as a daughter of the Ifrit family, and that she would never do anything that would tarnish his name. The man hesitantly agrees and notes that the departure will take place the day after tomorrow, and until then, she is free. The girl agrees. Night falls and the moon illuminates the castle. The girl takes off her armor in her room. She thinks about how the day after tomorrow she will no longer be in the Demon Lord's castle. The girl's entire body is on fire. Approaching the window, she notes that the guy said that he would find a way to suppress the magic, but there was too little time left. Agnes thinks that even these words of Thor are enough. She remembers the amazing object and opens it, thinking that nothing more is needed. She is determined to talk to the guy the next day and thank him for his concern. The flames around her body calm down a little. A masked man sits on a throne in the hall and says that the search for a suitable place for Thor is not going very well, addressing the man standing before him as Kelv. The man with horns replies that it is not easy to create an alchemical workshop because you need a place where you can easily find alchemical materials. The man in the mask does not answer. The man goes on to explain that living within the castle, going outside to gather materials and stones is problematic. He also notes that another problem is that both the palace and the cities are full of people who may not immediately accept Thor. The masked man agrees with the man, saying that it is too early to introduce Thor to the general public. He adds that although the boy has no prejudice against either demons or non-humans, the demon people are not used to humans. The man responds that a place with natural environment and few people would be more suitable for Thor than a city. The horned man sighs that Thor has no one to stand up for him. The figure on the throne hopes that despite the difficulties, the subordinate will continue the search. He agrees. The Lord begins a conversation about Reinsenga. She thinks about how, even though the general was told that Thor was a guest, he is not very polite to him. She thinks about how Reinsenga did not harm Thor, and if he is punished for his rudeness, then the boy will be treated with caution. She comes to the conclusion that in this case, Thor will not be able to do what he wants, consult with the demon lord, and create magical items, and they cannot allow this. Out loud, she interrupts her unstarted order. The Lord tells Kelv to take over the workshop, to which he bows in agreement, calling her, Your Majesty. The next day, Agnes meets with Thor. The girl in armor bows and greets the guy. He thanks her for coming. Agnes also notices Mabel, the blonde girl, peeking out from behind Thor, apologizes, and says that she asked him to take her with him because as a maid she wants to help him. Agnes hesitates. The boy's face darkens, and he realizes that the girl is still upset about Mabel's burn. Agnes says that she came to say goodbye to him, which surprises him. The girl says that she must return to the estate with her father the next day, and although Thor said that he would make an item that would help, he is unlikely to have time before leaving. Agnes apologizes for what happened. At this point, the guy says that the item is already ready. He shows the pendant with a smile and says that it is an item for suppressing flames. The girl looks at the thing in amazement. Thor explains that he is converting the fire mana into mana of other attributes and thus weakening her power. He assures that she will become flexible like wood, durable like earth, and strong like metal, and her skin will probably become shiny like water. Agnes is surprised at how quickly the item was made. The boy asks her to experiment with the health-boosting pendant and says Mabel is here to help with it. The maid holds up the clothes they prepared for Agnes. Mabel approaches Agnes and asks her to take off her armor. Agnes refuses and backs away, afraid that she will burn her dress and hurt her again. Mabel soothingly tells the girl that Thor made this item for this very purpose, and that it is impossible to make a mistake in what he does. The girl admits that she is afraid, but the guy assures that if anything happens, he will adjust the pendant. Thor enthusiastically says that he will create the item as many times as she needs, and this is his sincere desire. The girl is embarrassed. Agnes recalls that the boy had previously calmed her down when she was nervous and unsure. The girl hesitates, but confidently says that if she leaves without trying, she will definitely regret it, and this is what scares her the most. She holds out her hand and says she would like to use the pendant he made for her. Thor happily gives her the pendant. The heroes are transported to the castle. Thor sits in the room, waiting. Little dragons frolic around him. Agnes hesitantly walks out of the room in a dress and thanks the guy for his patience. The girl in the maid dress says, embarrassed, that it has been a long time since she wore anything other than armor. She asks if she looks weird, but the guy says it suits her very well. The girl blushes and becomes completely embarrassed, trying to deny it. The pendant works in such a way that fire magic imposes a 100% energy effect, is divided into 5 attributes, and converted into 5 types of mana. Thor observes the object, noting that it glows, which means it transforms the mana of fire into the mana of wood, metal, water, etc. The girl feels full of energy, and her skin glows. And the hero mentally adds that the transformed mana of each attribute has its own special effect on the owner, and the pendant itself strengthens the health, body and mind of the owner. Agnes notes that her body feels very light. The girl smiles, and a small dragon flies up to her. Then she takes off from the ground. She flies into the air, which surprises the girl greatly. Mabel and Thor look at Agnes floating, and Thor says that all her mana is now going into strengthening her body. He explains that it will take some getting used to, but now the flames shouldn't burn her clothes or cause any discomfort. The girl, clutching her skirt, falls to the ground in embarrassment. The guy is very embarrassed that when she came down, her skirt got lifted up. He apologizes for what he saw. She actively protests and says that everything is fine. The pendant shows how her stats are being transformed and improved. Agnes notes that when it starts working, it's a bit disconcerting. Thor replies that it's a side effect. The guy is in any case very happy that the experiment was a success and the health-strengthening pendant works. Mabel also thanks Thor and, smiling, says that now she can fulfill her longtime wish. The guy does not understand what she is talking about. The girl approaches Agnes with her arms outstretched and apologizes to her in advance. Agnes also does not understand what she wants to do. Mabel hugs her with a smile. The girl tries to pull away and says that when emotions are unstable, a fire can happen. She says not to worry about it. The maid continues to hug Agnes, noting that she has always been afraid of hurting others and assuming that she instilled this fear in her, apologizes. Agnes says that is not true. The girl cries and tells Mabel that it is her fault, that as a child she was unable to control the awakened mana and burned her, and now she must apologize. The maid looks tenderly at the girl and notes that Agnes was constantly apologizing back then, and if she hadn't cried and run away, she would have accepted her abilities more calmly. Agnes continues to deny and insist on her own. Mabel reassures her and says that everything is fine now and the fever will not affect anyone else. The maid laughs, still holding the crying girl in her arms, and declares that now she can be like everyone else. Agnes finally agrees and thanks Mabel, and although the girl's mana was out of control from the emotions that overwhelmed her, the pendant worked as it should, and nothing happened, except that everything around her began to shine. The girls look around in surprise, watching the glow, and then laugh happily. Thor is also very happy to watch this pleasant scene. Mabel also invites him, saying that it is his turn now. Thor doesn't understand what she means and looks at the girl in amazement. She tells him to hug Agnes too. Agnes tries to object, blushing and embarrassed. Mabel advises her to use every opportunity to establish communication with people. The girl still tries to say something against it, and states that Thor may be against it, and it will be unpleasant for him. Mabel turns to the boy and asks if he likes the idea of hugging Agnes. The boy sheepishly replies no, thinking that the question is rather unfair. An embarrassed boy and girl walk towards each other with outstretched arms. The guy thinks that he shouldn't hug her tightly, and at that moment a voice is heard calling Agnes. It's her father, walking down the hallway, wondering where the girl has gone. The man enters the room, thinking out loud that she must be there. He notices a girl walking into his arms and at first smiles happily at having found her. He then notices the position he and Thor are in, and his eyes widen in shock. The man's expression changes, and he seriously asks the boy what he's doing. Thor turns around and replies doubtfully that it's hard to explain. The man gets fired up in an instant, angrily asking what the guy is doing with his daughter, and gets into a fighting stance. Mabel stands in front of him, arms outstretched, trying to stop him, shouting at him to wait. Reincarnation shouts at Mabel to get out of the way, but she says she won't budge, because Thor is her benefactor and the one who helped his daughter. Agnes calls out to her father, worried. The man does not listen to the maid's arguments and reaches out to the boy, threatening to take him to his estate and make him pay for all the crimes he committed against Agnes. Thor tries to reason with the enraged general, but he doesn't even want to listen to him. The man deftly jumps away from Mabel, aiming straight at the boy. Reincarnation is already rushing to attack, and Thor realizes that he is so fast that the maid will not have time to react. The boy remembers asking Mabel what kind of person the general is. She told him that he is very protective of his daughter, and is also considered a strong warrior, about whom there is a legend that he pierced 100 people with his fiery spear. Now Thor thinks that all the power of such a great warrior is against him, and Reincarnation is already raising his hand to strike. At that moment, Agnes stands right in front of him and parries her father's blow, managing to grab his hand. The force of this interaction sends out a shockwave. Frowning, the girl tells her father to listen to her. Thor is amazed to see Agnes stop the blow with one hand. Reincarnation screams the girl's name in shock as she continues to look at him with all seriousness. The pendant on her neck shines and works properly, transforming the indicators and doing its job perfectly. The father, amazed, asks her if she has mastered her mana. The girl is covered in fire, but now everything in her body is balanced. The medallion glows and floats in the air. The man wonders what has become of her. The girl's eyes are shining, and she looks confident in her abilities, which is helped by the item created by Thor. The hero is still standing behind. Agnes tells him that the guy did everything possible for her. At first, the father doesn't understand what she's talking about. The girl says that thanks to the guy, she can now wear normal clothes. The father finally happily notices that she's not wearing armor anymore. Thor says he is an alchemist, so when he heard what happened to Agnes, he thought he should come up with a solution. He is glad he was able to explain himself, but her father does not accept his arguments, claiming that the boy tricked her into dressing like that. The guy is shocked, and the man continues to spin the idea that Thor told Agnes that this dress can withstand fire and undressed her. He calls the hero a pervert and says that his patience has run out. Reincarnation enters battle mode again, shouting that he will not leave Toru a chance to escape using the flames of the fire general. The boy reacts and opens a small box, calling it a storage. All of the man's flames are sucked into this small object. Reincarnation looks at it in amazement and asks the guy who he is. Thor introduces himself as an alchemist under the command of His Majesty, the Demon Lord. The guy explains that his goal is to solve the problems of the inhabitants and make the place a better place to live, and that is why he came up with a solution to Agnes's problem. The man is torn apart with anger. Thor knows that he does not believe him, but asks him to at least listen. Mabel also tries to reach the general, but nothing reaches his ears. Reincarnation rejects all the guy's arguments and shouts that she will still get him and make him talk. He doesn't back down and reaches for Thor again, but his daughter grabs his hands, holding him back. She pins his legs to the ground with her strength. Agnes asks her father to stop and squeezes his wrists tightly. The man screams at her to let him go, because he is trying for her good. The girl uses her powers to hold her father in place, her power surging to counter the man's flames. Mabel, Thor, and Reincarnation himself look at what is happening in amazement. The man does not understand what is happening. He asks how she was able to gain such power that could resist him. The girl's hair turned into flames. She says she is so powerful because she is angry. The father does not understand where the fire is, because if the girl is angry, she should burst into flames. The girl says that thanks to Thor, she has tamed her mana. The guy looks at what is happening and thinks that all her magic is transformed by the health improvement pendant, and from it she draws strength that exceeds her own several times, vital energy and flexibility. He realizes that she has enough strength to block Reincarnation's movements. Agnes screams that her fire could only hurt others, but now she can use it to protect the people she loves. Her father can't believe it. She lifts her father above her and says that Thor helped her gain the power of the primordial flame, and thanks to him, she realized everything. Her father is still in shock from the information he received. Still holding the man in her arms, she demands that he apologize to the boy. The boy, watching this, turns to Mabel, who is standing nearby. Thor asks her if she knows a legend about a hero who lifted a dragon. The maid replies that she knows one, where the hero crawled under the dragon's belly and lifted its enormous body. Watching Agnes hold her father, the boy says he thought a dragon was too much for a hero, but now he thinks it might be true. Reincarnation shouts that he will do as his daughter says and asks to be lowered to the ground. The dejected general sits on his knees before the heroes, and Agnes tells him the whole story, once again noting that Thor made a flame-suppressing item for her, and he got it all wrong. The man finds it very difficult to accept the truth, and he turns his attention to her pendant. Agnes takes it in her hands and explains that this particular health enhancement pendant serves as a suppressor of fire mana and converts it into other mana. The man digests the information he received, and the girl adds that now the regular clothes Mabel gave her don't burn on her. The general asks if what Agnes said is true. Thor confirms it. The girl enthusiastically says that thanks to the item, she can now wear dresses that she could only dream of and is outraged that instead of gratitude, her father attacked Thor. Reisenga tries to say something, but already looks guilty. He bows so hard to the floor that he hits his head and screams that he's sorry. He complains out loud about how he treated Agnes's benefactor and says that he is very ashamed of himself. The man did not think that someone outside could be so kind to her and says that Thor is a good man. The boy notices tears in his eyes. Reisenga cries and says he is stupid compared to Thor, noting the boy's kindness and how he was willing to go against him for Agnes. The boy is amazed at the strength of his father's love. The man reproaches himself for failing to see the true nature of man, even though people call him the Flame General. Thor says he should have listened from the start. Reisenga says decisively that if he is so blind, he will gouge out his own eyes. The guy runs up to him, stops his hands, and shouts that blinding himself is completely unnecessary. Thor admits that he intends to stay in these lands for a long time, so it will hurt him to see his wounds every time and he will blame himself. The man agrees. The boy asks Reisenga not to blame himself too much, because he did not know that his daughter had curbed her powers. Thor realizes that he not only noticed the strange clothes, but also could not have known about the flame. The boy thinks that the general truly loves his daughter and cares for her, and does not see his child as just an instrument. He believes that the general is a much better father than many. The guy even feels a little jealous. He offers the man to start their relationship from scratch. Reisenga agrees and says that he will follow his advice, but notes that he will report his mistake to His Majesty. The general also says that he will tell Thor what they owe him, and that this is the best he can do. The guy assures that everything is fine. The man also adds that he wants to repay Thor for helping him and asks him about it. He thinks about it. Thor understands what he wants. It's getting dark outside. Reisenga appears before the Lord and his subordinate. He bows, kneeling. The Lord says that it is not typical for the general to ask for an audience with her. The girl knows that the man values physical strength and therefore underestimated her youth. She would like to strengthen his loyalty. The man addresses her by her title. Reisenga solemnly swears to the Lord, calling her his Lord and Master, his loyalty forever and ever, and says that he will give his life and soul if he breaks this oath in any way. He adds that this is in the name of the primordial flame. The Lord and his subordinate cannot understand what the general means. The man with horns asks him again about the flame. The man asks the general if he understands what he is talking about. The Lord asks Kelva what he means. Kelv explains that this is an unbreakable oath of those with the blood of the Flame Titans, and was only uttered once before the first Demon Lord. The Lord asks Reisenga why he would do such a thing. The man says that he was stupid and disrespectful towards his alchemist subordinate, so he should apologize to him too. The Lord realizes that the general is talking about Thor, and asks what happened between them. The man says that the boy cured Agnes of her uncontrollable combustion. Kelv and the Overlord are amazed that such a thing is possible, considering that only her armor and Thor could withstand those flames. Reisenga explains tearfully that at first he thought the boy had deceived the girl, and foolishly tried to threaten him and imprison him in his domain. He says he was blinded by anger, but Agnes corrected his mistake. The Lord asks if Agnes was really able to stop him. The man confirms this and says that thanks to Thor's item, the fire mana was converted into physical power. Reisenga tells how her daughter stopped him with one hand, and with two, she was even able to lift him above her head. Kelv and Lord are amazed by this information. The Lord knew that Thor would surprise her, and is glad that it happened so in time, and he taught his daughter the general she needed. She smiles and praises the alchemist to herself. The man admits that he was overcome by doubts about the need to learn from people, but after meeting Thor, he changed his mind and decided to swear allegiance to His Majesty and entrust himself to his mercy. He bows again and asks to be punished for his mistake. The Lord looks at the general in shock. Kelv also starts running around, amazed, saying that the fire of the descendant of the fiery titan is transformed into physical force, and that this force is enough to block the Chancellor. The man then hits his head against the wall, and Lord thinks about how high-ranking officials have been hitting their heads a lot since Thor appeared. She then begins to think about what punishment to give Reisenga. She thinks that this time, unlike the last time, the general not only threatened, but also tried to harm the alchemist. As the Overlord, even knowing that this was a misunderstanding, she should not forgive him. She asks what kind of punishment Thor wanted for him. The man says the boy did not want to be punished. The Lord admits that this is typical of him and asks the man's answer. Raisenga begged Thor to punish him, but he suggested something else. The Shining Guy said that he needed alchemical materials, and the general's lands were mountainous and rare ores were mined there, so this would be both his punishment and a reward for Thor himself. The hero asked to be given the right to visit the lands of Raizeng and search for materials, and also asked to introduce him to the inhabitants of the lands, because in the future he wants to create an alchemical workshop. The Lord thinks this looks a lot like Thor. She is sure that the guy was thinking about her and Agnes' situation when he said all this. The girl reasons that if he insisted on punishment, Agnes would also fall into disfavor, and Thor, probably for this reason, did not want Raisenga to be punished. She decided on a punishment for him, as Ruki would have done. The Lord rises from his throne and announces his punishment to the man, saying that because he was going to take Thor away, he is taking away part of his lands. Raisenga, with a dark expression, agrees with the punishment. The Lord adds that it must be a place where materials can be quickly mined and collected. The man understands what the Lord is getting at, and the Lord says that they should build Tora a large and comfortable house and workshop on this land. The general, with tears in his eyes, says that he will gladly accept this punishment. The Lord is very pleased, and she is surprised that Thor's home will be on what would seem to be the most unlikely land to begin with. She reflects that the lands of Raisenga are rich in natural resources and not very populated, so the alchemist will not be disturbed there, and he will also be under the protection of the general. The Lord asks Kelv what he can say in his defense, but he still continues to be amazed at what happened. The Lord asks him to stop banging his forehead. The man turns and says that it is indeed good for them too, because Raisenga is negotiating with the Empire, and if the punishment is harsh, they can take advantage of the discord among their lords. The Lord thinks that a mine is currently being developed on the general's territory, and as a preliminary step they are preparing to defeat the demonic creatures that live in those mountains. She understands that the army will be gathering on the border with the Empire, and they don't want the Empire to misunderstand this as an invasion, so the general is negotiating with the border county. The Lord realizes that if the outcome is successful, the Empire and the demons will work together. She muses that if they join forces, they will defeat all the monsters in righteous anger. Then it occurs to her that it was the Empire that banished Thor. It is for this reason that she is not sure that such people can be trusted. The next day, Raisenga and Agnes return to their lands. Before that, the general announced that he would prepare a residence and workshop for Thor on their lands. The man said that this would be done as an apology, and now everything would be fine. Agnes also said she was looking forward to it and seemed embarrassed that she had not been seen in public in normal clothes for a long time. The boy saw them off and returned to his room to continue his alchemy research. Agnes gave Thor a stone that does not melt at high temperatures, which she kept as a talisman, but she no longer needs it. She knew he wanted something as a material, so she happily gave it to him. The guy, looking at the stone with interest, wonders if it is meteoric iron, and if so, it is a very rare ore. He thinks about the stone that was found near the mine, unchanged by the high temperatures. He uses the evaluation and thinks about how it could be useful for something. The first example that comes to his mind is a weapon to defeat monsters. In the mining area of the Demon Lord's lands, the caves are teeming with huge spider-like monsters. They catch animals and wrap them in webs, creating cocoons. A whole group of fit, muscular warriors gathered in the forests. The boss shouts to his group that these lands are full of treasures, so they better show their working skills. A subordinate calls out to him saying that monsters live here. He also says the fiery general, but the man interrupts him. The boss replies that he doesn't know the general, but if he shows up, he'll deal with him with his axe. His team shouts supportively. At this time, monsters are already approaching them, and the main one is shot with webs. He turns around, not understanding what happened. They attack the man and drag him towards them. He screams in horror. The creatures begin to eat him right there. As the spider-like monster finishes eating the man, his comrades watch in fear. That subordinate shouts to everyone that everything is lost, and they need to run. Something hard flies right at them. It turns out to be the paw of a giant monster, which is several times larger than those that attacked them earlier. The spider-like creature places its claw right on the humans, and the little monsters come running to eat. Thor approaches the castle, holding the stone that Agnes gave him. The guy is amazed that it turns out to be a cosmic attribute, a meteorite that fell from dark space. Thor is glad that since he came to the lands of the Demon Lord, new attributes are becoming more and more accessible, because in addition to the 5 attributes of the earth, the attribute of space is now available to him. He mentally thanks the Lord for the opportunity. He enters the castle and talks about how His Majesty wanted to show him something, but since there is still time before the meeting, he decides to tidy up the pantry, where many different things are stored. He sees a lot of boxes and says with admiration that these are all now his treasures. But then he notices something. He notices the demon sword, which is similar to the one the first demon lord had. Just as he begins to look at it, his name is revealed and he invites His Majesty to come to him. The girl, without the lord's robe, appears before him in black shoes and an outfit, noting that she wants to wear it to the next tea party. She is wearing a black, semi-transparent dress with a full skirt. The guy says it suits her very well. The girl asks to be called Rukia and tells him a little secret that she doesn't like being called Your Majesty because it sounds distant. The guy tries to say that he didn't mean it that way. The girl says contentedly that in that case, she orders to call her Rukia. She notes that in their land, the Demon Lord is considered a tyrant, and she can be quite selfish. He agrees to call her more familiarly. He asks her if she wanted to hide her outfit until tea. Rukia pouts, gets embarrassed, and says that she thought he would like it. Thor also blushes and is touched by the girl's behavior. She asks what he was doing. The guy says he was clearing out a warehouse and found a sword. He shows it to her and asks if she knows anything about it. Thor notes that it certainly looks like a demon sword, but it is not as long as the statue holds. Rukia asks him what he thinks about it. The guy assumes that it is a replica, since the material is iron and the only impurity is an addition. He says that someone probably tried to recreate the lost sword, but the result was not so good, so the idea was abandoned. Thor also notes that the blade is broken, making it unusable for cutting and is now a defective item. Rukia confirms this. She reveals that, in her grandfather's time, there was a plan to revive the demon sword, and the elves and dwarves worked together to create a replica, but when they tried, they found that they could only achieve a fraction of its power. Thor asks if he can take the sword. Rukia doesn't understand why he asks, if the warehouse is the one that allows him. But since he wants it official, she hands him the sword, and the guy thanks her. Thor asks if he can make a magical sword worthy of Rukia out of this replica. The girl does not understand what he means. The boy admits that one of his dreams is to create a sword that will surpass the sacred sword of the Empire. But he has no fighting skills, and even if he does, it will be of no use to him. Rukia understands this, and the boy says that he wants to create a sword just for her. He heard from the general that the girl will soon go to eradicate magical beasts, and thought that she could take it. The girl thanks him for thinking about it, but says that they won't need the sword this time. The guy is surprised, but he guesses why. She says that this time they need something that will allow them to attack from a distance, and something that anyone can use, an item that will help them in combat. Rukia notes that they won't have any problems with something like that. Thor replies that he understands what she means and repeats the qualities she listed. He enthusiastically declares that he will try to come up with something similar. With a quick goodbye, he runs off, and she says with a warm smile that he is a busy man. Thor sits and reads about hexen beasts, creatures that are incapable of intelligent dialogue and attack both humans and demons. They can be animals, giant insects, or lizards. He is thinking about what kind of item Rukia needs. He thinks that making a sword would be really cool, but he is very interested to see what will come out of it. Mabel is behind him, excitedly thinking about what kind of item they will create today. He stands up and happily says he'll try to create it. The guy opens the book in front of Mabel's face, and she looks at the pages. She says she can't read the words, but what she sees is a black cylinder with a shiny surface, at the end of which is a transparent stone. The guy notes that it is a tool used by heroes to win. Mabel says that it sounds great and that they could use something like that. Thor offers to make the item right away. He asks the girl for help, and she agrees. Thor thinks that first of all they need a, quote, magic stone with the element of light. And as for the movement of light in a straight line, they will only need to surround it with darkness. And for this, they need a stone of dark magic. He uses higher alchemy. The guy adds a wind attribute, which also means to circulate and to carry over long distances, so he will be responsible for the range of the light beam. He turns the light into darkness and makes it go straight, because it is designed simply, so it is aimed, and the beam reaches any place lying in a straight line from the shooter. He tries to concentrate better, so as not to lose the image in his head. The guy assumes that it will be a little bigger than the one in the magazine, but this does not scare him. He activates the higher alchemy again. Thor creates a laser pointer that uses light mana to direct dark mana, which makes it go straight, compresses and stretches the beam, and wind mana to direct the force to the location where the strike is aimed. It also cannot be aimed at sentient beings. He happily holds the object from the hero world in his hand and says that it is ready. Mabel does not understand what it is and asks what its properties are. The guy gives her a magazine and asks if she has looked at the catalog, along with the translation guide. The cover says that the laser pointer is an indispensable item for presentations, with which you won't need an assistant. The guy notes that he doesn't know the meaning of the word presentation, but thinks that the item is definitely excellent, because the description speaks for itself. Mabel points to the headline that this is a course recommended for anyone working as a teacher, and asks how to interpret the slogan, "Your instructions will be passed on." Thor says that the captain of the squad can point out the enemy to attack. Mabel also repeats the title, that the instructions will be passed on, and the area will become quiet. The guy confirms that it is about the enemy that will soon become silent. The guy explains the phrase about not being able to direct it at people as a sign that it only destroys magical beasts, and the fact that it is used for competition means that for them, exterminating monsters was like a game. Thor says he heard that the heroes here also competed to see who could defeat the most magical beasts. Mabel points out that if that's true, the laser pointer could mean a monster hunting competition. The guy smiles and says that Mabel has already settled in. She shyly states that she is just an assistant. Thor notes that it is only intended for hunting monsters, so there are no records of it being used on intelligent beings. He thinks that the heroes created it to effectively defeat magical beasts. The guy says that there are legends about heroes who attacked monsters from a great distance and quickly defeated them, so if the object can reach the mountain, the beast will not be able to approach the shooter. He asks Mabel to look at something. They look at the drawn bird and regard it as an example of the creature, noting that it does indeed look terrifying. Thor muses that the pointer is an item that will increase the range of Rukia's magic, and that such a powerful item from the world of formidable heroes could change the shape of warfare in their world. He calls this strategy the terrifying presentation. The guy says that this item is perfect for exterminating monsters and offers to test it. Mabel eagerly agrees. They go outside and see someone arguing. One says that they need to lead the troops into battle immediately, while the other protests, noting that in that case, the rear will be under attack. The magician with the staff shouts that if they move forward, they will not be able to cover them. The bullman replies that they will fight until they are surrounded. The elf says that in that case, they will have no defense left, and the minotaur assures that they will destroy everyone. The mage tries to convince them that it is not in their interests to get too close to their enemies. The minotaur responds that they cannot attack unless they get close enough, and that they are only good at close combat. The guy thinks that the monsters this time are large gargaras and the smaller monsters that follow them, and also believe that if their numbers are not controlled, they will gather more impressive hordes of monsters around themselves. Minotaurs and other vanguard troops want to rush into the line and destroy the main monster in one fell swoop. Magic troops tend to fight from afar, but if the vanguard attacks, the magic ones will have to too. He realizes that if the front ranks engage too far from the back, the enemy will be out of range of their spells, and that is why their discussion has reached a stalemate. Mabel says that they have arrived. They are on a training field, at the end of which is a stone target. The girl explains that the distance from the line to the target is a comfortable distance for mages to attack, and where they are standing, the target is barely in the kill zone. The boy asks if he should hit closer to the center circle. The girl confirms. He prepares the pointer hanging from his belt for the attack. Thor wonders excitedly if the laser pointer will be effective. Mabel notices that a red dot has appeared on the target. The guy explains that this is the effect of a laser pointer and asks the girl to direct the spell directly at the light. The maid directs a magic arrow at the behest of the operator, which hits the target exactly. The boy says admiringly that it's wonderful, and Mabel doesn't understand what happened. She thought she wouldn't hit it, because the distance was quite large. Thor praises the shot and suggests increasing the distance. They move away 1.5 times more and the attack also hits the target. Then they increase the distance by 2 times. The centaur and the magician continue to argue with each other, proving how it is more convenient for them to attack and defend. The centaur points out that there is someone at the mage shooting range, but the elf notes that they are too far away, on another building, and will not be able to hit the target. To their great surprise, at that moment Mabel's arrow flies past and hits the bullseye. Thor calls out to the girl. He muses that the confirmed range is 3 times the norm, but they can't test the greater range because they are standing on the edge of the training area. Later they approach the target, and the guy says that all the attacks hit the target, so the experiment can be considered successful. The girl does not understand how this is possible, because the target is outside the effect of magic. Yet she notes that all of her arrows hit their mark. Thor suggests that the magic may have been drawn to the flow of magical force created by the laser pointer, like a flow of mana pointing the way. He explains that the pointer sends out light mana towards a target, surrounded and supported on all sides by dark mana, meaning that there is a beam of light mana between the item and the marked target. Mabel understands and says that if the projectile flies close enough to the light of the pointer, then this happens. The guy confirms her interpretation. They come to the conclusion that in this case, the magical attack will be delivered to any target. Mabel says it's an incredible ability. The guy evaluates the pointer as a terrifying object from the world of heroes. The guy thinks about how scary the world of heroes must be to have such a cunning weapon. The guy offers to go and show the item to Rukia. He just wants to say that the training ground needs to be tidied up when his arguing comrades approach him. He thanks them for using the field and promises to clean everything up. They look away strangely, and the guy suggests that he doesn't need to clean up. His comrades just nod. The boy thinks that if they came to train, then it would be better for him not to disturb them. He and Mabel bow and leave, and the magician and the Minotaur watch them go. The Minotaur begins to talk about the problem they were discussing, and the mage agrees with him mid-sentence, and is surprised that it seems the magic's maximum range is no longer an issue. His eyes light up. They realize that this is possible if they have an item that Thor made. A few minutes later they appear at the palace with serious faces. They meet Kelv, who greets them as team leaders. When they confront him with questions, he replies that he doesn't know what they're talking about, and notes that Thor and Mabel have gone to see the Overlord. They ask permission to use the item, and the man becomes nervous and says he doesn't understand what they want. Kelv shouts that he needs an explanation from Thor, as he has now received a message from his subordinates and is intrigued by the new invention. Reisenga tells his daughter at the castle that he has a meeting with an emissary from the Empire and needs the girl to guard them outside. She agrees. Agnes asks her father not to be rude to the Imperial if he makes a mistake or misunderstands what is happening. She looks at her father seriously and asks him to do his best. He thinks that she is increasingly reminiscent of her late mother. He says that he knows about the respectful treatment of the Imperials ingrained in the Overlord. The man understands that this issue of war with monsters is very important both for the Empire and for their lands, so he will not allow himself to make a mistake and ruin everything, because he swore an oath of eternal loyalty to the Lord. Reisenga realizes that the Flame Giant's oath can be taken in 2 ways. If a person begins an oath with words about the Lord and Master, then this is an oath of fidelity, and if you break it, you must accept any punishment. Also, this oath is said to a person for whom you have strong feelings. The man notes that although the meaning of the vows is different, it was no coincidence that he took them on the same day, because he is Agnes's father and she is his daughter. He shudders at the memory of the day he tried to intimidate Thor and clenches his fists. The general confidently goes to the meeting and remembers that it is necessary to try to be a worthy adult and not be ashamed of himself. The maid invites him into the room and says that the emissary is waiting for him there. Count Garua, a blonde man with a goatee and an emissary of the Empire, greets the man and says that it is a great honor for him. Reisenga respectfully returns the greeting, introducing himself. The emissary says he has heard of the general and how he single-handedly defeated the demonic beasts that appeared in the east of the Demon Lord's land. The man replies that it was a long time ago and that he is embarrassed. Garua notes that there is no reason for that. The general suggests negotiating and discussing the point with the demonic beasts first. Garua is surprised because the man was rumored to be bloodthirsty and tyrannical, and he was preparing for the worst. The emissary notes that the conversation is peaceful. He asks if it is true that they are willing to provide 100 to 200 warriors to fight the demonic beasts. Reisenga agrees. Garua, pleased, begins to talk about the reward. The man asks for an extension of the silver mining contract and says that, if possible, he would be glad to receive the mines for 2 or 4 years. The general seriously states that he has already informed the Lord that they are exactly for a year. Garua says that this can be circumvented. Reisenga does not understand his hint, and the emissary smiles slyly. Garua offers to supply silver to the Empire, and in return offers his own generous thanks. The general understands that the emissary wants him to deceive the Lord. Garua denies this and says that he only wanted to offer a profitable deal, because even in the calculations of silver there can sometimes be a mistake. The man adds that all he has to do is send a small amount of money to the Empire, and he will have a powerful ally. The general starts to get angry. Reisenga says outright that he is beginning to doubt that he can be trusted. Garua replies that he understands his suspicions, since behind-the-scenes deals are always conducted with great caution. The general wants to say something, but the emissary interrupts him with a new idea and asks if he knows Thor. Reisenga, having calmed down a bit, says that he does, and Garua continues. The man suggests blaming the guy if anyone finds out about their secret affairs and getting rid of him. This proposal shocks the general. Garua goes on to say that they can make it look like Thor forced Rising to steal the silver and use it for backroom deals to get back into the Empire. He assures them that there won't be any problems. The emissary exclaims that Thor is a ward of the Empire and therefore will not drag the general along with him. He asks if this is a good idea. The man starts shouting that Thor will finally serve a useful purpose, calling him names, and in this case, the general will be completely innocent. Reisenga looks at the Imperial in amazement and remembers how kindly the boy treated him. The man loudly slams his fist on the table. Garua is frightened, and the general asks permission to ask a question. He asks in rage if the emissary was the only one who thought it was okay to set Thor up like that. The man hesitates and says that this is also Duke Regis's decision. To Maher, the general asks if the emperor is involved. Garua smugly says that the duty of the nobility is to serve the empire, and that this is not something he should inform about. Reisenga says in a terrible voice that the emissary has cleared him of all doubts and stands up. Realizing that something is wrong, Garua asks in horror what the general's answer is to his proposal. The general growls at him in response, telling him to shut up and not even dare to say anything more. The emissary turns white with fear. The general starts to flare up, shouting that deceiving His Majesty is already a grave crime, but to also frame Thor's benefactor as the top, because he has already chosen him as a friend and possible son-in-law of his daughter. He shouts that he will not tolerate this. Garua starts to back away. The emissary hesitantly repeats what he said. The general sees that there is no point in talking to him and says that he will write to their emperor about everything. Garua tries to dissuade him, but Rising's fist is already flying into the attack. With a powerful blow, the man breaks the table into pieces and drives the emissary away. Garua closes his eyes from the impact as dust flies at him. The general says with disdain and anger that he does not want to see Garua, insulting him. The emissary runs out of the hall and the palace, screaming that this is not the man he was told about. Agnes asks worriedly what happened. The general gloomily states that the negotiations were unsuccessful. A few days later, a report came to the Demon Lord's lands from Rising about everything that Garua had done and said. Kelv read out about how he was offered to secretly transport the silver, and about the cooperation promised for this, and about what they wanted to do with Thor. Lord, shaking with anger, notes that she never thought that things would take such a turn. Kelv then shows a reply letter from the Dolgaria Empire. The Lord reads that this was a personal initiative of Count Garua, and not a decision of the Empire. The man with the horns says that it's all about the idea of using Thor. The Lord is furious about this situation, because they sent the guy here as a sacrifice, and now they're doing this. The girl feels terribly offended for Thor. Kelv says that if His Majesty and Garua are the only ones who know about this, then he needs to tell Thor. The Lord says that she will do it herself. The Lord says the boy is her alchemist and must know what happened. Kelv asks if she is sure. She agrees and says that it is her concern, since it was she who arranged the negotiations with the Empire, and now she must take responsibility. The Lord thinks she has to tell him and says she was just about to visit him. Kelv agrees, but when Lord is about to leave, he turns to her. The man says he is grateful to Thor, because now, thanks to the oath of the Flame Giant, they can be sure that the general is telling the truth. He is confident that the general did not hide anything, and notes that if he did not trust him, he would not believe a single word, and if the general hid even one fact, a chasm would have arisen between them. Kelv enthusiastically says that it was Thor who inspired the general to take the oath, and he, as the chancellor of this country, is indebted to him, and if the guy wants something, he will do everything he can to help. The Lord asks what will happen if Thor brings a bunch of magical items with him. Kelv is embarrassed, and the Lord simply thanks him and promises to pass on the word. After some time, Thor, the girl without the Demon Lord's robe, and Mabel are sitting at the same table, on which there are tea and desserts. Mabel and the guy are laughing heartily, but the girl doesn't understand anything. Mabel thought with a happy smile that Ms. Rukia would like the laser pointer. The protagonist answered affirmatively with a smile, clarifying that this item from the hero world greatly increases the range of magic. Then the boy clarified that Mr. Kelv asked him a lot about it. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord looked confused, throwing sweets into herself and looking at Thor's soft smile. She tremblingly mentally said that she should tell him about what happened during the negotiations with the Empire. The girl had to tell about the secret deal invented by his own father, and about the plan to keep the guy in the dark, and then accuse him of all sins. However, first, Her Majesty decided to eat the cookies and drink the tea. She did it with difficulty, but she still stuffed the food into herself. Rukia thought that it would be much easier to talk about the Empire in the throne room, because as a masked ruler, it was easy for her to talk to her subjects and pass judgment, but in the circle of friends at a tea party at this table, it was too difficult to talk about what the alchemist's father had done. Still tormented by doubts, the Demon Lord remembered that Thor had once told her about his life in the Empire, as if it were some trivial matter, so if she did the same, everything would be fine. After which, the girl cleared her throat and put her cup down. Then Her Majesty excitedly started talking about the negotiations with the Empire that were taking place at General Raisinga's. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately became serious. Having pulled herself together, Rukia put on a confident smile. The Demon Lord slowly told him that a small mishap had occurred during these negotiations. The boy looked at her with worry. Her Majesty tried to assure her friend that it was just a small inconvenience and the Imperial Border Count had made a strange offer. The alchemist, puzzled, asked again. Clenching her fist, the girl continued under the worried gaze of the maid. She called this nobleman the worst of men, making it clear that Raisinj proposed to smuggle silver into the Empire and wanted to make a criminal deal. The Demon Lord trembled and spoke in slow motion, saying that the secret partnership between the Earl and the fiery general was in exchange for the Empire's favor, and as insurance against the Demon Lord revealing them. However, Rukia did not finish. Thor and Mabel sat up, worried about their mistress. The silhouettes of her friends blurred before her eyes, and Her Majesty wondered why they were so surprised. Then the drops began to fall on the table. Then the girl realized that she was crying. She finally ended the story by saying that, of all people, it was the main character who was targeted. The Demon Lord wished that it wasn't true. The boy looked at his friend with worry. Rukia, bursting with words, finished by saying that this oddity was the guy. Then the maid and the alchemist tried to calm the mistress. She stopped, groaning and trembling. However, soon Her Majesty burst into tears again with even greater force. After finally clarifying the situation, Thor took note of what had happened. While the Demon Lord held his hands, he said with a sad expression that this was just like his father. The girl, squeezing his hand with tears in her eyes, answered that she did not believe him, because he was the boy's father. Besides, he not only sent the main character to the Demon Lands as a sacrifice, but also used him for his own purposes. Holding the alchemist's hand with excitement, the lady said that she was afraid to tell him because she didn't want to upset him. She was sorry that she couldn't hold back. The young man smiled at Rukia's kind heart because she cried because of him. She ordered him to be quiet because she was already ashamed. However, Her Majesty did not understand why Thor's father would do such a thing, since he had already banished the boy. The girl did not understand what these false accusations were for and why he was involving the alchemist in his plans. Mabel listened to her mistress with concern. The young man, looking sad, replied that he had an idea why his father had taken such measures. The protagonist replied that it was all about the Empire's politics. The Demon Lord looked at the guy with confusion. Then Thor reminded that he had already told the lady that the Empire valued fighting skills above all else. The alchemist continued that, naturally, his father, Duke Regis, was a strong warrior, and his father in turn was a master of the sword, known as the, quote, Saint Swordsman. However, the young man's grandfather liked to drink, and one day, when he was old and drunk, he was stabbed to death by bandits. Mabel was surprised. The protagonist added that he was too young to remember this and would not have understood anything. The young man continued that no matter how strong you become, you will be killed if you fall into the wrong company. The stronger you become, the more often you will be confronted by those who want you dead, or want to become famous by killing you. Therefore, the protagonist chose the principle that there is no point in striving to become the strongest. Instead, he will use his alchemy skills to improve the lives of those around him. The Demon Lord, emboldened, replied that such thinking was his style. Mabel saw sincerity in Thor's eyes. However, the alchemist continued that his father most likely still could not forgive him for such thoughts. The protagonist reflected on how the people of the Empire try to be like the heroes who founded the Empire, using whatever they can get their hands on as tools. But his dad is far from brave, so his actions become more and more extreme. With tears in her eyes, Rukia stated that she still couldn't accept the Duke's reason. Sighing, the boy made it clear that he didn't accept it either, and he was pretty fed up with all these dukes. So Tora decided to change his name. Mabel was surprised. Her Majesty was also amazed. The protagonist announced that he would take his maternal surname, so that from now on they could call him Thor Kanan. The girls looked at the alchemist with admiration. With a smile, the Demon Lord repeated his new name. The maid remarked that this sounded rather nice. The guy himself didn't feel any difference, since he used this name when he was in the Imperial Town Hall. The young man then pointed out that he was still a hostage of the Empire in the Demon Lord's lands, so officially he continued to bear the surname Regas. However, privately the alchemist wanted them to call him by his new surname. The girls happily agreed. Then Thor suddenly turned to the lady. She beamed and asked what was going on. The protagonist asked the girl to let go of his hand. Rukia excitedly apologized, fulfilling the guy's request. Her Majesty made it clear that when she learned how he was treated, she felt very sick at heart. The Demon Lord felt sorry that she could not be there at that moment, so she took the young man's hand to express all of this. The alchemist thanked the lady with a smile. Then she expressed a desire to hold hands at least today until they fell asleep. This unexpected proposal confused Thor. The girl, blushing, assured that she was not going to do anything like that. Rukia awkwardly explained that she just wanted to fall asleep while holding the protagonist's hand. The guy was amazed. The thought flashed through the confused young man's mind about how sweet Her Majesty was. Mabel sheepishly reminded her that the Demon Lord couldn't stay in her master's room, and that the floor where Rukia's room was located wasn't meant for men. She turned away and stammered that she knew. Thor analyzed and came to the conclusion that the girl understood the impossibility of the request. However, after thinking about it, he decided that perhaps there was a way. Taking a look at the book, the protagonist, like the lady's alchemist, decided to see what could be done. After flipping through the textbook, he suggested that maybe they could sleep in their own rooms, holding hands. Then something caught the guy's attention. The young man then turned to Her Highness, wanting to share his find. The girls looked inside with curiosity. They seemed to like the idea. The alchemist then asked the Demon Lord for permission to create this item and prepared the materials. The maid prepared everything necessary. The master decided to create an object from the world of heroes. For this you needed white sheets, an empty magic stone, and a lot of bean shells. Then, Thor suggested starting with the sheets on which lay the empty magic stone. The audience was noticeably worried about the outcome, after which the main character activated higher alchemy, preparation of materials. At that moment, the stone began to melt and disappeared into the sheet. This surprised the girls. Rukia, looking at the fabric in surprise, came to the conclusion that the magic stone had become like melting ice and, spreading into a puddle, had melted into the fabric. Then the boy asked the lady to press the fabric so that they would straighten out. The Demon Lord did so with a smile. Under Her Highness's bewildered cries, the fabric lengthened many times. The alchemist, smiling, announced that the fabric that responded to mana and freely expanded and contracted was complete. After that, it was the turn of the bean husks. With a wave of her hand, the girl caused the pile to increase in height. Now, according to the master, the final touches remained, namely, the expansion of the image. For this, he activated his mana. Thor then adjusted it so that the fabric was on the outside, and the filling was on the inside. The main character also added the element of water for softness. The guy needed wind for air permeability. Thus, the fabric merged with the empty magic stone for mana accumulation. To finish, the young man waved his hands and activated High Alchemy. The result was a rare hug pillow and pillowcase. The description said it could be transformed into any desired shape for 3 hours. Rukia exclaimed that it was amazing, and the maid was also impressed, recognizing the pillow as a dakimakura from the world of heroes. Here the girl turned to her alchemist. Looking at the shapeless pillow, the lady wondered how this would replace the fact that they would sleep hand in hand. Then Thor handed the demon lord a note on the item's description. She began to read it thoughtfully. The note stated that this is a modern hug pillow, which is made of a material that allows you to feel as if you were hugging your loved one. The texture gives the feeling of skin, the fabric stretches freely, and the granules allow you to change the shape of the pillow as desired. The owner has a choice of how the pillow will look. Her Majesty was in doubt whether this was stupid. Then Mabel brought her back to reality. The maid asked if the mistress really thought that the hug pillows from the hero world were just pillows. This caused Rukia to question. Mabel then made it clear that every item in the hero world has depth, a backstory, or even an item code, because there are so many of them. She continued that since hero world items are so powerful, they need to be sold to the right person. The demon lord admitted that it made sense, as expected of an alchemist's assistant. Mabel accepted the compliment with an awkward smile. Her Majesty then turned to the creator of this thing for his opinion. The young man loudly declared his belief that this object could transform into human form. This amazed the girls. After that, the master asked Rukia if she knew that one of the summoned heroes could change his appearance at his own will. The lady replied that she knew about their shape-shifting magic. The girl continued that the hero changed his form to infiltrate the demon lord's army, and turned into a dragon when his true identity was revealed. The magic system the heroes used was molecular magic. The protagonist confirmed her words. Her Majesty noticed that both the Empire and the Demon Lord lands were of the same opinion. With molecular magic, one can take any form, even shape, color, literally everything. According to the records, the heroes used this technique to create a false body, and the Zetas wore it as armor. For example, the sorceress could become a muscular dragon. Then the lady realized that the pillow had the same effect. Thor, thinking that if his guess is correct, these special pellets are particles filled with mana. In theory, they should allow the pillow to change shape at will, just like in the Legends of Heroes. The master was impressed by the world of heroes. He wondered where they got such imagination and technical skills. Then the main character suggested testing it, calling his assistant. The guy asked her to influence the mana into this pillowcase. Mabel obediently agreed. Hugging her and activating magic, the maid fulfilled the request. Something started happening to the fabric, after which the pillowcase began to concentrate magic into a circle of light. The alchemist explained to the surprised lady that this was a magic stone fused into the fabric, reacting to mana. The boy explained that mana contained a piece of its owner's personality. He suggested what would happen if they wrapped the pillow in a shell that had absorbed Mabel's mana. A shocked Rukia finished for him. The pillow would take the form of a maid. At that moment, the girl weakened her magic, after which she handed the cloth to Thor. Pulling the pillowcase over the pillow, the protagonist hoped that this was enough. A stream of mana was gushing out from the pillow. Then the memory of the bean husk shape, the corresponding elasticity of the enchanted fabric were activated, and the dakimakura glowed. The young man looked at the light with pain. He thought about making the shape tangible. These objects and the magic stone filled with mana of various attributes begins to move, taking shape. The pillow actually turned into Mabel. Everyone looked at the copy of the girl in surprise, after which the amazed maid ran up, looking at the identical face of the dakimakura. For Rukia, this was amazing. The assistant looked at the result with curiosity. Looking at the Mabel clone, Her Majesty mentally noted what an interesting world this was. However, what amazed her most was that the guy managed to reproduce it. Then the pillow waved its hand. The maid was delighted to see that the dakimakura moved as she wished. The young man looked at it thoughtfully. Both Mabels were delighted with the master's wonderful result. Looking into the empty eyes of the copy, the alchemist thought that if he could give it his form, he could fulfill his mistress's wish. However, he doubted it. Suddenly, the master announced that he had failed and separated the dakimakura from Mabel. The girls were surprised by this. The maid thought that Toru didn't like her in the form of a dakimakura. The demon lord supported her friend's bewilderment. Thor replied that even though the pillow was a replica of Mabel, it didn't have half the girl's cuteness. The assistant only had more questions. Then the protagonist explained that Mabel's charm was not only in her appearance, but in the kindness with which she took care of him when he knew nothing about the demon lord's lands. Also, her strength of character and bravery are also part of her charm. The master recalled that the maid always supported him and invariably accompanied him in all his experiments. Therefore, the pillow did not have the same appeal for him. This speech confused the girl. With a smile, the alchemist continued, apologizing for the harsh words. It didn't work. Despite other feelings, he noted that Mabel was cute, like a dakimakura. The assistant was burning with embarrassment, falling on the table. Thor was horrified, not understanding what was wrong with her. Rukia replied that the protagonist should forgive her because she was on edge. The boy then handed the pillow to Her Majesty, pouring his mana into it. Gratefully accepting her, the demon lord invited Mabel to sleep with her that day. The maid immediately agreed. Rukia thought about something, after which the girl turned to the main character, confirming his words that there is a big difference between him and the pillow. With embarrassment, the lady ordered not to forget that he is real, much more important to her. The young man, blushing, agreed. Now he understood Mabel's embarrassment. Then, with the boy's permission, they left. After that, the alchemist realized that there was little time before sleep, and he had a couple of sheets left. He thought about what else he could make fabrics with the melted magic stone. The master was still worried about the upcoming fight with the demonic beasts. Despite Rukia's words about the lack of need for a magic sword, Thor still decided to create one. Meanwhile, Her Majesty turned to the maid. Mabel responded excitedly. The demon lord said with concern that she had underestimated the similarity of the dakimakura to the original. Rukia noticed that it really felt like she was sleeping with Thor, holding hands. It was embarrassing for both girls. Blushing with shame, they both came to the conclusion that this was the reason they couldn't sleep. Because of the pillow, Her Majesty and Mabel spent a sleepless night in agony. At this time, in the mines in the mountains, there were many cocoons hanging from the trees, held together by webs. A bear was just passing by. Suddenly, giant spiders attacked the beast. While the monsters were eating their prey, a spider much larger than them towered over them, watching the feast. The observer noted that this was a new type of demonic beast. The scout came to the conclusion that they reproduce much faster than expected. Their main body comes out of the hole and spins many cocoons in the surrounding forests, from which the spiders hatch. The lizard couldn't even imagine how many people would be needed to sort this out. He decided to hurry back to inform the overlord. Remembering how the monsters treated the bear, the commander came to the conclusion that even one such spider was already a problem. Riding his horse, the scout counted at least several hundred. Considering that they were expanding their territory, their number was simply immeasurable. The lizardman was worried that they would be dealing with thousands upon thousands of individuals. The scout thought tensely that the army, both the imperial and demonic, would suffer great losses. With only a few days left until the battle with the demonic beasts, Thor prepared under the cover of night while his father sipped wine with a sinister grin. The demon lord also had to meet the smirking girl. Standing at the castle, the main character announced to Mabel that the time had come. The maid answered affirmatively, holding multicolored sheets in her hands. The maid hoped that everything would go well. The inspired alchemist also expressed that he would be very happy if they approved of his creation. The assistant agreed with a smile that they would too. A few hours before this, Mabel reported that the master was ordered to stay at home, in the castle. He agreed, because he had no fighting skills, so he could not be useful in the battle with monsters. All the guy had to do was set up the magic item they were presenting today. He thought that was an important part of the job too. It turned out that these were Mabel's words, and the Empire's minions did not threaten them. However, the young man had doubts about returning to the palace. Remembering his crying mistress, Thor was worried that something would happen to her. The servant noticed this change in the master's mood. She asked him about what was happening on the Imperial side in the matter of defeating the monsters. Then the main character woke up and asked loudly. Then he decided to focus on the fact that now he needed to get approval, because in that case he could count on the order being revised. The guy wanted to follow Rukia. The door to the hall creaked open. The other demons were already there. The demon lord on the throne said that they were waiting for him. Then the bishop thanked everyone for coming. The people greeted this with a smile. The king announced that he had gathered everyone to evaluate the alchemist's new object. The master made it clear that this time he had brought a new material. This surprised the masked Rukia. Thor explained that this new material was created while working on another subject. The lady responded by expressing her bewilderment about this. The main character wanted everyone to see if this item was practical enough to use. On the table in front of Mabel, Meshop, and Mealy. When asked by the Lord, the boy explained that it was a magical cloth that had absorbed the magic stones. The Chancellor had never heard of such a thing. As the fabrics were being handed out for inspection, the alchemist explained that the 4 samples on the table had the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind added to them. Each item could also react to mana and have some effect. With a loud roar, the Minotaur stretched out the strip of cloth. The muscular beast was surprised that it did not tear even when he pulled it. All thanks to the attribute of earth. The lizard also appreciated it because the water attribute allowed the fabric to be smooth and not cling to the scales. The dwarf noted that the coolness of the wind attribute would be convenient for cooking in the heat, and the heat insulating properties of the fire attribute were ideal for working in the cold winter. He could already see that the item could be used in hundreds of ways. The alchemist smiled and noticed that everyone was enjoying it. For him, this was the best thing about alchemy. The usefulness of the objects for people, the pleasure of using them. Here the demon lord interrupted the general merriment, ordering them to calm down. The lord said that the magical fabric created by Thor was a wonderful thing, but it was naive to expect that everyone would want to use it right away, because it was always difficult to accept something new. Kelv agreed and decided that they should give the inhabitants the opportunity to try the material in action. The demon lord asked the alchemist if he had any ideas on how to do this. He smiled. The main character excitedly said that he wanted to try to defeat the demonic beasts with her help. The boy explained that he had heard that there was a volcano near the monster's nest. The young man suggested that if they sewed clothes based on the wind element, everyone would feel cooler. The Chancellor and the King decided that this was a good idea. The monarch promised that he would order the materials to be prepared so that the alchemist could use them and implement this idea. The Lord said that if successful, the result would be used to defeat the monsters. Thor said that he understood, but the Lord was thinking about something. Slightly bending over the boy, the demon lord asked a question of personal interest regarding the preparation of magical fabric with the attribute of darkness and light. The Chancellor noted with concern that even Lord Thor could not go that far. However, His Majesty objected since he was able to create fabrics with 4 elements, then what prevents him from creating more? Looking closely at the cloaks of Mabel and the young man, the Overlord had an idea. The alchemist responded with a smile. Having asked his assistant to help, the master presented fabrics of the attributes of light and darkness. Throwing off her cloak, the maid showed the surprised demon lord a dark magical cloth. Everyone was amazed by what they saw. The girl, meanwhile, handed the cloak to Kelv. She explained that when mana is poured in, it absorbs light and becomes pitch black. Thor suggested using it as a curtain to block out the light. The fabric would be ideal for night dwellers who find light disturbing their sleep. However, the material absorbed the light only on its surface, and the light passed past it and through the cracks. His Majesty suggested that in that case the other fabric opposite lets all the light through. This made the protagonist embarrassed. Having activated the mana, the cloak, to the surprise of those present, became transparent. However, the guy called it a failure. The young man confirmed that light passed freely through the fabric, but he did not know where it could be useful, since it does not make the wearer transparent. After some thought, the Overlord came to the conclusion that the attributes of light and darkness were of no practical use, but they might perhaps be useful when combined with other elements. Rukia said with a satisfied smile that, as expected, the alchemist was once again bringing great things to her domain. The praise confused the master. The crowd chanted back at him. Thor looked at His Majesty with admiration. The Lord noted the good presentation, and the protagonist, bending his knee, thanked. However, he wanted to say something else. The guy said that he had another item for the Demon Lord. The young man's diligence even frightened his majesty. Then the alchemist turned to the Chancellor for help. The master handed the Chancellor a bundle, which he handed over to the Lord. He made it clear that this was nothing out of the ordinary. With a smile, Thor declared that it was a magic sword. The crowd was amazed, because even the elves and dwarves could not restore this sword of the first Demon Lord. The current Lord was surprised that Thor had made it. After that, the main character decided to ask His Majesty for a favor. He listened to the master with a smile. After clearing his throat, the boy asked to be allowed to accompany the Lord on his expedition against the monsters. At this, the crowd fell silent in surprise. The monarch was also amazed. The young man tried to rationalize his presence there. After all, many of the magical items used in the expedition would need tuning, Kelv agreed, because no one but an alchemist could tune the items. Also, if they were going to use a large amount of the new fabric, then the master's accompaniment would come in handy. However, the Chancellor was hesitant. However, His Majesty was against it. He explained his refusal by saying that the demonic beast they were about to defeat had not been studied. Even the reason for its appearance was unknown. And with the intelligence report they had just received, it turned out that they would encounter at least 1,000 of the creatures. The Lord concluded that their number was growing every day. Those present were frightened, because this was twice as many as they had in their combined forces. The Demon Lord, with a serious expression, said that they would therefore not be able to ensure Thor's safety. He would have to wait for the result in the castle. However, the refusal did not diminish the protagonist's determination. Remembering Rukia crying, he clenched his fist and relayed Mabel's words. The maid said that the Empire would use the Holy Sword from the world of heroes. His Majesty confirmed that this was indeed what was said in the letter from the Empire. Then the boy reminded the Lord of his dream. The lady thought with weariness that this was not a dream, but rather an ambition. Rukia replied that she remembered the boy stating earlier that his wish was to surpass the items of the hero world and create a sword that could rival the sacred one. The crowd was surprised that such a thing was even possible. Hearing that this was the master's dream, everyone present wanted to see such a weapon. The sword in the Lord's hands is only a prototype, but one day Thor wants to surpass the sacred one. To realize this ambition, he needs to see the real sacred blade in action with his own eyes. That is why the alchemist begged His Majesty so much, the Demon Lord thought. Looking at the bowed boy, Rukia wondered if he understood what Thor was asking for, since he could die. However, the lady remembered that this man was sent to the demon realm with the readiness to die. As a friend, the girl would not want to go against the protagonist's sincere wishes. But now, as a demon lord, she does not know what she should do. On the one hand, she didn't want to let a good man take a risk. They would be able to adjust the magical items themselves, but she didn't want to deprive the boy of the opportunity to receive inspiration either. Seeing the young man's determined look, the mistress doubted. The ruler was worried and did not understand whether the alchemist really wanted to see this weapon so much. Meanwhile, those gathered called on the Demon Lord to give a positive answer. The crowd chanted, calling on the monarch on the throne to rule in Thor's favor. Rukia considered. When everyone is on the protagonist's side, like the Overlord, she can't refuse. Remembering her past promises, Rukia seems to have come to a decision. His Majesty assigned an alchemist to the logistics department. This surprised the Chancellor. The Overlord, throwing up the hem of his cloak, loudly declared that the boy would follow him in 3 days. The young man sincerely thanked His Majesty. Mabel expressed her joy that everything worked out. The master smiled and assumed that the maid knew that everything would be like this. She answered positively because she was his assistant. Thor responded by saying that he clearly didn't deserve it. Mabel just smiled contentedly in response. The assistant watched as the protagonist's eyes glowed with happiness. The girl understood that this was the joy of the upcoming meeting with the legendary weapon. Mabel was happy to see that everyone around was supporting the alchemist, because she was worried about him more than anyone else. As a result, Thor was allowed to accompany everyone on the expedition to the monsters. Mabel was to go with him as his bodyguard. There, the main character was going to teach Rukia how to wield a magic sword. In preparation for the upcoming events, after the presentation, The guy devoted all his free time to creating as much magic fabric as possible. At this time, the Empire, immediately after Regas rejected the Count's offer, an advisor came to him. The Duke was furiously surprised that they had not been able to come to an agreement. The advisor apologized for what had happened, noting with excitement that this was a unique case. Raisans cried out that he did not need an apology. He decided with fear that in that case they were doomed. The advisor, covered in sweat, replied that there was nothing he could do, and the Demon Lord's general was no longer going to negotiate with him. This greatly worried the aristocrat. Regas, shaking with fear, thought that the plan he had come up with had been approved by the Minister of War himself. The Duke knew what the Lord of Flame was like, a powerful warrior who was incapable of fighting. Clutching his head in his hands in despair, the man frantically thought about what he had expected from the Lord of Flame to agree to a plan using Thor, but it seemed his expectations had not been met. Regas was furious, because this was the man he had chosen as his future son-in-law. The aristocrat was perplexed as to why his son was treated this way. Because he was just a victim. The messenger himself did not understand what had happened in the demon's domain. Regas thought that perhaps the guy had leaked some information about the Empire, or appealed to their mercy. The Duke cursed his son with fury. Then a worried knight ran up to him, reporting a problem. The aristocrat angrily shouted that he knew, and was already thinking about a solution, ordering him not to interfere. However, the guard made it clear that this was not the problem. The defense attorney said with excitement that the case concerned the Minister of Military Affairs. Regas and the envoy were surprised by the appearance of Zagran. At this time, his silhouette just appeared behind the knight. The minister came in, announcing that he had received word that their plan had failed. The man made it clear that he had come to confirm this in person. Upon seeing him, the advisor and the Duke immediately fell prostrate in fear. The Minister of Military Affairs is one of the 3 highest imperial ranks, trusted by the Emperor, and also serves as the mentor of the 3rd Princess Lyanna. This person's rank is much higher than that of Duke Regas. Zagran said that he came simply to talk to the aristocrat. Regas began to babble out excuses with concern, but the minister interrupted him, declaring that the plan was cancelled. This surprised the aristocrat. Zagran stated that Regas had acted too rudely and had insulted the general on his own territory, and the idea of killing his own son was beyond all bounds. The Duke was perplexed as to how the minister had learned of this. Zagran explained that he had sent one of his men to Regas's detachment to make a report. The aristocrat then realized that he could no longer hide it. The Minister of Military Affairs grimly stated that their task now was to ensure that the Empire did not have to make an enemy in the form of the Demon Lord. The man continued that sending his son as a hostage had served that purpose, but that further actions had deviated from the plan. Regas tried to assure that this was part of the plan. Zagran interrupted him angrily, shouting that he had not seen a word in his plan about accusing Thor of a crime. This made the Duke stand at attention with fear. The minister explained with disdain that he should have backed down immediately after the general had rejected the plan to swindle the silver. In that case, the conversation would have ended on a neutral note. The aristocrat trembled with anxiety, realizing his mistakes. Meanwhile, Zagran reminded that they were still participating in the campaign against monsters, and this was a good opportunity to remind the Lord of the Empire's strength. In this, Regas found his salvation. Asking to be allowed to accompany the minister, he answered negatively, assigning the Duke to another place. This information confused the bewildered aristocrat. Then Zagran explained that he was sending him to fight with the army under the command of the Minister of Military Affairs, against a small country in the south of the Empire. Regas's bewilderment grew even more. As he began to walk away, the minister said he would report the details at the High Council. The Duke tried to stop him and give himself a chance to explain. However, his guest only coldly replied that the aristocrat could present his arguments at the meeting. Turning around, the man added a request not to mention Thor. Zagran made it clear that there was no point in claiming his merits when Regas had sent such a man to the Demon Lord. Any mention of it would be considered disrespectful to His Highness. The Duke, taken aback, asked the reason. The minister replied that his son had stood out too much. The man continued that in less than 10 days, Thor had gained the trust of one of the Demon Lord's strongest generals, and he even spoke of possible marriage. Zagran made the disappointing conclusion that the protagonist probably already knows about his father's plan, as a result of which he most likely hated both the Duke and the Empire. Therefore, they are also forced to abandon him. This news brought the aristocrat to despair. The minister regretted that, due to Regis's actions, they had lost the opportunity to use Thor, who had acquired such important connections. Zagran noted that the Duke could also benefit greatly. However, the aristocrat did not even think about it, insulting his son and sending him to his death. These correct conclusions drove the Duke crazy. Remembering his misdeeds, Regis fell into despair. Trembling all over, the aristocrat tried to prove that Thor was useless because he had no fighting skills. To this, the minister asked a reasonable question. How then did the main character achieve such trust? The Duke declared with zeal that it was only natural for a nobleman to devote himself to serving the Empire, and his son was not even a warrior. Zagran noted with weary eyes Regis's faith in such noble ideas. The Minister of Military Affairs made it clear that the Empire needed the Demon Lord to forget this situation. The information that Regis's high position angered the Overlord, and that he might have to give up his title, crushed the Duke. Zagran ended with a disdainful question about whether the aristocrat could not do what was demanded of his son. Regis screamed in despair. Not paying attention to this, the minister suggested continuing the conversation at the High Council and asked the Duke to accompany him. An exhausted Regis rode in a carriage, thinking that this was how his legend would end. The aristocrat wondered if this was the end. However, then he saw something in the window. The ungulate raised its fallen baby. Thanks to what he saw, the Duke realized that it was not the end yet. The man thought that despite the misunderstanding, Thor probably longed for salvation. Remembering how he had hit him in the stomach, he decided that it was nothing more than a quarrel, and sons, according to his logic, love their fathers. Regis thought that the protagonist flattered the general for his father's sake, regretting that they had not exchanged letters, because then all this did not happen. The aristocrat suggested that Thor might want to return out loud. This news surprised Zagran. With a confident smile, the Duke made it clear that his job was done, since he was acknowledged by the Demon Lord. The man made it sound like the protagonist was spying on a daily basis, offering to write to him to make his son look like a loyal dog of the Empire. At first, the attempts to wriggle out of it surprised the minister, but they also made him think. Zagran believed that by sending Thor a letter he could sow doubts in the Lord, after which he decided to do it. At this time, in the capital of the Empire of Dulgaria, His Majesty turned to his daughter, the third Princess Lyanna, who knelt down and listened to her father. The Emperor repeated his words that a new kind of monster had appeared in the borderlands, a giant spider. His Majesty sat on his throne with all seriousness. The man continued to explain to his daughter that negotiations with the demons had failed, so they had to show their strength in battle. The Emperor wanted to remind the demons that they, the heirs of the heroes, were strong enough to defeat the Demon Lord. Lyanna respectfully replied that she understood. Her father continued that she was strong in spirit, so she was worthy of taking him, while a servant appeared next to him with a box. The box that the three people were carrying contained a sacred sword that was once wielded by heroes from another world. The crowd was in awe, and the girls stared at it in surprise. His Majesty had ordered his daughter to use it to show the people of the Demon Lord's lands the power of the Empire. Lyanna accepted the weapon with the necessary respectful words and a smile. Her father approved of her actions. Then the Emperor reminded her that their destination was not a short one, asking if she had anything she wanted to do before leaving. The princess asked to see her twin, Sophia. His Majesty gave permission, after which Lyanna thanked him and returned the sword to the priest. As she left, she said that she would join him in a minute. The girl smiled contentedly. Joyful Lyanna ran to her sister. Out of breath, the girl ran to the gazebo. Her sister was waiting for her there. Curtsying, Sophia addressed Lyanna with a smile as the princess of the sacred sword. However, the girl became embarrassed and asked her to stop. Sophia asked with concern if it was okay that Lyanna was not at the ceremony, but here. The sister replied that the ceremony was over. However, with a disappointed expression on her face, she said that she could not give details. Sophia didn't care as long as Lyanna was healthy. She offered to make tea for the princess with a smile. The Emperor's daughter carefully began to pour hot tea into the mug. The princess hastened to leave her, asking the maids to take care of this. Sophia replied with a smile that since Lyanna was here, she wanted to do everything she could, especially since she had already started. This confused her sister. The princess looked tiredly at her reflection in the cup of tea. Then she sadly said that if Sophia was strong enough, she would have become the princess of the sacred sword, not Lyanna. The girl listened to her sister with a soft smile. The girl replied that physical strength was one of the princess's strong points. Lyanna confirmed this, but spoke enthusiastically of the magical power of Sophia's light, which would help her use the legendary weapon with greater success. Presenting the blade, the sister replied that she would not have the strength to handle it, so it would be a waste of treasure. Sophia added that she was happy with her situation, because despite her weakness, she was still alive. This upset the princess. The girl explained that if she had been born a commoner, she would have been sent to war, and her status as an ordinary nobleman would not have helped her much. She could have been sent to another country as a hostage. The last phrase surprised Lyanna. Then Sophia explained that she had heard about the sending of Duke Ritas's son to the demons for such a purpose. As far as the sister understood, this was punishment for the fact that he did not restore the magic sword very well. The weapon was indeed all broken into pieces. The princess recalled this incident. As she was told, half of the sword was restored by a tramp who was never found. With a sly grin, Sophia said that Lyanna could only come here before or after completing an assignment. The girl couldn't help but admire what a great sister she had, because she had already figured everything out. Sophia had some advice for her sister. She listened to her attentively. Here, Sophia summoned a small ball of light. Holding it with the tip of her finger, the girl whispered spells to him, after which, to her sister's surprise, she created a magic dome. This halo of light allowed not to miss what would be said in it. The princess, with tears in her eyes, said that Sophia should not use magic for such trifles with her weak body. But her sister assured the girl that everything was fine. Reaching out to her sister, Lyanna touched her forehead, worried that she had a fever. However, Sophia asked her to listen to her. The girl, sweating from the strain, warned that the blade and the princess had great power, but the world was big, and Lyanna could meet unimaginably powerful opponents that would be beyond her sister's strength. She asked if she meant the demon lord in the north. Sophia answered in the affirmative. The sister continued that they did not know demons very well, so Lyanna should be on guard. However, the princess did not understand why, since she was powerful, she could not demonstrate the power of the empire to him. The sensible Sophia suggested that they should try to understand the demons rather than intimidate them with force. This surprised her sister. Lyanna bowed her head in shame, because she didn't know that her sister was so worried about her. Then she promised with a smile to remember the girl's words. Sophia responded by highlighting honesty as one of the virtues of a princess, and also childish spontaneity and sensuality, which could one day save her sister. The first confused the girl. However, the sister worriedly asked Lyanna to be careful, because someone might try to take advantage of her honesty. The princess, lost in thought, noticed that Sophia always said what was on her mind. Her sister responded by emphasizing that this was very important. Lyanna understood this, a passport to study. The twin took this with concern. Then she heard someone's footsteps and called off the magic. It was the maid whom she asked if she had anything to report. The maid said that the Minister of War had arrived to see Her Highness. Then the man suddenly walked in front of the maid, which startled her. Zagran apologized to Lyanna and Sophia. He made it clear that he had additional orders from the Emperor. It turned out that the princess was ordered to gather her troops at the Ministry of War and head to the Demon Lord's territory immediately. The girl was excited by such a quick gathering. However, the minister pointed out that this was a direct order from His Majesty. The twin asked Lyanna to be careful. Zagran glared at the girl disapprovingly. She then turned to the man to protect her sister. The minister said coldly that this had nothing to do with Sophia. He advised her to keep a clear mind and stay here until the time came to perform her duties. Her Highness began to complain about the rude treatment of her twin. However, the man interrupted her, making it clear that there was no time to waste while a crowd of knights was gathering behind them. Then Zagran, in a stern tone, reminded Lyanna of her desire to be the perfect princess. Then the girl came to her senses and obeyed. Sophia watched this with alarm. The fighters were ready. Her Highness walked forward resolutely. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's domain, the party that would defeat the Hexenbist monster was moving along the southern route. The goal was the mountainous terrain to the south. Thor peered out of the carriage. noting the trail of carts and people. The squad consisted of Minotaur infantry and elven mages. They were followed by the support group's wagons, responsible for delivering food, weapons, and armor. The main character wanted to transport everything using a, quote, compact storage unit, but Mr. Kelv refused. This was done to strengthen the soldiers' confidence, because if instead of bales of supplies, they put one incomprehensible box, it would make the demons worry. The guy hoped that everything would be fine. But then he noticed the maid in front of him. Mabel, with a concentrated expression on her face, folded her hands as if in prayer. To this, the young man tried to distract her with a smile, saying that they would do their part of the work with her. The girl cheered up and enthusiastically promised to protect the master even at the cost of her life. He began to deny it, but the assistant asked him not to say so. This surprised the alchemist. The maid stated with feeling that Thor was important to her, His Majesty the Lord and all our lands. The protagonist thanked Mabel, mentally noting that he felt the same way. Then the girl, with fighting readiness, declared that the guy should leave everything to her. The boy laughed, explaining that Rukia had to check the magic sword from the safest place possible, so he was sure everything would be fine. The assistant replied that she would do her best to get a good place. Then the master heard something and called Mabel over to look. The Imperial troops, as the alchemist noticed, were already there. A few days later, the Demon Lord's army arrived at the meeting place with the Empire's troops. The tent with the Overlord was guarded by 2 muscular Minotaurs. His Majesty decided to stop here for a rest before meeting with the representatives of the Empire. He then turned to those present, namely Kelv, the commanders of the Elves and Minotaurs, Mabel and Thor. The monarch thanked them for their work. Meanwhile, the general and his lizard troops went to scout out the situation at the Hexenbeast nest, Gargaros. The general watched the big monster's actions through a telescope. If the monster suddenly headed towards the demons, they would be ready to fight. The Demon Lord noticed something unexpected at this moment. The Chancellor and the commanders agreed with His Majesty. It turns out that everyone present did not think that it would be so cool and pleasant under the tent canopy. Thor smiled as he watched, noting that the fabric with the wind attribute was very comfortable, providing a pleasant breeze even in calm weather. In addition, everyone wore clothes and underwear made of the same fabric, not holding back the evaporation of sweat and allowing them not to suffer from the heat. Then the eared figure appeared in the opening of the tent, apologizing for the intrusion. The cat girl, falling on one knee, announced that everything necessary to supply the army had been delivered. The girl asked to make sure that everything was in order. The Overlord agreed, gesturing for Mabel and the protagonist to follow him. The guide showed them a dark tent, grabbing it with her hand, after which she activated the mana, revealing the contents of the barrels and boxes to the Demon Lord. This surprised everyone present. The cat girl said that they had everything they needed, and that there was enough food for many days. His Majesty smiled and mentally noted that even the fabric with the attribute of light, which the alchemist considered useless and could be transparent, had found an excellent use. Here the girl turned to Kelv, who gloomily asked what was going on. The conductor, worried, wanted to say something about the new tents. However, the Chancellor interrupted her, saying that it was convenient. The cat girl tried to find the words, agreeing with him but still trying to say something. Then Kelv asked loudly if she doubted that they were beautiful. The girl did not finish, confirming his words, after which the gentleman ordered her to show what was inside the bales. The conductor immediately rushed to fulfill the request. Interacting with her mana, the dark fabric became transparent, and food was revealed inside the bag. The cat girl demonstrated that everything was filled with food. Kelv noted that it was very convenient. The girl nodded in response, after which the Chancellor asked whether the Lord knew about this. He thought about it. Then he turned to the Master, asking if everything was okay. The young man wondered why he was looking at him, but Kelv couldn't help but sigh, because it would be difficult to control the troops' confusion. Then the Overlord reminded them that the Chancellor had already assumed this. Turning to their guide, he ordered that the matter be addressed and left. The Demon Lord held a small meeting. Before meeting with the Imperials, he wanted to tell them something. The Overlord went into more detail about the target they needed to defeat, the demonic beast Gargaros. His Majesty repeated about the rapid reproduction of individuals, due to which the number of monsters has grown by several hundred. Every day there are more and more monsters. However, according to the monarch, the demons are able to win without the help of the Empire. But Rukia felt that acting alone would expose the soldiers of their army to unnecessary risks. So she wanted to deal with this with all due caution without losing any of them. Clenching her fist firmly, the girl gave her verdict. The demons would march with the Empire, launching a full-scale offensive to exterminate the spiders. Everyone took this decision seriously. Kelv noted that this was the first time the countries had acted as one. The success of the operation would serve to strengthen good neighborly relations, and the liberated mines would provide the demons with active trade. He then went into the details of the plan. The Chancellor relayed intelligence from the scouts that Hexenbeast and the spiders had settled on the mountainside, and that the smaller spiders had spread throughout the web. The man concluded that it was too dangerous to fight in such a situation, so they would try to lure the spiders to them. The general's troops were to deal with the threads by setting them on fire. Thor's storerooms would contain the flames used for the web. The Demon Lord thought that this would be enough to deal with the threads. Kelv continued that the first thing they would attack would be the elven troops with a magical volley. Normally, due to the limited range of magic, they would have to get close to the monsters, but this time they have laser pointers. In front of the mages were infantry. While the infantry will be attacking the enemy, the elves will be safe, because thanks to this invention, they will be able to stay at a distance without falling under enemy attacks. The infantry consisted of minotaurs equipped with health-improving pendants. With their help, they will be able to surround themselves with water mana. By transforming the mana, they will gain the power of water that can match the heat of the flames of the general's troops. The Overlord continued for the Chancellor that they would try to make their task easier by inflicting as much damage as possible with fire. After the bombardment, the lizard squads would be engaged in observing the area, finishing off the escaped spiders. Then His Majesty concluded the meeting. To Thor's bewilderment, everyone looked at him. The commanders of the Minotaurs and Elves did not believe that they had everything they needed. Those present were scared that everything was going well. The main character was embarrassed by this. However, the Demon Lord reminded them to be careful, because anything could happen in battle. The ruler specified that, despite the strengthening of forces, carelessness could lead to failure. Having gathered, the commanders excitedly promised to remember this. His Majesty then approached the Chancellor regarding the promotion of cooperation with the Empire. He apologized with concern and explained that there was still no news from the Allies' guard. This surprised the monarch. Kelv said that they had exchanged greetings, but the Imperials, despite the demons sharing their plans, had not yet announced their own. The ruler did not understand what they were thinking about. The alchemist reflected that they knew they couldn't be trusted, so they sent scouts around the area before coming here. The boy was almost certain that the Imperial Guard would act on their own, deciding that the enemy was weak and ignoring verbal agreements. Just then, someone ran into the tent with an urgent message. Lizard confirmed the young man's mental conclusions. The Empire's soldiers had already begun to fight the demonic creatures. The fighter continued that they had provoked Gargarosa and the small spiders, driving them to a rocky outcrop at the foot of the cliff. He ended his report by asking the Demon Lord for further instructions. Earlier, the Minister of Military Affairs had spoken to the Imperial Guard. Zegrin noted that defeating monsters in the Demon Lord's territory was a rare chance to show the Empire's strength, calling on the soldiers to approach this responsibly. They loudly agreed. Then the man, to the admiration of the guards, called Her Majesty to say a few words. The girl charmingly thanked them for the journey, noting that they were probably tired, because it was still a long way from here to the volcano, but it was also quite hot here. However, the fighters began to loudly object, claiming that they were full of strength. The princess was perplexed, because she herself was sweating under her armor. Lyanna could not wait to return home and see her sister. But the minister's frightening gaze brought Her Majesty back to reality, and she continued. The princess announced that Gargarosa had already noticed their presence, and was heading this way, after which she raised her sacred sword. Lyanna called on the garrison to defeat the monster and show the Demon Lord that demons and non-humans were no match for them. The girl enthusiastically declared that victory over evil creatures is the mission of the hero's successors. While the crowd cheered, Her Majesty and Zegrin discussed the number of people. They had about 300 elite guards, which was more than enough. The Demon Lord's side only had about 100. The Minister of Military Affairs added that, since they had 3 times more people, they would definitely be able to defeat the monsters without their participation, showing their power. The man then turned to the princess, asking if she remembered the order of actions. She replied that the soldiers would have to restrict the movement of the small spiders, while she attacked the Hexenbist with the legendary weapon. Zagran added that once the giant was defeated, the soldiers would be able to destroy the remaining spiders without hindrance. The minister also asked Lyanna to monitor the mana volume. The girl answered with displeasure that she knew. However, the man reminded her that activating the Holy Blade required a lot of mana. He warned that Her Majesty would only be able to use it for a short time, asking her to calculate her strength. The princess said indignantly that she didn't need to repeat it. She wouldn't make a fool of herself in front of the Demon Lord. Then Zagran, glaring, reminded that she should also keep the bar high in front of the soldiers. The girl became agitated by this look. Lyanna sighed sadly. The thought flashed through her mind that she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone. And also Her Majesty must be fearless like a hero, and cold-blooded like an emperor. Then the girl closed her eyes tiredly. Opening them, the princess put on a grin. Here the soldiers saw the approaching enemies. The minister said that they had managed to lure them out as planned, but something surprised Zagran. There were many more monsters than they expected. The spiders ran towards the fighters like an avalanche. Opening their monstrous mouths, the creatures moved forward in a chaotic stream. The minister tried in vain to count the spiders, amazed at how quickly their numbers had increased. The creature was multiplying at a terrifying rate, befitting a demonic beast. Remembering the Demon Lord's letter of warning, Zagran cursed. However, raising his hand, the man decided that there were ways to resist them in this case. After the signal, the drums began to play, and the soldiers formed a shield wall, spears pointed. The minister reassured himself that this was just a mindless horde, and the army had tactics and formations. The guardsmen prepared to attack. Meanwhile, Zagran was thinking that they simply had to defeat them. The teeth of the attacking monsters were already sharpened towards the defenders. The first stream was pushed back with difficulty by the shields. Then the minister commanded the archers. A hail of arrows rained down on the spiders. The opponents were wounded. The raised axe called for action. After him, the Imperials began to stick spears into the demonic creatures. Then, by order of Zagran, it was the turn of the magicians. By activating the spell, they summoned fire. The accumulated fireball was launched into the battlefield, enveloping it in smoke. Many of the enemy were burned, but many continued to run forward. Then the Minister of War announced that the enemy's advance had been slowed, ordering the cavalry to advance and cut a path to the giant spider. The cavalry, shouting and obediently, rode forward with swords at the ready. The blades cut down monster after monster. As they cut their way to Hexenbist, Zagran told Her Majesty that it was time to attack the main demonic beast. Lyanna, standing in the chariot and holding the sacred sword, answered in the affirmative. Then, leaning against the blade, the girl asked him to answer her. The sacred sword of Dulgaria glowed in response. While watching the battle, the Minister of War, meanwhile, admired the flexible troops lined up in perfect order. The man's glasses reflected the carnage. Zagran thought that all that was left was to use the legendary weapon and end this misunderstanding. However, the minister did not like the spider's six-eyed gaze, and he became wary. The monster roared furiously, a deafening scream that could be heard throughout the area. All the warriors were trembling to the very bones from such a terrifying sound. However, this did not stop the knights from continuing to move forward, despite all the tangible threats. Meanwhile, the monster did not want to give up and began to inflame its thirst even more, which made the roar sound louder than before. The man stood in the very heart of the crowd of terrified warriors, thoughts swarming in his head about how the enemy was capable of suppressing the momentum of the empire with just a roar. But then he interrupted these thoughts. Taking a stance, he gave the command to the cavalry not to stop and continue to break through their path. The knights accepted the order with confidence. Before they had time to fully experience the excitement, something of an unclear shape was approaching them at great speed. At that very moment, the monster used its huge limb to cut off the heads of everyone who tried to approach it. What he saw greatly shocked the man. He decided that this could not continue any longer. He turned to Her Highness with a warning not to leave the line. They had to retreat, but he did not have time to finish. Once again, the enemy attacked with lightning speed, and more knights were defeated. The girl rushed forward on the chariot and rushed past the man. He did not expect this. and called out to her in shock. She drew her sword, showing that she was ready to resist. The girl was sure that her instincts whispered to her that the right time had come. She looked ahead, her eyes clearly seeing, amidst all the chaos, the very path that leads to the goal. The bodies of dead soldiers lay around her, their body parts flying in different directions. The girl made a promise to avenge them. A crowd of giant spiders was approaching her in front. Her Highness dropped one knee to the ground, preparing to take the blow. The man panicked and gave the command to protect Her Highness, as the spiders were getting closer. At his command, the team lined up to defend, blocking the path. The infantry held the retreat path, while the magical troops prepared to destroy the main body. The monster came very close to the girl, but not a single muscle on her face twitched in fear. Her Highness swung her weapon with great force, preparing to crush her enemy with the power of the sacred sword of Dolgaria, the legacy of heroes. The knights looked at what was happening in stunned silence, their faces expressing horror and alarm. The huge spider monsters were advancing in a crowd, with the largest specimen behind them, their numbers growing at an incredible rate. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. The biggest one had more spiders in its belly, but she immediately pulled herself together, no matter what. She had to destroy it, otherwise it would be the end of everything. She lunged forward, slipping under the monster and raising her sword to strike. The girl cast a spell, calling upon the ray of the sacred sword, and a bright light struck the monster, hitting it from the side. After the spider was injured, it roared deafeningly. Her Highness watched him intently. Something seemed strange to her in his behavior. Suddenly a blow fell on her. The chariot was shattered into pieces. The girl managed to jump to the side. She panicked. The little spiders distracted her. She missed and couldn't kill the monster with one blow. She gripped the sword tightly, but her hands were still shaking. Suddenly the girl realized that she had exhausted all her mana. Her powers had disappeared. The man looked at the wounded monster. He thought about the fact that the attack of the holy sword did not kill him completely, but only caused a serious injury. He held his hand out to the side, signaling the magical squad to start the fire. There was an explosion, the order was carried out, the man peered intently into the clouds of fire. The monster stood unharmed, the attack dissipated. The man could not believe what he saw, because such a powerful attack could not even hurt the monster. The man was thinking that perhaps nothing but Her Highness's blow could cause serious harm to the spider. Meanwhile, something happening on the side distracted him. The defensive line was beginning to crumble, the spiders, increasing in number, continued to push forward, but first of all, it was necessary to save Her Highness and regroup. The Imperial Guard managed to hold back the first wave. Despite the large number of the enemy, the advantage was still on the side of the guards. If they managed to overthrow the enemy's front line again, then it would be possible to force a battle of attrition. It was necessary to destroy the bulk of the spiders, and in that case, their invasion would be decapitated. The man was already confident that they had every chance of winning, but a strange sound was heard, and his attention switched. A rumble was heard throughout the area. The man looked around nervously, trying to understand the cause of the sound. A knight climbed onto his cart to report that reinforcements were arriving for the enemy forces, and panic began to overwhelm the commander even more. An enemy army was visible on the horizon. At first glance, their number was equal to the previous one, and perhaps even more. The man was amazed that the opponents could leave so many forces in ambush. He cursed these monsters had tricked them, and realizing it, rage boiled inside him. The Knights of the Protective Guard informed the minister that they were completely surrounded, and at the same moment the troops were ordered to close in on their formation. Crowds of spiders surrounded the warriors. Many of them began to get nervous. It was unclear what was happening. Some knights tried to roughly name the number of the enemy, about 300 or maybe even 500. In any case, it was obvious that they outnumbered the guards in numbers and strength. The soldiers were shaking with fear. All of them were visited by the same thoughts and feelings. They all considered themselves just snacks for monsters. Her Highness was trying to regain her strength. Her mana was depleted. However, she found the strength to get up. Despite the lack of mana, she still had swordsmanship, but the idea of fighting a monster with only swords seemed unimaginable. At that moment, a blow came right in front of her and destroyed everything around her. The girl's face reflected fear from surprise. The monster roared not far from her. The monster was of incredible size, and it seemed difficult to deal with it without the help of heroes. She couldn't believe her strength. Emotions overwhelmed her. The girl's legs began to tremble. and she sank to the ground. The monster looked terrifying. It stuck out its long tongue. It was completely different from an ordinary spider, except for its size. The girl noticed that there was a strange red spot on his head. A beam of light struck the monster from the side at great speed. The blow hit one of the spider's eyes, and the monster growled in pain. After this, someone's voice attracted the attention of Her Majesty and all the soldiers of the Empire. He addressed everyone present. The minister and the knights raised their heads. A dark figure was visible above them. The creature introduced itself as the Hand of Everguard, the Lord of the Demon Lands. The bishop promised that now his troops would provide support to the guard. Her Highness thought about his words about magical cover from the Demon Lord's territory. It seemed impossible to her. Too far away, beyond the reach of magic, but the blow they dealt to the monster was powerful. The order was heard again. Once again, a beam of light flew past the girl and hit the target. The girl was even more shocked. The spider fell to the ground from another blow. He continued to roar in agony. Ruki condescendingly asked the monster if it hurt, since it was a combined attack from 30 mages. Next to the Demon Lord, a subordinate held a magical item in his hands, a laser pointer. Such an item could not only increase the radius of magic, but also direct it to one point, thanks to which the magical volleys of several people merged and inflicted increased damage. When Ruki tried it himself earlier, he was amazed by the power of the explosion at the point of impact. Mabel excitedly turned to Thor, asking if he had seen what had happened. The guy answered yes, he saw it, and thought the laser pointer shot was amazing. He imagined the sword with which Her Highness fought, the divine grace of the weapon, and felt that he was almost falling in love. Thor looked very excited, still dreaming about the sacred sword. Ricky and his companion looked at the gathered Imperial guards. He was surprised that they were actually going to defeat the demonic beast Gargarosa alone. He also believed that perhaps they wanted to raise the prestige of the princess using the sacred sword through this, or simply to demonstrate the power of the hero's weapon to the demons. The subordinate asked Her Majesty whether she could have expected such a development of events, but for her it was possible to some extent. The Empire had abandoned Thor, but someone still wanted to use him for their own purposes, so it would be dangerous to trust them. And she also had the intention of clarifying something after defeating the Hexen Beast. She wanted to make sure that those who used Thor were just a bunch of nobles, and that the imperial family were respected people. Her Majesty wanted to talk to the princess after the battle and find out everything from her. In response, she heard admiration for her thinking. Ruki summed up the queen's words. No matter what, the imperial troops had shown them brilliant tactics, and he also thought that they were lucky to see it. However, the troops' mistake was to underestimate Gargarosa's strength. The Lord warned the Empire of the danger posed by the monster, as it appeared out of nowhere and had not been sufficiently studied. But neither Ruki himself nor the Empire could accurately predict such tenacity of the monster. The spider rose and roared with all its might. The minister hurried to help the princess. The man approached the girl, informing her that the encirclement had been lifted and that they needed to hurry while they could. Despite all this, the battle was far from over. Gargarosa was still a formidable opponent for everyone. Even the Demon Lord would not be able to defeat him on his own. However, they could still weaken the Hexen Beast with long-range attacks, so the army had to take advantage of the opportunity to finish it off. In that case, they would need the Holy Sword again. The princess remembered how the beam hit the spider. She felt uneasy. All she could do was agree with the minister. The man held Her Highness so that she would not fall and helped her move. The girl was completely exhausted. Ruki and the Demon Queen looked at them from their observation point. One of the demon warriors announced that the spiders were no longer besieging the Empire and had begun moving straight towards them. The Demon Lord felt that the princess's weapon had not had much effect. He raised his hand, gesturing for the Imperial troops to notice him, and clarified that despite the enemy's numbers being large, their strategy had not changed. Her Majesty gave the order to use long-range magic to slow down the spiders. As soon as the enemy's advance stalled, the general's troops and the Minotaurs would attack. The Minotaur commander called his soldiers. A whole horde of creatures approached at his call. His orders were to activate the health enhancement pendants, then gather and be ready. Fire magic applies the effect, energy plus 100. The next one to give the order was the general of the Elven army. They needed to support the Minotaurs with their magic, to give it their all. The commander made a promise to Her Majesty that he would show the full power of his family. He threw a huge sword over his shoulder, The man was burning with the desire to take revenge on all the monsters for the deaths and desecration that they committed on his lands. Agnes turned to her father, because not only he but she too was going to fight. She mentally called upon Lord Thor to look at her. Plus 400 was added to the physical strength. The elves were given the order to begin the attack. To create a magical salvo, all the magicians obediently lined up in a row and pointed their staffs forward, towards the approaching enemy. At that moment, when the carriage was driving along the road, a noise was heard from the forest. A knight was hurrying towards the travelers. The guy managed to catch up with his target. The man sitting inside handed him a roll of paper. He pleaded that he was counting on the young man, who in turn knew that it was his duty to deliver the message. The guy hurried forward. He would do everything to ensure that the letter reached its addressee. On the battlefield, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The Imperial troops could not withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Everyone was coping as best they could. The minister was frantically trying to command the knights. Many spiders were defeated. The Minotaur general fought confidently. The demon queen watched with a sullen expression. Thor and Mabel also watched what was happening from the side. The main target was the red spot of light on Gargarossa's body. The elven commander understood that it was almost impossible to hit him. Some of the mage soldiers did not even see the spot, while others could miss. However, the laser pointer will not allow any volley to miss the target. The monster was badly wounded. The most serious blow was to his eye. Another magical attack followed. This time the spider lost 2 limbs. Ruki noted that the loss of Gargarossa's 2 legs would inevitably slow him down, meaning that the right moment had arrived. He commanded Kelt to redirect the laser pointer. The target was a swarm of small spiders that were moving in their direction. The subordinate aimed the sight in the indicated direction. Her Majesty cast a spell to summon the dark flame, and fire erupted from the demon lord's palm. She believed that since the princess had shown them the power of the holy sword, then she should demonstrate the power of the dark element mana. Her Majesty launched her attack with a jubilant look. Ruki directed the magical flame of emptiness at the enemy. The flames headed straight for the center of the horde of spiders, burning them out completely. The monsters burned, uttering death cries. Everything happened with lightning speed. Rukia, pleased with herself, noted that the magical flame of emptiness, despite all its undeniable power, was rarely applicable due to its low striking range, but the laser pointer fully compensated for this shortcoming. The commander of the Minotaurs was amazed by such power. Entire hordes of spiders were destroyed in one blow, thanks to the Lord. The girl felt both fear and inspiration, because anyone who was touched by the magical flame turned into ashes in a matter of moments. This in itself was both frightening and fascinating. The princess and the minister also noticed such a large explosion. The girl was surprised. The demon lord was surprised that the flame burned for so long, but he was sure that it would soon go out. However, it was decided to continue in order to deliver an even more powerful blow. Kelv, with a trembling hand, nervously thought that the strongest in close combat became just as strong in long-range combat. He was even more surprised by how quickly the magic reached a new level. The commander interrupted his train of thought. He ordered him to point the pointer to the other flank. The subordinate began to carry out the order and changed the direction of the weapon. Another shot rang out, and flames once again struck the center of the enemy formation. The Lord and Kelv looked ahead in shock. Following them, the Minotaurs also watched, fascinated, what was happening. Everhard couldn't figure out why the demonic flame of the void moved along with the pointer, as if all the flames were attached to it, or were endlessly emitted by it. Kelv himself couldn't figure out the reason. His guess was that this was a property of the pointer itself. The Overlord thought that this was a good development, as they could do more damage this way, and the flames would soon die out. She decided to send a second volley of demonic void flame. Once again, the blow hit the enemy, but this time the fire flared up even higher and more powerfully, covering more and more space. Screams were heard from the fire. The attackers did not understand what was going on. Black smoke appeared. Her Majesty believed that this flame had increased many times over. Perhaps this was a consequence of using a laser pointer to direct magic with an element of darkness. At least that's what Thor once said. The pointer uses the principle of the struggle between the elements of darkness and light. The mana of darkness suppresses the mana of light from all sides, turning its flow into a thin straight beam. The Lord came to the conclusion that if the pointer conducted the flame, it meant that the mana of darkness underlying it fed the flame. This principle of action was similar to throwing wood on a fire. after which the fire would greedily flare up. That is why the demonic flame did not go out, but followed the weapon. She fed it at the point she pointed to, and the flame immediately flared up and spread to everything the beam hit. This action lasted until the mana reserves ran out, and until then, the fire continuously devoured enemies. The Lord himself imbued the magic stone with darkness, on which the pointer worked. From all this, it appeared that the laser pointer and the demonic void flame were of the same nature. Both were generated by the assistant's mana. Thus, they observed the connection between him and the weapon when he controlled his mana. Both weapons obeyed him. Kelv clarified with Her Majesty that once she used the pointer, she became able to move magic at her own discretion. Then they demonstrated to him how it happens, waving a hand with a laser pointer and burning enemies. The guy was slightly shocked by what happened. Inside, he was sure that a couple of hundred spiders were defeated again. Rookie Everhard admired the extraordinary creation of Mr. Alchemist Thor. The spiders changed direction, and the elves noticed that they were now heading in their direction. The monsters tried to run away in different directions, but the chief elf gave the order not to allow a single individual to escape. He did not want to let the ruler down. The monsters were hit with magic again, many enemies were defeated. The remaining ones tried to save their lives in fear. The surprise of the princess and the minister knew no bounds. They were shocked by such power and speed. The Minotaur general and his subordinates also watched the enemy's defeat. The soldier asked the man if he should prepare for an attack, but he did not know what to answer. He himself was interested in the question of whether they were needed on the battlefield at all. Thor was pleased, he told Mabel about it. Now everything was wonderful. The Demon Lord was increasingly convinced that he had not insisted on his participation in vain, because he had managed to witness a very interesting spectacle. Mabel said thoughtfully that a stun, or even more, magical beasts, burned in the blink of an eye. All this reminded her of something. She remembered the magicians who competed in destroying monsters for speed. Such competitions were described in the Legends of Heroes, and what they read about in the product catalog, the so-called presentation. The elf suddenly realized something and said her thought out loud. Thor echoed her delight. This really was that presentation. The girl was right. They began to shout this word in unison in support of what was happening on the battlefield. Right before the eyes of the spectators, a scene from Legends unfolded. A man with a tie told about it. There, right at that moment, the competitions of the heroes of the past came to life. Lady Rukia made an indelible impression. The Demon Lord silently looked at the battered spider monster. Rukia decided that now was the time to deliver the finishing blow to the enemy. The monster seemed to sense a strong desire to destroy it coming from its opponents. It let out a deafening roar that pierced the surrounding area. All the individuals changed their direction and began to gather in a huge pile in one place. The queen did not understand what was the reason for such a sudden change in behavior. The overlord also noticed something strange. All the small spiders changed their direction after the main one let out its cry. Thus, they formed a kind of living shield around the Gargarosa. Quinn added that, in addition to everything else, it was completely impossible to see what was happening behind the living wall. A messenger approached them from behind with a report, and the man immediately demanded that he report on the situation. The messenger reported that behind the improvised wall, the enemy was hastily retreating. The Lord frowned. In such a case, he had another option. He had no choice but to destroy the demonic beast, Gargarosa, along with his shield. He would simply cut it down. Quinn began to become noticeably worried that His Majesty had decided to use something controversial. His anxiety was justified. The ruler decided to trust in the improvisation of Master Thor, namely the magic sword created especially for him, to which he answered quite confidently, because this is exactly what he was going to do. The monster quickly tried to hide, but without losing 2 legs, this was much more difficult. He was attacked again. The blow came unexpectedly from behind. The spider was confused and desperate. The Lord gracefully held a long, black sword in front of him. The elves looked up from their work, and everyone noticed that His Majesty had drawn his weapon. This magical sword was created by Master Thor, especially for the Demon Lord. It was not the Majesty of Rukia who called upon the sword to grant her strength. She called upon the faithful flame, and at that moment, black tongues of fire began to appear around her. When the sword's handle was firmly gripped, the mana sealed in the magic stone was released. This was the weapon's specialty. Thor promised Rukia that the mana from the weapon would merge with hers and also burst out, after which it was only necessary to direct all the free power precisely to the target. Normally, a magical attack that involved an excessive amount of mana would destabilize the wielder. However, thanks to a sword like this, that would not happen. A black pillar struck the sky. The Minotaurs looked on in delight, and Rukia felt obvious pleasure. The princess was confused. For her, all this was on a completely different level. She thought with annoyance that the holy sword attack she performed was nothing compared to what she was looking at. The range of the flame attack was limited by the owner's mana, but even so, its limit was 10 meters. This, in itself, was less. That was the level of power that the Demon Lord's sword had. Everhard's hands commanded, releasing volleys of dark flame, to destroy all the demonic beasts that were devastating his lands. He pointed the demonic sword of emptiness towards the enemy and crushed the enemy one after another. The spider was making loud screams. He was trying hard to hide as quickly as possible, but the ruler was not going to let him go so easily. Again, the dark beam hit the monster, at a great distance, but right on target. Gargarosa was defeated. Little remained of his body. Rukia confidently sent the monster back to the place from which he came. Thor and his companion admired such a spectacular fight. The princess and the minister were too shocked by the power and speed of the Demon Lord's weapon. The enemy was finally exterminated. The Lord turned away from the place where the explosion was literally happening. The dark flame completely engulfed the spider's body. The Imperial troops and the Minotaurs could not contain their joy. Everyone shouted a victorious hooray in unison. All the beings who could observe the battlefield were also amazed at how Her Majesty's sword destroyed the demonic beast. It was truly a grand spectacle for everyone. Moreover, the victory seemed so easy that some could not believe their eyes. The hero and the elf were the happiest of all, and a blush of pleasure appeared on his cheeks. The princess was ready to give up the ghost. Mentally, she turned to her sister, affirming how right she was. The girl told Her Highness that the world was big enough, and that one day she would meet an opponent whose strength would surpass her wildest expectations. Although the princess knew that this was possible, she could not imagine such a thing. The warriors of the demonic army approached the Lord. The general of the Minotaurs lamented that everything ended before they had time to feel it. He also apologized for not being able to show his usefulness in the battle. The ruler hastened to reassure his subordinates. He himself did not expect to do all the work, but he promised that they would have many other important tasks. From such words, the warriors' hearts were crucified. They gladly supported the Lord. But he still had something to add. He proudly raised his sword to the sky and confidently proclaimed that the monster Gargarosa had been defeated, and the people of the Empire had also contributed. He had many things to say, but he mainly wanted to highlight the princess's bravery and the power of the holy sword she had demonstrated. The girl was surprised when she heard such a statement about herself. Ruki thought that perhaps in the eyes of the princess, his sword might look terrifying. She probably thought that the Demon Lord had something comparable in power to the holy sword. But in fact, in his opinion, it was the same laser pointer, just in the form of a sword. In his memories, Thor enthusiastically spoke about his invention. He made it so that mana could be poured into a built-in magic stone in advance, due to which, at the moment of attack, the power increases even more. The mana would instantly form a magical blade, and there was no need to be afraid to pour all the enormous power into it, because the guiding properties of the laser pointer would not allow the mana to go wild and explode the sword. According to the young man, in addition to everything, the blade of the weapon does not play a big role in the attack and is removable, so you can decide for yourself what shape it will be. Such a blade is not sharpened for combat. It can hardly even be considered a cold weapon. For this reason, it can hardly be considered a magic sword, but rather just an object that stores and releases mana. However, despite this drawback, such a blade would be enough to disarm the Empire. Rukia made a mocking grimace on her face. The Lord cleared his throat with a light cough and turned to the Imperial troops. He wanted to talk about their mission. He addressed the princess directly, asking her to give him some of her attention. The girl was noticeably starting to get nervous. Her Highness and the minister walked towards the tent located on the hill. The minister was dissatisfied. It seemed to him that the whole battle was a complete mistake. When the Imperial troops sent bandits to scout out the situation in the demon territory, they reported that they had seen only 100 spiders. Not much time had passed since then. It is unthinkable that in such a short period of time, their numbers had increased many times. So the Empire thought that the overlord's warning letter was a bluff to lure out their forces, of which they had few. In the end, the Imperial forces came with a large army, but only because they feared an attack from the demons. Even with all those soldiers, the man couldn't defeat the monster. He considered it a complete failure. It was unlikely that he would be deprived of his position as punishment, but he was sure that he would be held accountable. He also recalled the orders he gave in those moments when the situation was getting out of control. Therefore, the man wanted to avoid further blunders in the negotiations. He had the image of the princess in his mind all this time. He had been preparing her as an ideal pawn. Now it was time for her to be useful to him. The minister always tried to instruct Princess Lyanna, because even in the presence of the demon lord, she needed to remain on top, and also remember what it meant to be the highest. The girl learned what he taught her, to take from the weak, to show them overwhelming force, and to subjugate. However, Lyanna herself did not fully accept such views. Doubts raged within her as to whether such a thing was possible. It was easy to talk about selecting the weak, but in such circumstances, on one side was the Empire, and on the other was the Demon Lord. It was not clear to her who was weaker in such a situation. The Empire, with an army of 300 elite guards, was able to inflict minor damage on the monster and was one step away from total destruction. At the same time, the Demon Lord easily defeated the small spiders and stopped Gargarosa with only 100 warriors. From all this, it was obvious who was who. In other words, the Empire lost. The girl remembered her sister's appeal to her. Lyanna suggested that instead of resolving the issue from a position of strength, perhaps they should try to understand the other side. The minister was not satisfied with this proposal. An unpleasant grin was reflected on his face. Apparently it was Princess Sophia who had such an influence on the girl. He decided to intimidate the princess, because if she did not pull herself together, then there was a chance that next time it would be her sister Sophia. The girl shuddered at such words. Her Highness Sophia had much more power than Her Highness Lyanna, but due to her sickly constitution, she could only use it once, and with serious consequences. If the girl did not want to allow this to happen, she would have to behave according to her title, not make mistakes, and not put the Imperial troops in a losing position. The princess begged him not to force her sister to do something she didn't want to do, and the man decided that he needed to use something stronger. He asked the girl if she remembered what defines the ideal princess. Lyanna answered in the affirmative. She remembered that she had to follow the Emperor's orders. The answer was correct, after which Zagrani sent her to go and accept the invitation to negotiate. The girl moved towards the demonic army. One of the soldiers was holding a dead hare in his hand. The princess felt uneasy in enemy territory, but the minister looked quite pleased. He smiled broadly at Her Highness. The tent was guarded in a circle by several soldiers, and with them were minotaurs. The princess entered the tent and introduced herself to those present as Lyanna Dolgaria, the third princess of the Dolgaria Empire. The demon lord and his subordinates looked at the guest. The girl continued her greeting. She thanked them for saving her from the crisis in this situation. She also saw with her own eyes all the power of the demonic lord. The girl was sincerely amazed that the lord possessed a sword with such properties, because even her holy sword did not have such an attack and range. Everything seemed incredible, especially when His Majesty destroyed rows of demonic beasts from afar. It was similar to divine punishment. The princess was trembling all over, and the minister was also beginning to tense up with anticipation. Zagran understood that even if he explained everything to Lyanna, she was unable to overcome her fear. He himself was familiar with this feeling. In the face of the Demon Lord's overwhelming power and his evil weapon, even he had a hard time overcoming the fear that had settled within him. Ruki Everhard finally responded, greeting the princess with the deepest respect. He urged her not to be ashamed of her actions, because in that situation they made the best decision possible. The girl was still trembling with fear, and she barely managed to squeeze out a word of gratitude in response. In that skirmish, the Imperial troops were at their best. They showed their skill and valor, but it was only against the small spiders. No matter how good their formation was, if Gargarosa managed to get closer, they would not be able to hold out. In that case, even the Holy Sword would not save the situation. In a dense formation, it is impossible to swing it without hitting your comrades. The most correct decision was to move away from the guards' formation. Perhaps if it hadn't been for the ambush set up by the spiders, then with another shot of the Holy Sword, the Imperials managed to force the Hexenbist to retreat. Rukia admired the princess because she was also a good warrior who was willing to take risks for her comrades. Zagran asked the bishop to speak, since he was the Minister of War. But instead of His Majesty, Chancellor Kelv answered, he was a servant. He was surprised that the Minister of War personally arrived with an army. He also introduced the Minotaur General Roseng. The minister enthusiastically repeated the names of those who introduced themselves. He had heard about them. He lowered his head in a slight bow and thanked them for saving Her Highness Lyanna from defeat, and also congratulated her on her successful victory over the demonic beast. The Chancellor only answered something unintelligible. The man repeated about the Empire and the lands of demons. Then Zagran added with a broad smile that he was confident that in the future, their great joint victory would be written about in history books. But his interlocutors did not share his satisfaction. Rukia asked with an unreadable expression. It was unexpected for her that the Empire and they had won together. The Minotaur General was seething with rage, his hand clenched into a fist. Kelv reminded that the military campaign was supposed to take place after the two armies joined forces. But the Imperial Guard ignored this moment. They entered the battle alone and were attacked by the demonic beast. The Lord interrupted the servant, but the Chancellor did not want to remain silent. It was too important to ignore, and the soldiers would not be able to be convinced if they did not understand this matter. In that case, Ruki turned to the princess to answer his question. The Lord was very interested in why the Imperial Guard began the battle on its own, despite the agreement on joint actions that had been concluded between them. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, besides, the Hexenbeast did not descend from the mountains to the open area. Considering the fact that he had come all this way meant that the guard had taken actions against him that were not coordinated with the demonic army, which ultimately provoked him. Looking at this, one could only conclude that everything had been planned in advance, and the Imperial side had deliberately wanted to lure all the spiders, including their leader, onto themselves. The girl was sweating from intense anxiety. But Ruki continued the conversation. Since the Empire had not dedicated the Allied army to its plan, this meant that the Guard was acting on demon territory without permission. The Lord asked if they had thought about their inhabitants, because if hordes of spiders had descended from the mountains in anger and attacked the surrounding cities, it would have been a catastrophe. That was why there was an agreement on a joint attack, in order to eliminate possible damage. The girl didn't know what to say in response, but Rukia interrupted her. She didn't want to blame Lyanna. She was only interested in intentions and whether the Empire was worthy of their trust. The princess stumbled over every word. She had nothing to justify herself with. The minister intervened instead, explaining that the army's hasty action was caused by the ill-considered actions of soldiers who were thoughtlessly eager to gain military glory. The girl looked questioningly at Zagran. Memories of his words about how an ideal princess should behave popped into her head. The man continued to answer. In the Empire, guilty nobles and their people are required to answer for their actions, including through duels. And for their excessive pride, which led to the desire to attack first, they will be punished according to the laws of the Empire. General Risenga was furious. He could not stand it any longer. He indignantly answered the minister that these were uninvited statements, because the Lord did not ask the question to him, but he dared to intervene in the conversation. He was literally seething with anger and overwhelming impatience. The minister had no choice but to remain silent. And Ruki himself supported the general. This matter concerned only him. The demon lord Ruki Everguard and Princess Lyanna Dolgaria, the head of the imperial troops in this campaign. So the minister should not unceremoniously interfere in the conversation. The man hastened to apologize for his thoughtless actions. The ruler turned his attention back to the princess and asked her to tell him how it all happened. The girl, hand on heart, assured that Gargarosa came down from the mountains because their soldiers acted without permission. They attacked the lair of the Hexenbist, failed, and therefore fled back, bringing the monster with them. When the soldiers reported this to the guard, it was decided to quickly make adjustments to the plan and prepare for the clash. The Empire did not inform the Overlord about this, so as not to cast a shadow on its own honor. The princess bowed, offering deep apologies on behalf of the entire imperial family for what had happened. Rukia doubted whether the apology was from the heart. Lyanna pointed her hand at her companion, saying that the Minister of War would report all the details. The man took the initiative, as Her Highness had said. It was the greed of some guards that had brought the spiders. However, the merciful Princess Lyanna was determined to save them. He turned all his attention to her, praising the girl, calling to look at her courageous appearance, because she fought, bathed in the blood of demonic beasts. Kelv absolutely did not believe a single word of it. He generally believed that she did not participate in the massacre with the small spiders, and did not shed blood, but they tried to create the necessary impression. Out loud he asked about where the guilty soldiers had gone. The minister replied that the soldiers had already been taken into custody, but the chancellor did not relent. He wanted to talk to them. Zigran closed his eyes and clarified that many of them were wounded and were not in a condition to appear before his lordship. Kelv was sure he was right, he asked. Suddenly, in a conversation with the guards, it would turn out that they would tell a completely different story. The man did not give in. In response, he answered that people can come up with any fables, if only to get out of the water dry. He clapped his hands. It turned out that the minister had prepared a letter of thanks, but not as a ransom, but as a sign of gratitude, and later they would be able to receive official gratitude from the emperor. The chancellor took the package, unfolded it, and began to read out its contents. A letter of sincere gratitude. It announced the intention to hand over the supplies not used in the battle to the demon's disposal. In addition, the letter spoke of the intention to conclude a, quote, non-aggression pact between the Empire and the Demon Lord, with an official ceremony. Previously, the War Prevention Treaty was only concluded in writing, but now there was an opportunity for an official ceremony in the presence of both parties, the Demon Lord and the Emperor of Bulgaria. The princess and the minister were very excited about the idea and were going to propose it to the emperor. Ruki thought for a moment, and Zagran hastened to add that the power of His Majesty had exceeded all expectations, so it was only natural for their countries to think about cooperation. The man also promised that once they returned, they would hold a council with the emperor. They had to pay tribute to the ruler's power and take a step into a bright future. Ruki smiled to himself. The sword that Thor had created had seriously misled the people of the Empire about its true power. The Lord turned to his servants. Now he wanted to hear what each of them thought about this. Kelv spoke first. He believed that they should accept the offer. It was clear that the guard would never admit that they had fought alone, so it was necessary to take advantage of their miscalculation. The general also did not stand aside. He was outraged that they had to be satisfied with gratitude and handouts from the Empire. The chancellor added that there was also the matter of the non-aggression pact. If the imperial family were to actually attend the treaty signing ceremony, then it would mean recognizing the demon lands as equals to the human kingdoms. All of this would have a great effect. The empire will not be able to break such a non-aggression pact. The Lord thought about the fact that depending on the outcome of the negotiations, trade between demons and humans might also become possible. If the imperial guards recognize them as equals, then many benefits would follow. The servant was sure that this was a good idea. He expected that it would bring great practical benefits. The general attracted the attention of the ruler, and Kelva. He asked if they blamed the Empire for violating the agreement on a joint attack. The boy answered him positively, but they knew about the methods of the Imperial High Command. Some soldiers that the Minister of War spoke of probably did not exist, and the scapegoats would be blamed. The Lord agreed with him. Rukia decided that if they demanded that those soldiers be handed over to them, then they would dispose of those who were on their bad side. But then the Empire could spread rumors about their cruelty that could be their strategy. The general became furious again. He literally growled that it was disgusting. Kelv understood his emotions, but the Lord was right in that it was better not to play into the Empire's hands. Overall, good results had already been achieved. The Hexambiest Gargarosa had been defeated, and the demonic army had not suffered any losses. Ruki completely agreed with the servant. This time he wanted to test whether the Imperial High Command could be trusted to defeat the monster, and the answer was negative. Her Majesty did not want to admit it, but it greatly depressed her, but that was the reality. The ruler was brought out of his thoughts by his subordinates. Some of the inhabitants of the Empire had dealings with them. The people of the Demon Lands and the Imperial Border citizens had already been conducting secret dealings with each other. Although they only traded limited goods that were hard to find in each other's lands, it was still a connecting thread between them. Rukia didn't want this bond to be broken just because of the Imperial military's greed. Defeating the demonic beast and saving the princess could benefit the entire demon race. And the Lord had to consider the interests of his country's people. It was decided to accept a letter of fact and a gift of thanks, as well as a non-aggression pact, after which the nations would consolidate their cooperation with each other and publicize the victory in the battle. The servants confidently agreed with the ruler. The minister, in a conversation with Lyanna, asked her to become like the cold-blooded emperor. She should not give in to her opponents, even if they were stronger. The girl got angry at him and decided to shut him up, because he had been repeating the same thing to her since childhood. The man did not expect such a reaction, and Her Highness assured him that she knew what he was talking about, because she was a princess. The princess made a mysterious expression on her face, and added that she would not submit to anyone, even the strongest of men, and would take everything she could. Zagran did not understand what she meant, the girl explained. Her words meant that all supplies, weapons, or information would go for the benefit of the Empire. After a long discussion, the Demon Lord and his entourage gave their answer to the Empire and the princess. Everyone gathered at the table. Her Highness Lyanna accepted the answer as the representative of the Empire. The demons officially received a letter of thanks, thanking them for saving the princess. This official letter marked the beginning of a new branch of negotiations. Moreover, it was a sign of friendship between the ruler and the Empire. The minister and the Demon Lord shook hands, and now all this will determine the shape of the future non-aggression pact. Lyanna wanted to ask her interlocutors one more question. The Minister of War looked at her sideways, and Kelv was tense at the same time, but Ruki wanted to listen to Her Highness. The girl asked about the fact that the inhabitants of the demon territory used magic with a terrifying range, and a black magic sword too, but she was interested in where they got such power from. The ruler hesitated, but soon said that he had simply borrowed the wisdom of an alchemist. The princess's eyes widened in surprise. She thought anxiously that it might be that same wandering alchemist. Ruki was surprised by this wording, but overall, it was true that he could be considered to have wandered into his territory. The princess was inspired by the idea that the alchemist could have come from the Empire. The Lord found the reaction too strange. The answer sounded evasive. Because what would happen even if she was right? Lyanna was even more excited. She wanted to be introduced to him. Maybe he was the one who restored the magic sword. It was unlikely that there would be anyone else with the same skill. The Lord admitted the possibility of their meeting, but he was worried about what would happen next. But the girl only wanted to express her gratitude and, if possible, invite him to go to the capital with her. Alchemists had a low status as a non-combat class, but the imperial family valued those who created and improved items. In other words, she wanted to put this wise craftsman into the service of the Empire, and if he was very good, then Lyanna was ready to offer herself as well. Rukia's expression was unsightly. She repeated her interlocutor's last words, after which she only smirked. Her Highness, with her head in the clouds, declared that with her, even an alchemist who was unable to fight would be of use. She was absolutely certain that it would be a great honor for him, and the Emperor would have to agree. The minister smiled as broadly as the princess herself. Her Majesty's eyes widened, the whites of her eyes turning black with displeasure. Sometime after receiving the news of the victory over the demonic beasts, a dark trail of battle was left on the road. Thor, along with Mabel and a squad led by Agnes, combed the area around Gargarosa's nest. Their goal was to find and exterminate any surviving small spiders. The girl told the hero that he could just stay in the main camp, and they would do all the work themselves, but the guy refused. After all, he was also a participant in the campaign, so he also wanted to help. The Minotaurs whispered behind his back. They recognized him as the alchemist who created the sword for the ruler. The whispers grew louder. The soldiers were discussing the young man. They were all surprised. No one had seen him so close before, and he was an assistant to His Majesty. Thor himself was embarrassed that he had become so well known to the masses. Meanwhile, Agnes created too much flame. She clearly overdid it. The hero calmly took out the object and ordered it to absorb the flame, and the fire immediately began to be drawn into it. The Minotaurs continued to go crazy with delight. So impressed were they by his skill. They believed that he had absorbed fire into his body. The young man thought about it, because the pocket pantry was given only to a few, so the people did not know about it. Mabel encouraged their passion, urging them to pay even more attention to the miraculous deeds. The alchemist she served could do even more than that, and Thor asked her not to escalate the situation. The girl answered the master that perhaps he really shouldn't have come in person. They could have encountered the Empire's soldiers. She was afraid that he might be uncomfortable meeting someone from his own country. The hero waved it off. She had nothing to worry about, because while he was wearing the cloak, they would hardly recognize him. Besides, he came hoping that they would find some alchemical materials there. His girlfriend understood his interest, but she was still worried. In addition, the guy would like to examine the remains of one of the spiders. If they find out the strength of their bodies, it will help him in creating a sword superior to the weapons of the heroes. He saw the princess wield the holy sword in battle with the demonic beast Gargarosa. The sword emitted a beam of light magic that should have stopped the Hexenbeast, but the wall of spiders surrounding it absorbed the attack, and the main body barely received any damage. The boy thought that there were about 100 small individuals in the path of the holy beam. In other words, if you know their strength and multiply it by the number, it was possible to calculate the strength of the holy weapon. This information was very important to him, so that the young man could realize his dream of surpassing the holy sword. Agnes and Mabel turned to the hero with a pitiful look. They were worried that the holy weapon was stronger than the sword he had already created. Did such a thing really seem possible? It was hard for them to even imagine. The young man didn't understand why both of them were so shocked. It was true that the magic beam from the blade made the hordes of spiders disappear and defeated the main body without any problems. But all of this was just a laser pointer with some improvements and nothing more. Only the power of the ruler was amazing. The boy fell into his dreams. For him, it really seemed amazing. He wanted to see the presentation from Lady Rukia again. Perhaps when he creates a new sword, she will show herself even better. Mabel snapped him out of his reverie, thinking that His Majesty would agree with her, that whatever the hero's goals, his safety came first. It was more important to them all that Master Thor was safe and sound. Agnes shared the girl's opinion. She also didn't want the guy to get hurt while being there, and even more so, to experience an unpleasant encounter. The hero assured his friends that he would not be there for long, and would return after some time. As soon as he could find a suitable spider to examine its parts, he thanked them for their concern. He didn't want to disturb his friends even more, so he needed to quickly look around and leave. Knights approached from behind. They called out to Lady Agnes, saying that they had found an imperial soldier. After these words, tension flashed across the young man's face. There were still people of the Empire there, the girl told the guy to stand behind. A guard was approaching them to meet them. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in the Dolgaria Empire. A maid was carrying a snack to a man. She mistakenly called him Gregor, Regis, but quickly corrected herself and changed her address to Lord. This clearly did not please the man. The girl noted that she addressed him in this way because it was an order from the Minister of War. But the man was clearly very indignant at such treatment. He suddenly laughed and grabbed the maid by the hand. He smiled and laughed maliciously, as if he had gone completely mad. And at the same time he repeated the reason for his laughter, as if mocking what had been said to him. The maid screamed in horror. She screamed looking straight at the man with frightened eyes. He let the girl go and she immediately ran away. The man was shaking from the excess of emotions, and he himself continued to laugh and talk about how there was nothing terrible about it, and very soon he would return his honor and position. And then he remembered that he still needed to return the title of Duke, but wondered if he would be able to hold on to it. The Lord reassured himself, because he was sure that when he cleared his name, he would achieve even greater success and even promotion. He said with a serious and imperturbable face that he could even be appointed the new Minister of War. The girl did not understand Rogus at all, and asked in surprise what he had said. But the Lord continued to mumble that he could be sure of his imminent victory, because he had received a letter. He shouted loudly that he just needed to make sure that this letter would fall into the hands of this fool, and then he would definitely win, because after reading the letter he would immediately return. He imagined how it would all look. Like a boy reading a letter from his beloved father from the Empire. He wanted it to be like that. But what if the boy hated his father much more than his father did, and did not listen to the letter? Well then, he decided that he had to at least reveal the contents of their correspondence to everyone. If the demons found out about his correspondence with him, they would be suspected of spying for the Empire. And then his safety would be at risk, and he would have to listen to him. To do this, the man will simply send him a new letter from time to time, so that sooner or later he will be discovered. What will those around him think when they see how he hides letters from them? The fact that they do not know the content will definitely give rise to suspicions. And if these suspicions turn the demons against him, he will simply have no choice but to rely on the man and quickly flee to the Empire. Then he will definitely be able to make this boy his puppet. He just needs to be patient and persistent, and then everything will definitely work out. The guy would simply have no choice but to obey. He wondered what if he had a trusting relationship with those demons, but quickly pulled himself away from such thoughts, because this was just nonsense and it could not be. If all goes well, his punishment will definitely be mitigated, although it will definitely not be simply written off, because he will have made such a great achievement. The Lord will control his son, and the Lord of Flames along with him. If he achieves this, then it won't take long to subjugate the Demon Lord himself. In that case, he will definitely become a true legend. He laughed evilly again, covering his mouth with his hand to restrain himself. The man reasoned that he would like to become a minister of war or a hero. In either case, his progress towards legend would be invincible, and success and honor would inevitably await him. He clasped his hands in front of his face and exhaled, then began to dance joyfully, spinning around in place. And then, moving his fingers to the maids, he asked why his friends had become quiet. The girls watched everything that was happening with grimaces of horror on their faces, and the Lord himself did not notice this, and continued his self-praise. He had already suggested that the girls listen to a hymn in his honor. Sometime later, Regis happily sipped his victory drink, and after drinking it, he exhaled with difficulty. He continued to walk around, dancing joyfully and anticipating the taste of victory. He believed that the hour of success was coming. This feeling overwhelmed and inspired him, because he sincerely believed that the goddess of victory was on his side and felt it with all his soul. The man knew that the hour of his triumph was approaching. Someone approached cautiously and asked for help. It seemed that in this place, surrounded only by mountains and forests, it was difficult to meet someone. The man, completely faceless from fear, asked for help, because they were being chased by small spiders, and therefore they were lost. Both girls stared at him in bewilderment, and at this time someone was watching from behind the shadows of the trees. The guy hiding in the shadows was wearing a robe made of magical weave of dark attributes. It absorbs light and becomes completely black when filled with magical power. If you put it on and throw back the hood, the figure will simply dissolve into the darkness. The young man remembered that he had received a message from Lady Rukia earlier. From its contents, it was clear that several soldiers had attacked a pack of monsters. She had said that this was part of the Empire's strategy, but it still worried the young man. The knight humbly raised his hands and said that he was ready to disarm, and, as a member of the guard, he counted on mercy towards them. The girl, dressed in armor but with long curls, said that she noticed how hard it was for the soldiers. She placed her hand on her chest and confessed that she was Agnes, the daughter of the Fire General, and therefore the knights could be sure that she would return them to the Empire. The face of the man who spoke twisted into a sly smile. His face twisted, which the girl simply could not help but notice, and then he asked again if she really was Agnes. If so, then he had certainly heard a lot about her. Such a reaction definitely scared the general's daughter. The young man who was hiding in the shadows quickly realized who was in front of him. Without leaving his hiding place, he quietly whispered that in front of them was the captain of Duke Regis's guard. He knew that he was also the man who had told of his crimes and incompetence when the boy had been banished. But it was still unclear why he was there, which was why the tension in the air was growing, and the man himself had a bad feeling about this. The guy didn't understand at all why the captain of the Duke's guard was here, and therefore watched him closely. And yet, realizing that it was better to be on guard with him, he took something black out of the box. From a very small box appeared a huge pillow, which was quite unusual. It was surrounded by magical energy, and therefore it could be concluded that it was a magical pillow trap. He turned to his assistant and asked her to give this pillow to Anginas, but the girl did not understand such a request at all. Why should she give it to the captain of the Duke's guard? The young man said that the guardsmen looked tired, and no one wanted them to complain that you made a proud imperial soldier stand, or worse, sit on the ground. Mabel agreed with this. The guy thought for a bit and stopped the girl. He came up with something better. He suggested putting a pillow on the stone, because if you do that, you'll get a great chair. After hearing this, the girl nodded and agreed, saying that she understood. A few moments later, the man in armor was sitting on a stone with a contented expression on his face. The guy noted that the captain of the guard had sat on his trap pillow after all. Mabel asked if Thor knew these soldiers of the Empire, to which the guy assured that in front of them was the captain of the guard of Duke Regos, his family, and smiled thoughtfully. The girl assumed that in that case, they could be close. Her eyes lit up with interest, and her mouth opened wide in surprise, which she tried to hide with her hand. But Thor explained that this was not true, and that in fact the man, when the boy was expelled from the Empire, was quite annoyed, his lack of combat skills at the proper level. Mabel's face suddenly changed to a dark one. She was eager to punish this man, and asked for permission to use offensive magic on him, but Thor stopped her. He said that he was now more interested in the question of what this general had in mind. After all, it was not normal for the captain of the Duke's Guard to be in such a place completely alone. The girl put her hand to her chin and agreed that it was very strange. Thor noted that the captain had talked about running away from a small spider, but an Imperial soldier couldn't behave so uncontrollably. The hidden man was arguing that this country was a military power, and they had to keep track of the number of troops. The Imperial Guard would never leave a wandering soldier unattended, unless they had some other purpose in mind. To everyone's surprise, the man blushed and loudly announced that he had a small favor to ask of Agnes. Everyone froze in anticipation, and the girl herself asked in surprise whether the knight was joking. The captain, pleased, handed over the scroll and said, "This is a message for his master, Thor Regis," and then asked with a smile to pass it on to him. The guy in the shadows was more stunned than the others. He didn't remember this man addressing him like that. The man, pleased with the situation, said that Varga Legis had offended Thor Regis because of the Border Count's misdeeds. He said that the letter contained an apology and a new proposal. Agnes froze. She tried to think about what she had heard, and then she became madly angry at what she had heard, which frightened even the knight, and he cried out. He abruptly extended his hand and said that he was Thor's confidant, and therefore asked her to remain calm. His face betrayed his horror and fear of the girl's anger. Meanwhile, Regis himself said that Mabel should talk to this man. While the captain was trying to justify himself by waving his arms, the girl came out of the shadows and apologized for interrupting the conversation. She introduced herself as Mabel and said that she was Thor's confidant. The man did not expect this and cried out, unable to contain his surprise. He asked why they could not both be trusted persons. The girl sternly reminded him of how he had said that he was one of Thor's most trusted subordinates. The man, clearly nervous, confirmed these words, saying that they were true. Then, smiling cheerfully, Mabel asked if the captain could tell her what his master liked. The man did not understand the question, but the girl did not calm down. She asked what hobbies their master had, what color he liked, and what food. The knight awkwardly said that, in his opinion, it was simply impossible to remember all this. Mabel bowed her head and asked, if Thor trusted him so much, then he must know at least that much information about him. The knight blushed and hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The guy in the shadows noted that even he could see the man's excitement, because he knew nothing and did not pay any attention to Count Regis's son. However, the knight found a way to get out of it and, clenching his fist, shouted that he would not reveal his master's secrets without permission. Mabel smiled and asked if she really only needed Thor's permission, but the captain simply froze in surprise. Thor himself finally decided to come out of his hiding place and, walking proudly, he announced that the captain of the Ducal Guard could safely tell everyone about him. The man screamed in shock. He didn't expect Thor Regis himself to be there. The guy said that he didn't know how attached the captain was to him, but he would really like to know his opinion. The man was confused and awkwardly said that the gentleman had been misled. Because the Regas were no longer dukes, they were now counts. The knight noted that a lot of time had passed, and he clearly saw that Thor had changed a lot. The guy looked away, not knowing what he should answer. And the man thought about it. All this was strange, because when Thor was reprimanded in the Empire, no one even thought of standing up for him, but now he has comrades ready to defend him, and this was definitely against the plans. Clutching the boy's cloak, he hissed his question. He was interested in why the inhabitants of the Demon Lord trusted him so much, what he had done to these subhumans. How did Thor have the skill to flatter them? He threateningly demanded an explanation, which surprised the young man. Thor quickly came to his senses and said that he had done all he could in his situation. The man, horrified, said that this simply could not be true, and then realized that the boy obviously, as expected, did not want to talk. And then Thor asked what the man had for him. The captain clenched his teeth in anger, and the boy asked again. If the letter was meant for him, then why hadn't they given it to him now? The man carefully handed the package to Thor. He said that he asked to read this letter carefully, but only when the young man was alone. The boy exhaled and confidently handed the letter to the girls. He turned to Agnes and Mabel, and then asked them to remove the seal from the paper and read its contents. He looked down and said that everyone should know about this. The knight did not expect this at all, his face twisted in a grimace of horror. He shouted loudly that the boy, the son of a nobleman, would be impolite to publish his father's letter. And what would his father think if he were here? But Thor did not back down and asked the girls to read, because he wanted everyone to hear the contents of the letter. The boy understood that a letter from his father was not a reason to rejoice. There was a possibility that it was about a plan to destroy the demon territory, so it was better for them to read it here. That way he could prove that he was not involved in it. The man was nervous. The young man agreed that he understood his father's feelings and said that the letter was very nasty. This was clearly not what the man expected to hear. In that letter, there was a request for information about the territory of the Demon Lord, and then on the day of the new moon he will send a second letter, and when he returns to the Empire he must go with him, and Genus, and for his services he will get his title back. And this is only the beginning. The handwriting is his, but the wording and context belong to someone else. Perhaps the imperial authorities commissioned him to write this letter. The knight noted that the boy was very rude about this manifestation of fatherly love, but there was silence in response. Thor understood that his father was using him for his own interests, and for the interests of his empire. The young man sighed heavily, and realized that this was a good opportunity, and then it was worth seizing this chance. Thor spread his arms and loudly announced that he was now addressing all the people of the Demon Lord's territory. He revealed that the letter sent by his father, Barsa Regas, contained evil intentions and that he himself was terrified. The girls, listening to the young man's speech, shed tears, admitting how terrible it was, and Thor admitted that he did not consider the one who sent him such a letter to be his father. After all, although it was embellished with words, the essence was to collect information about their territory. He shouted that he was abandoning the country and home that were causing pain and grief to his loved ones and friends. From now on, he decided to live under the name of his late mother, and just as his family had abandoned him, so he would abandon his home and country. From today on, he accepted his last name as Kanan, and vowed to never take the name Ragus again. He is Thor Kanan, a simple alchemist who came from the Empire to the Demon Lord's territory, and asked to be called only by that name. Mabel could not contain her feelings, and, as a sign of respect, dropped to one knee. She said that she understood the guy's feelings, and therefore from now on she would call him Thor Kanan, although she was sorry that his secret name became the property of everyone around. Thor smiled and asked the girl for forgiveness, but she raised her head without being upset, and sincerely assured him that the young man could call her by any name he liked. She promised that she would serve him better than ever as Thor Kanan's subordinate. Then Agnes decided to intervene in their conversation, placing her hand on her chest. She said that this also concerns her, because the girl did not care at all about the alchemist's surname. She was indebted to him and would serve him forever. After these words, a slight blush appeared on her face. The demons shouted that they also understood Thor's feelings, and that no matter what letter he received from the Empire, their trust in him would never be shaken. They joyfully shouted that he had published this letter before their eyes, so if they did not justify his trust, it would simply be a disgrace. The Regus guard froze in shock, while the crowd cheered loudly in the background. He certainly did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore turned white with horror and surprise, because everything went completely wrong. The guy himself was surprised by the reaction of the others. He could not contain his emotions, and tears of happiness welled up in his eyes. He carefully wiped them away with his hand, but Mabel still managed to notice such a manifestation of sincere gratitude. The captain lowered his head and hissed through his teeth a question whether Thor even understood what he had just said. He could not contain his anger and shouted about how it was possible to refuse the family name. Had this guy really forgotten about the pride of an imperial nobleman? But Thor rudely cut off the screaming man and said that he did not want and simply did not need such a thing, because he was Thor Kanan, and then asked to give all this to his master when the knight returned to the Empire. Suddenly, the boy decided to ask how the man managed to escape from the Imperial Guard and get here. He politely asked to tell, because he was sure that the Lord would definitely be interested in this. The man began to shake with excitement, and the only thing he could say in response was a question as to whether it was really Thor Regis, who lived in the capital, in front of him. But the young man only smiled and noted that all this only proved that the captain of the guard, who called himself his confidant, in fact did not know him at all. Suddenly, someone else appeared in this dark place. Someone thanked everyone for their service. Thor bowed his head and said that they were waiting for the Lord. The blonde girl replied that she was glad there were no monsters. This unknown person was also noticed by the captain of the Regis Guard. He quickly recognized the Demon Lord and realized that if he did not run away immediately, it would be the end for him. He realized that he would simply be eaten alive, and therefore was already jumping up and down in order to escape. But something went wrong, and he fell into even greater despair. The man realized that he couldn't walk at all. It wasn't surprising, because he was sitting on a trap. This pillow was made of magic weave and Slara bean shells. When it detects magical power from a person's body, it immobilizes him. The girl closed her eyes in displeasure and said that she also asked to look for Imperial soldiers who might have wandered in here, and then asked who the writhing Imperial soldier was in front of them and who did it. Thor explained that before them was a soldier of the Imperial Guard who had lost his way. And when asked why he was twitching so much, the young man said that the man was stuck to a stone with a pillow. Then the fair-haired girl turned to the young man. She sternly informed him that they would have a very long and serious conversation later. Thor was surprised by the girl's displeasure and only looked up. The stern man who had been standing behind the ruler all this time said that the Imperial Guard would be under his protection so that he could be questioned later if anything happened. The Demon Lord loudly shouted that the defeat of the monsters was complete for everyone present, and thanked everyone for their hard work. She extended her hand and added that they would now descend to the plain and set up camp, so that everyone could enjoy a feast after the battle. The people rejoiced in response to their lord. The lights could be seen around the new dwellings on the plain. Everyone was happily enjoying the victory dinner. The glasses clinked loudly and drinks were spilled. Meanwhile, Thor approached the Demon Lord and addressed her as the Hand, but she corrected him by saying that she was now its ruler. But the guy didn't resist much and agreed with this statement. Rukia said that she wanted to be a ruler for Thor, for whom he would not be ashamed. The young man said that he respected the Demon Lord because she was the best master he had ever had. The girl noted that she was pleased to hear this from Thor, and since he said so, she would not ask this question anymore. The girl turned her gaze to the guy and said that she wanted to tell him what she learned from the third princess of the Empire. Alchemists make what the Imperial family wants, and the Imperial family wants him to dedicate himself to creating items, which, of course, surprised Rukia. The third princess joyfully folded her hands and addressed the Demon Lord, saying that she would be honored to be able to bring the wandering alchemist back to her empire. Her eyes were filled with admiration, and a blush appeared on her face. Then she added that the alchemist himself would definitely be happy about this. After all, he was from the Empire, and the Imperial family would gladly accept him. Rukia froze in horror at such words. The princess swore that they would be glad to see him until his very last breath, looking slyly straight at the ruler. However, Rukia only clenched her teeth and thought that she simply would not allow Thor to devote himself and his entire life to serving the emperor. Seeing the negative emotions on the lord's face, the princess asked if everything was okay. The ruler jumped up from her seat and screamed loudly, asking what all this meant. If this was the alchemist who was subordinate to her, then she should have taken care of him when he was still in the empire. The ruler was simply filled with anger. The third princess looked at Ruki with fear, who was saying that the imperial princess could have at least talked to him before losing him. Then they would have had a chance to find out whether he was competent or not, and he would have stayed with them, but they didn't do that. Rukia angrily asked why she spoke as if she valued the alchemist, who, while living in the empire, was simply subjected to ridicule. The princess only awkwardly reported that she was not there then, and knew nothing at all about what was happening. Rukia wondered if the princess really didn't know about the hostages they had left behind, didn't know what Thor felt when he came to them, how much he thought and did for them all. She doesn't even know that his powers are capable of changing the world, while he himself only thinks about creating useful things. The demon lord knew that when she thought of him, she felt warmth and tenderness in her heart, but this princess knew nothing about him. Rukia definitely couldn't give him to the Empire. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted. The assistant asked the girl to calm down, and then turned to the general, who was burning with rage, and asked him to moderate his ardor too, because the third princess, Lyanna, was already very scared. The girl was cowering and shaking in fear, looking at the floor and not even daring to raise her eyes to the people in front of her, which is what Rukia noticed after her remark. The lady calmly took a breath in and out, and then asked the general to calm down, and although he had every right to be angry about this situation, their policy still remained unchanged. Rukia turned to Lyanna and informed her that she would no longer mention the alchemist in conversations with the princess of the Empire. She explained that her domain was inhabited by beings from all walks of life, and it was entirely possible that some of them had come from the Empire. But as soon as they cross the border, they become her subjects, and she cannot allow them to leak information to other countries. The princess hesitantly interrupted the ruler, asking him not to say such a thing, but the girl asked him to listen to her. She proudly stated that she and her people had chosen him when the Imperials had said that they simply did not want him. So they should take responsibility for their choice, because even if he were the alchemist they were looking for, she still could not give the boy away. Clenching her fist tightly, the ruler said that this guy makes her lands happy. Everyone froze in shock, looking straight at Rukia, but the girl didn't even think of stopping. She confessed that she would heal his heart and live with him, as he lived with her, and therefore would always be with him and would not allow him to take it away. She clenched her teeth and said, it could be said that this time they and the Empire had won together, but that was definitely not something she could share. She confessed that she wanted peace between their kingdoms in the future, that she didn't need anything else from them, and then asked if everything was clear to the princess. The girl only awkwardly, and as if burning with resentment and shame, agreed. That was all Rukia told Toru. The boy thoughtfully admitted that he suspected that these negotiations might be difficult, but he didn't know that they would be so difficult. Mabel repeated the phrase Her Majesty had said expressively. This made Thor blush, shyly freezing, and the author whose words were repeated shuddered awkwardly. Taken by surprise, the girl began to justify herself, saying that her words were natural, because Thor had helped everyone a lot, as had Mabel herself. She, in turn, thanks Her Majesty for such kind words about them. The guy himself can't get over the embarrassment after such words, about how he can make these lands happy. He was worried, although he understood that the girl just wanted to show gratitude for her help. Suddenly, she turned to the hero again. The masked girl asks Thor if he restored the magic swords when he served in the Empire. Apparently, this question is very important to her, as it is asked with all seriousness. The guy tells the truth without hiding anything. Memories of those old days come to mind. He used to do similar work in the storage facilities of objects when he was in the government office. To confirm her guess, the girl asks if he is the wandering alchemist the princess is looking for. The guy agrees, remembering that his merits were hidden by the Dukes of Ragus, so they probably pinned everything on a certain alchemist. Her Majesty honestly admits that she does not want to lie to Thor, move him, or use him at her own discretion. Therefore, as a friend, she told the whole story about the desire of the princess of the Empire without concealment. The girl with horns continues her speech sadly. She lowers her eyes and remembers the princess's words that the alchemist himself might want to come to her. She gathers her strength and is almost ready to ask Thor if he wants to go to the Empire. But the guy doesn't hesitate for a minute. Confidently and with a smile, he asks the girl to tell her the next time he meets the princess that he will never come to her and there is no point in her calling and waiting. He is not interested. The horned girl gasped in delight at this firm answer. Thor continued his speech in a lecturing tone. He wanted to advise the princess to keep a closer eye on her own nobles before making any demands. Addressing Her Majesty with gratitude, he explains that thanks to the lady he can make various items, and if he returns, he will have to work on the orders of the Emperor, which he does not want. Thor goes on to explain the reason for his gratitude to the lady she gave him a place to work, where he found a mail order catalog, which helped him. In addition, the guy reminds that Her Majesty gave them housing, food, and allowed them to do whatever they wanted. For all this, he is grateful and happy that he has such a master. Looking straight at the girl and expressing his thoughts and feelings, Thor smiles a wide, sincere smile. He is ready to ignore the princess's demands and stay here, under the guidance of the mistress. Having listened to the guy's whole story, having understood his sincere feelings, the girl rejoiced. Her eyes sparkled from such pleasant words. And she herself was filled with joy, but her emotions were hidden behind a mask. The girl looked into the distance and, collecting her thoughts, she noted that she was worried that she was holding the guy against his will, but she was glad that her fears on this account turned out to be unfounded. More enthusiastically, and even with her hand on her heart, Her Majesty promises the guy that she will check all the letters that are addressed to him, and, if necessary, will reject them. The masked girl praises Thor for making a good strategic move and making himself known in front of a large number of citizens. Thanks to his speech, everyone saw that Thor was a resident of these lands. At the same time, everyone who listened to him was satisfied and understood his feelings. Thor is pleasantly surprised by the praise and happily thanks the lady. Her Majesty happily announces that the mission is over and tomorrow, she and the army will return to the castle. The masked girl explains the current situation. For now, it's best for Thor and Mabel to stay in the general's domain. The house and workshop will also be built here, so they should take a walk and take a good look at the land around them. Mabel is happy that the master's Torah will soon be in a new place, and the guy himself enthusiastically thinks to himself that this is not some kind of office, but a whole personal workshop. Even more enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with delight, he asks if he too can put up his own sign and freely practice alchemy. Seeing such a return from the guy, the girl in the mask realizes that opening a workshop with a sign was probably one of Thor's goals. So she announces that she will be looking forward to seeing his finished workshop. Finally, Her Majesty jokingly warns the boy that if he goes too far, she will have to call the guards and stop him. But Thor and Mabel enthusiastically agree to this condition. In the distance, the heroes could see a beautiful mountain landscape, and the sun continued to slowly approach sunset. A warrior in armor runs towards the commander, while the rest of the army stands behind. The warrior kneels down, paying respect to the man in front of him. The commander realized that the letter had not reached Thor again. The man with the monocle ponders over everything that has happened. He had suspected that the wandering alchemist they were looking for might be Tor Rigas, and this was confirmed by his own confession. The man could not even imagine that this guy would be able to open the letter in front of everyone and prove his innocence, and at the same time renounce his own family and take a new surname, recognizing himself as a resident of those lands. With displeasure, the commander cannot help but admit that Thor is capable of not only creating things, but also thinking quickly and finding a way out of problematic situations, which definitely made him mad and made him grit his teeth. The commander, despite the work he's done, sadly admits that he's just a man who fits into a mold. He's different from the Demon Lord and Tora Kanan. In the darkness, in the thicket of bushes, someone runs like a hare, but with a horn. He looks attentively at the mountain where the people are, and his eyes burn with a bright, fiery light. It seemed as if he was watching the wars. The man approaches the princess, reminding her that they will be returning to the Empire tomorrow morning. Lyanna flinches, then turns to the man and looks at him uncertainly. The princess apologizes hesitantly, believing that she bears all the responsibility for this failure. But Zegrin stops her, saying that now is not the right time or place to discuss this. The man lectures Lyanna. Nessa's princess, she must not show weakness, especially in front of her soldiers and people. Such behavior by a ruler could lead to unrest, so she must act more decisively. The princess understands everything, but she can't control her thoughts and feelings. Lost in her uncertainty, Lyanna slumped her shoulders and weakly agreed with Zagran. The man looks firmly at the princess, putting all his faith in her and asking her to be strong for the good of the empire. The girl hesitates, choosing her words, wondering how to respond. Zagran, in turn, notices that someone is looking from the bushes behind the princess. Suddenly, a demonic hare with a horn on its head runs out of the bush at full speed. The princess has not yet noticed the approaching danger, but the man already clearly sees the threat to the girl. Zagran shields the princess with himself. A horned rabbit pierces the man's hand, but the latter is more concerned about Lyanna's condition, whether she is safe. Meanwhile, the girl screams, not expecting such a sudden attack. Taking out his sword, Zagran launched an attack and dealt with the little monster without much difficulty. The man was sure that they had come for revenge, and therefore his gaze became even more serious. He was definitely ready for battle. Standing in front of everyone, he shouted an order, calling the warriors to be ready for battle. They needed to check if there were any more monsters lurking around their camp. The princess can't believe that such monsters can roam around somewhere nearby. The warriors are already in full combat readiness and are waiting for the battle to begin. Zagrin gathers all his strength. He vows to protect Princess Lyanna, even at the cost of his life. And the man does not care how strong these monsters are, because it is his duty to ensure the safety of the girl. The warriors ready for battle, and the princess with Zagran raised their swords. They waited for the enemy's next move, but there was complete silence all around, and it seemed like there was no one else. Lyanna assures that there are no more traces of demons. The warriors agree with the princess and suggest that perhaps it was just a wild animal. The Minister of War, however, does not believe this and remains silent for a moment, ignoring the words of the others. Suddenly, the man burst into loud, continuous laughter. He felt like he was going crazy from what was happening. Foreign, I thought to myself that this expedition had seriously frayed his nerves and possibly caused significant damage to his psyche. Alarmed by the injury and the condition of the Minister of War, Lyanna tears off a piece of fabric from her outfit and places it over the man's arm, covering his wound. The princess carefully but firmly wraps Zagran's hand, and he awkwardly tries to convince her that this is not necessary. Sternly, Lyanna orders one of the warriors to bring a first aid team and do it right now. Zagran still tries to explain to the girl that she shouldn't bother herself so much because of this. The princess is adamant. She is sure that the man needs medical help. Lyanna, in the heat of their argument, calls Zagran a grandfather, and then, more hesitantly but still clearly assures that she can even call him that. Zagran is surprised by her naivete in this matter. Despite the fact that Princess Sophia warned her to beware of the man, Lyanna still calls him grandfather. The Minister of War finds such naivete a good trait for a pawn. Memories of old days flash through the man's mind. Back when the princess was little and he was younger, Zagran taught Lyanna. These thoughts were full of warmth and pleasant nostalgia. After a short silence, the man told the truth that he was already tired, without going into details of why. The princess giggled sweetly and said that it was very much his style. On such a pleasant note, they set off on their journey. They needed to get back to the Empire as soon as possible, as they clearly had a lot of things to do. After the victory over Gargarosa, the night passed. With the coming of dawn, the heroes no longer slept, but prepared for the further journey. The Demon Lord gives Thor his official permission to practice alchemy. She hands over certificates that will allow alchemy to be practiced in her lands. The girl warns that if they want to distribute items made with alchemy among many people, they need to use the certificates in advance. The guy thanks Her Majesty from the bottom of his heart. The man with horns warns the hero. It's okay if Thor gives the items to a couple of citizens. He freezes for a moment. After a short pause, he continues his instructive speech, in which he convinces Thor that giving objects to a large number of people can be dangerous and bring a lot of consequences. Therefore, the guy should be more careful. Thor, grateful for all the amenities and permissions provided, assures that they will follow all recommendations and will not let us down. Kelv, now more agitated and nervous, tries to convey his thoughts. He asks the heroes to keep in touch with them in case of emergencies, and the man could have continued his monologue, but he was stopped and asked to calm down. Mabel and Thor thank Her Majesty and the minister's example for everything and bow to them. Thor has seen and experienced a lot in the Demon Lord's lands, and now he wants to use the knowledge he gained for the benefit of this kingdom. Mabel notices that Thor talks too much and tries to reason with him a little, which surprises the guy himself. Her Majesty announces that after all the events, she will hold a feast that will serve as a reward for the great victory over the demonic beasts. The masked girl encourages Thor to enjoy the feast and the trip to the territory of the Fire General. Thor and Mabel bid farewell to the Overlord and Prime Minister, as well as the warriors, who happily wave goodbye. The carts lined up one after another and became further and further away. Thor, Mabel, and the Fire General watched them for some time. The Fire General turned to Thor, offering him to go to his domain as soon as possible, to which the boy quickly agreed. Looking into the distance, Thor wondered what magical item he should make next. He had already decided long ago. A huge mansion appeared before the hero's eyes. The large number of floors and windows amazed the mind. This building was truly magnificent. The people greet the heroes who defend them with jubilation. People clapped, waved, shouted joyfully, glorifying them. It was time to have a snack, and plates with various dishes of the highest quality appeared before Thor and Mabel. The guy began to eat with great pleasure, and the owners of the mansion were glad that the guests liked the food. It got dark. Clouds covered the sky. The mansion slowly sank into the darkness of the night. In front of the alchemist stood a plate full of hot food. However, Thor was in no hurry to eat, but on the contrary, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Interested by such detached behavior, the fire general asks the guy if everything is okay, what could he be thinking about? Hearing the words of the general, the dinner girls also paid attention to Thor's strange behavior. Suddenly it dawns on the man that this guy is already thinking about creating a new magic item. The general's daughter disputes her father's words. As it seems to her, Thor is tired after the battle, yet he cannot always think only about creating various kinds of objects. The food keeps getting cold, and the answers to the questions don't appear. The general wants to ask Mabel if she knows what's going on. She's silent, collecting her thoughts. Suddenly, the girl screams. Her words confuse the general and his daughter even more. Finally, the guy himself spoke up. He got up from the table and said that he had a question for the general. Excited, with glowing eyes, he asks if anyone has a light attribute attack skill. Apparently, the guy is fired up with some idea and can't wait to implement it. The fire general and his daughter look stunned. However, Thor does not understand what caused such a reaction in those present. More calmly, the guy begins to explain the full picture of his ideas and thoughts. He wants to start a study that is related to the light attribute. Therefore, he is looking for people who are able to use such magic to help in the study. After Thor's words, the general looks surprised. This guy never ceases to amaze the man. The man fell into thought, trying to combine everything that the alchemist said. However, in his thoughts, he comes to the question of why exactly the attribute of light interests the guy. The guy confidently replies that this research can allow for a better study of the Empire's holy sword. Thor remembers the battle and reminds the fire general that Princess Lyanna used the holy sword and the blade of light. Images of that moment flash through the boy's mind. The general confirms that it was amazing. The holy sword released a huge blade of light that destroyed the demons one by one and injured Gargarosa. Remembering the strength and power of such a weapon, the man admitted that he would not like to fight against such a sword. Saying this, the general looks serious. Severity suddenly changes to admiration when the man remembers Her Highness's sword. For him, the lady's sword was many times better and more amazing. With reverence and selflessness, the general describes the advantages of the sword in comparison with the saint. Her Majesty's sword has a greater range and is capable of destroying entire crowds with one blow. Thor interrupts hesitantly and says that this sword is just a prototype and there is room for improvement in the future. The man can't believe that such a good sword is still in the development stage. Excited by his goal, Thor says that he wants to create a real magic sword, and for this he needs to study the holy sword. The guy already imagines the perfect sword that he will create in the raging. The guy was inspired by the idea of creating an object that would be able to block the holy sword. And after creating it, of course, he wants to try his creation in action. Everyone present froze in disbelief. They knew Thor was a capable alchemist, but creating an object that could block a beam of light sounded almost impossible. The fire general acknowledges the boldness of the idea, something he would expect from Thor. The general's daughter admits that in a normal situation she would not have come up with anything that could protect against the holy sword. The man expresses respect and acknowledges that Thor is a true explorer, to which the boy, a little shyly, replies that he likes alchemy. The alchemist notes that it would be easier if he could check some things regarding the holy sword's effects. If the boy had the opportunity to examine the holy sword, he would be able to calculate its power. The general asks Thor if that is why he needs an attack with a light attribute, to which the alchemist answers in the affirmative. The fire general admires the boy's tenacity and hard work. However, he mentions that Her Majesty gave Thor time to rest, so he should relax for a while. The guy understands everything. Yes, he needs rest, but he can't wait. He seems overly excited about the idea of research. With sparkling eyes, Thor tries to explain to the general that he wants to start working on it as soon as possible, while the image of the holy sword is still fresh in his mind. The man is pleasantly surprised by the alchemist's zeal for work, noting that they like this trait in him, asking if his daughter agrees with him. The girl, smiling, actively agrees with her father's opinion about the guy. Thor asks the Fire General's daughter if she knows someone who has the ability to use light magic. The girl thinks for a moment, putting her finger to her face, and seems to remember someone. The girl remembers that there are several rare races in the kingdom, and some of them can use light magic. The alchemist, hearing such good news, excitedly jumps up from his seat and asks the girl to ask them if they could help. The girl's pendant lit up brightly. She looked at it in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Thor looks at the pendant and notes that he is glad that the health pendant works properly. The pendant itself is large and beautiful, with different animals on different sides. The general's daughter makes an elegant curtsy and thanks the alchemist. Now she can wear the beautiful clothes she likes, and not be afraid that the flames will burst out against her will. The girl expresses gratitude for the opportunity to be herself. Despite the fact that now the flame does not burst out without her knowledge, people around the girl cannot completely forget and stop being afraid of her. The general clarifies that some, seeing their daughter without armor, are still afraid of her. The general is quick to explain that they have complete confidence in the health-boosting pendant that Lord Thor gave them, but not all people are so confident in its effectiveness and are perplexed when they see Agnes in ordinary clothes. A man remembers the past. When his daughter was a child, she burned all the clothes she wore and could not control it. And everyone in the house remembers these times, so they are afraid. Thor asks Mabel to get souvenirs. When Mabel got the cloth, she held it with excitement and a glint in her eyes. At this time, Thor explained what he was presenting to the general and his daughter. It was a magical weave of the earth, which the guy assured her was suitable for such an occasion. Remembering the Prime Minister's words, Thor asked him for permission in advance to make a gift for the Fire General and his daughter. The general remembers, suggests that it is a demonic weave that was used for tents. However, the boy refutes the man's guesses and explains that it is a different fabric with fireproof properties. Thor asks the general to order all members of the house to confirm the effectiveness of the fireproof fabric. The alchemist is confident that the problems of losing clothes will now be solved by themselves. The general's daughter clasped her hands and could not find the words to fully appreciate the help he had given her. Agnes's face lights up with a grateful smile. Thor has done so much for them. The girl assures that she will never forget this and will do everything possible to be useful to the alchemist and will try to help in his research. The general joins in his daughter's gratitude, but the embarrassed guy interrupts them, saying that it is just a souvenir for them. Thor notes that he needs to build his workshop on their territory, so he owes the general and his daughter much more than they owe him. Showing his sincerity, the alchemist asks to accept his small help. The general accepts the help the boy provides. In turn, the man allows Thor to use the territory at his own discretion and do whatever he wants on it. The alchemist thanks him for the opportunity. The group spends some time talking, laughing, and having fun. Later, Thor and Mabel went to their rooms to get some rest. When the alchemist and his assistant left the dining hall, the general suddenly began to speak to his daughter. He said that he had to apologize to her. The general says he is unable to support the love his daughter feels. Agnes looks confused and worried. She doesn't understand what her father is talking about. The father remains calm and continues his speech. He says that he cannot support her daughter's love, nor can he stand her one-sided feelings for the alchemist. The general mentions that he has sworn allegiance to Her Majesty. Agnes asks again, not quite understanding how the lady feels about this conversation. But the man continues his line that he cannot give any details because of this. The girl, confused by the conversation and not fully understanding, assumes that Her Majesty has feelings for Master Thor. The general is not entirely sure of his guesses about the truth of the Lord's thoughts and feelings, but he admits to his daughter that he thinks so, especially after the words flash through his head, in which she promises to make the guy happy. Having blurted out his guesses, the Fire General collects his thoughts and nervously begins to justify himself, saying that he cannot tell anything. However, his daughter thinks that her father has already hinted at this. Agnes tries to convince her father that her feelings are not something to worry about. The girl is ready to simply serve Master Thor with her soul and body. However, the father is not satisfied with this answer. He asks her if this is not the same as if Agnes idolized this guy. In addition, the general recalls how actively his daughter looked at the alchemist while they were eating. The girl exclaims that she did not notice it. The girl, remembering her past attire and armor, sadly admits that she always looked at this world through a small gap in her helmet. Therefore, Agnes is not sure that her feelings are similar to those of an ordinary girl towards someone else. Based on this, the girl does not see anything wrong with her feelings for the master. She swore allegiance to Thor, in the name of the primordial flame. The father does not doubt the matchmakers and his daughter's intentions, but he cannot calm down so easily. Agnes insists on her own. She believes that Thorkanen gave her too much, and therefore she does not want to think about love or anything like that until she gives the master more than she received from him. Having sorted out her thoughts and feelings, the girl voiced that after all of the above, she wanted to help Thor while he was in their domain. Seeing the firm, confident look of his daughter, the general was finally able to calm down. The fire general, after listening to his daughter, acknowledged that she had grown up quite a lot. He was proud that his daughter had thought everything through and promised not to return to this conversation again. Suddenly, Agnes changes the tone of the conversation and continues this conversation. She decided that all she can do is find out the alchemist's preferences, what kind of women he likes. What type is Thor? Does he like gentle as the night darkness, like the Lord? Or does he prefer girls as passionate as fire, which is Agnes herself? Beginning to burn, she approaches her father with this question. Worried by his daughter's change of mood, the man tries to reason with her and explain himself to her. He justifies himself by saying that as a father, it is natural for him to worry about his child. Agnes, burning with a furious fire, gets closer and closer to her father, and he tries unsuccessfully to calm her down. Meanwhile, the first night after Thor's arrival passed, and the general's house was filled with the sounds of family fighting all day long. Thor looks around and notices how big the room the general has given them. The guy looks cheerful, ready to start work right away. By the window is the small storeroom he brought from the overlord's castle. This seemingly small storage room has everything the guy needs for alchemy, and until the workshop is completely ready, Thor will work in the small storage room. The guy uses a magic item, and a book appears in the haze. It turns out that this is a rare book of heroes, which is called Catalog of Postal Items. He received it from the Lord. The guy thinks he can find an item to protect himself from the light attribute in this book. Suddenly, a girl knocks on the door, asking for permission to enter. Thor immediately gives his permission, and a girl appears at the door with a tray in her hands. The assistant brought tea with honey and sweet fruits for the master on a tray. The girl also worriedly asked about the alchemist's level of fatigue and offered a massage. Thor found it tempting, but declined, as he was busy at the moment. The alchemist tells his assistant that he is going to look for items that can protect against the attribute of light. Mabel kindly but firmly reminds the master that he has just arrived on the territory and should rest more. Mabel states that she is instructed not to make the guy work too much, so the girl demands to be allowed to take full care of her master. Thor cheerfully assures that he will not overburden himself. The assistant immediately asks when he will finish and be able to rest. The alchemist answers without a second thought that he will finish when the product is ready. But such conditions clearly did not suit the girl. She looked at the guy with piercing, open displeasure, making him shudder under such an unyielding gaze. Immediately changing his words, Thor already declares that he was going to finish for today. However, the search for objects inspired him so much, and now the guy can't stop thinking about it. Believing the alchemist's explanation, Mabel looked at him for a while longer, trying to discern the truth in his behavior. And Thor became more and more agitated. After clearing her throat, the girl decided to resort to another strategy of persuasion. She reminds him how Her Majesty cares for the alchemist's health and condition, and how she told him not to forget about rest. If the time comes to leave for the Overlord's castle, and the boy is exhausted, then this will greatly upset her. Having finished her arguments about the need for rest, Mabel finally asks not to forget her words. Thor, having listened attentively, agrees with the girl and promises to listen to her words and keep this in mind. The alchemist thinks that the two may have conspired and therefore decided to have a tea party. But their intentions are good. Perhaps everything was done so that Thor could lead a more peaceful life. Thor makes concessions and agrees with Mabel. The guy promises that today he will only look for what can be done and invites the girl to look through the mail order catalog with him. Mabel happily accepts the invitation. They sat down to read the book, carefully reading the contents in search of the necessary information. The assistant began a conversation, paying attention to what she felt while eating. Mabel asks the craftsman if he noticed that there are items in this mail-order catalog that contain light elements. Thor confirms the girl's guess. He believes that this book definitely contains an object that can protect against attacks of light. But the girl asks a new question, asks the master why he is sure of this. The guy tells a story about a hero who could attack using the element of light. For example, using magic that shoots light bullets and such. And it seems that this hero wrote down his techniques in this book, using his language. To begin with, it was the hero from another world who gave the Holy Sword technique the name Photon Blade. The fact that the hero used so many light element techniques means that he has a high ability for the magical power of light. The guy continues his story while thinking about it. The alchemist concludes that people in the hero's world have used light-based techniques many times. Mabel can't help but agree with the logical conclusion Thor made. Continuing his thoughts, the boy suggests that in the hero's world, competitions are held every day to see who can show the most powerful technique, instead of saying hello. In the guy's fantasy, two men in suits appear who, in order to say hello, greet each other with light techniques. The alchemist adds that in this world, there is even a competition called presentation, during which anything can happen. For those living in this world, the power of a hero is immeasurable. The guy is sure that the mail-order catalog is only a small part of the hero's power. Thor can't quite comprehend that he can get closer to the world of heroes if he orders something by mail. When the alchemist reaches for the book, his hand trembles. At first, he thinks that he is afraid, but immediately rejects it. In fact, the guy is not afraid. On the contrary, he is excited and cannot find a place for himself from delight. He tells himself that he can't be afraid. He wants to get as close to the world of heroes as possible. The inspired guy asks Mabel if there are any records left about the attribute of light in the Demon Lord's territory. The girl answers positively, because people still talk about it to this day. Especially if you remember the destruction of the first Demon Lord's barrier. Mabel has a revelation and asks, what about the UV technique? As she says this, she imagines the giant explosion that the technique can cause. Thor asks again and immediately enthusiastically agrees with the girl. After all, this is the most powerful magic based on the element of light. The guy remembers that the hero often omitted the names of his techniques, so it is necessary to pay attention to the abbreviations of his language. In Thor's memories, the hero shouts, "Cancel payment, get it, bath." The alchemist writes the word ultraviolet in the hero's native language and receives the initials UF. Mabel is amazed by Thor's skills. He can not only read, but also write in the language of heroes. The guy explains that in the Empire, they force you to learn the names of the hero's moves in their native language, so he learned to write in it. The alchemist grabs the book, ready to begin searching for the necessary items. Thor warns the girl that he is about to start reading the catalog text out loud, so she needs to listen carefully and pay attention to words that may be relevant. Mabel replied that she was ready to start and understood everything. The guy starts reading the book, looking for the right words. Mabel is worried that they won't be able to find it quickly. Thor agrees with the girl, noting that this book is truly an incredible thing. So far, they have only been able to find two items that are light magic. Strong light and prevention were the words he found. The initials U and F stood for ultraviolet. Those two words were all there was. Thor found a moment in the catalog that surprised him and made him feel uncomfortably confused. The pages of the catalog claim that their products have finally managed to defeat the sun. This sounds incredible and unthinkable for a guy. A man in glasses on the pages of reading material reminds us of the dangers of ultraviolet radiation and is ready to present fascinating objects that will protect us from its influence. Every time the body is exposed to light, the damage to the skin and body accumulates, so he has a solution to combat those dreaded UV letters. The man is ready to reveal his secret weapon. A man in glasses demonstrates a special shortened umbrella that can reduce the danger of UV exposure by 90%. Of course, there is a discount on this very umbrella on the page. Next up is the next protective product. It's a lotion against UV. The page shows a bottle of liquid that can protect against the dangers of the sun. The man assures that the composition is clean and hypoallergenic, so it can be suitable for children, and the level of protection is as high as that of a special umbrella. Using sun lotion, you can freely walk outside without fear of UV. A man in dark glasses conspiratorially suggests that they buy lotion as soon as possible and get skin that can withstand the effects of the sun. After reading the catalog, both Thor and Mabel take a few seconds to come to their senses from the information they've received. From what they've read, the guy concludes that the sun is the source of light magic. Mabel agrees with the master's conclusion. It is true that the sun is said to be the source of light magic. When the sun first illuminated the world, it created day and night. Thor is stunned by what he learned about the sun from the pages of the catalog. The sun is a symbol of the magical power of light, and the people from the hero's world have conquered the sun. He himself does not believe it. Is it really possible that UV is capable of preventing the ultimate bright light, the magic of the transcendental system, which is so strong that it broke through the barriers of the first overlord? The guy is shocked that people from the hero's world are able to accept this incredible power with their bare skin, without moving. How strong these people are. Thor loses his balance and falls to the floor, his head spinning with various thoughts. Mabel worries about the guy, but he quickly calms her down and announces that he found the item he was looking for. The girl rightly notes that the alchemist does not have this item yet. Thor is confident that the knowledge he has gained will finally allow him to resist the power of the holy sword. The guy is inspired and ready to continue his research to develop a magical item. The alchemist begins to look more closely at the items he found. One of them is an umbrella-like UV blocker that blocks light magic. The other is a lotion that seems to work if you simply apply it to your body. Thor realizes that UV is most likely short for ultraviolet light. Mabel agrees with the guy. She says she can't think of anything else that could be short for this magic. Thor put his hand to his chin and thought deeply. Now he finds it hard to believe that an umbrella and lotion can somehow prevent the high magic that broke through the Demon Lord's defenses. However, he decides that it is still worth trying to create. The master needs to prepare materials for the work, but Thor is not sure whether to continue right now. It is deep night outside, and there is no particular desire to disturb the general and Agnes at such a time. Nevertheless, the guy decides to continue working in the morning. He thanks Mabel for her help in this difficult matter. The girl agrees to continue working tomorrow. Mabel asks the master if he wants to freshen up before bed, to which Thor responds positively. The girl is ready to help with water procedures, but the alchemist nervously assures that he can handle it himself. While refreshing himself, the boy can't stop thinking about his business. He wonders what should be created first, the umbrella or the lotion. Thor decides that later he will need to write down the advantages and disadvantages of each item, comparing them. Firstly, the lotion is stronger than the umbrella because when you apply it to your skin, both hands will be free. On the other hand, the umbrella, using it, only one hand will be free, which is a disadvantage compared to the lotion. Thor comes up with another criterion by which two objects can be compared. The lotion is good, but there is a chance of being hit in the back, which you can't reach using the lotion. This can work in case of teamwork, but will be a disadvantage when the fighter acts alone. The alchemist, continuing his analysis, thinks what will happen if he tests them in practice. The lotion is psychologically stressful because it needs to be applied to the skin. The magic item must be reliable, otherwise it will be difficult to use. In this case, the umbrella will be more convenient to use. Thor suggests that the umbrella provides protection as a shield and is not so annoying in its method of use. Also, such an object can be easily used and understood. The gears are turning in the alchemist's head. He weighs all the pros and cons. After much thought, the boy was able to make a decision. His thoughts are interrupted by Mabel, who came for hot water. Thor, breaking away from his thoughts, tells her to go through. After the girl entered the room, Thor comes closer and confidently tells her that the first thing he will do is make a UV umbrella. Mabel blushes when she sees the master in an inappropriate state and freezes for a few seconds, not knowing what to say. The guy, excited by his decision, does not notice the girl's awkward position and her embarrassment. He asks if she can help him, and she, in turn, agrees despite everything. Mabel blushes deeply and looks away, asking the master why he is in such a state. Awkwardness and tension grows between them. Thor notices only now in what form he appeared before the girl. The guy himself becomes awkward. But Mabel calms the alchemist, saying that everything is fine and even offers to help him wipe his back. The master was completely confused by this proposal and blushed. The girl's words were able to throw him off balance for a while. However, Mabel continues to urge Thor not to worry about anything. Mabel explains to the guy that she expected this scenario and therefore prepared a special item. Excited by Mabel's words about a special subject, the boy eagerly awaits what subject the girl has prepared. The boy's eyes glow with interest and delight. It turns out that the special item that Mabel was talking about is clothing made of water magic fabric, in which it is not scary to get wet. The girl was already dressed in a special suit. After showing off the outfit, the girl was very embarrassed, but she stubbornly stood her ground. She told Thor that she was glad to take care of the master and was ready to go that far. The girl was ready to help the guy with everything. No less embarrassed by the current situation, Thor tries to convince the girl not to strain herself, assuring her that he can handle it himself, and Mabel can be free to go and rest herself. But the girl is serious. As an assistant, she is very worried about the master's health and cannot let him catch a cold. Mabel asks to at least help the guy to wipe his sweat. Unable to say anything, Thor agrees to the girl's proposal. Unable to say anything else, the guy freezes, nervously waiting for what will happen next. The girl dips a towel into hot water, preparing to help the master wipe her back. The alchemist, his back turned to Mabel, looks tense. The boy is nervous and flinches awkwardly. Having cleared her throat, the girl warns Thor that she will now start wiping. Carefully, with trepidation, Mabel touches the guy's back with a soft, hot towel. The girl runs it over the entire surface of the skin, washing away the sweat. The girl moved even closer to the master. Thor felt awkward at such closeness and could not find a place for himself, thinking about how it would be better to act. Should he say something, or, on the contrary, should he remain silent? The guy was not sure. Suddenly, Mabel confesses to Thor that she is very happy to have the opportunity to help the master. But what makes the two-piece happier is that she can relax and unwind with him. The alchemist can only answer the girl with a quiet affirmative nod and an indistinct sound. The water procedures are ending, and some time has passed. After Mabel finishes helping, she bids Mr. Thor goodnight, her face lighting up with a smile before she starts walking towards her room. Thor thanks the girl for her help and wishes her goodnight in return. The boy smiles and waves goodbye to Mabel before she disappears behind the doors of his room and goes to her quarters. The alchemist proudly notes again and again that Mabel is an amazing person. Thor perceives the girl's actions as invaluable help. Thanks to the girl and her special object, the guy was able to distract himself from work, and thoughts about it completely flew out of his head. He is sure that Mabel did this on purpose. The guy evaluates this step from Mabel as extremely awkward for her, but he notes that despite the awkwardness, she was able to successfully help him. Thor thinks that he shouldn't make the girl worry about him so much. Memories kept creeping into his head, driving away all thoughts about special subjects, so the guy realized that now was definitely not the time for research. In his thoughts, Thor praises his assistant. She will always help him. Knows about his habits. This is very much in the spirit of the girl. The guy glanced at the mail order catalog one last time, but decided he could call it a night. So he should go to bed right now. It's dark outside, and the moon with its mysterious light gives a weak, but at least some illumination. Before going to bed, Thor promises himself that from tomorrow on he will try his best to create objects.